spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarter finals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. What I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets, Arleth can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arleth, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arleth, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Muntong. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
The competition is heating up here at MPL Malaysia, and Week 3, Day 2 opens up with former teammates facing off as newfound rivals. Who will turn out to be the protagonist of this story? We'll find out all of that here on the English desk. You're joined by me, Staffa, today, along with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm extremely excited as well. And today is going to be a rare combination of us being cashers for you guys today. We hope you are going to be enjoying your stay. But interesting enough, today's opening match, Team Secret going up against SMG. Like you said as well, former teammates going head-to-head here. So in terms of their internal skills and their possible strategies over the years and over the weeks based on their experience, they do have a lot of insights between each other, and things are going to get a little bit more spicy as well, because today's matches not just includes Team Secret as well as SMG, we also have Homebois going up against RSG, and closing things off, it is going to be Madness going up against Team HAQ. Things are looking pretty spicy here. What are your thoughts about today's matches so far?
There's definitely teams up here that require these points moving onward. As we know, we already have a bit of a hierarchy established here in the MPL MY. We are on Week 3, regular season, close to halfway being done. And it's pretty obvious that some teams have been able to adjust to the newfound competitive meta here in Season 11, while others still find themselves floundering. In the first match especially, Team Secret, despite the addition of their import players finally being able to join the roster up on the main stage, we're still not quite seeing the synergy we expect from these players.
Yeah, Team Secret here, they definitely surprised us casters as well as everyone from the MPL scene itself. Yesterday, they were bringing in their original roster, which is something that none of us kind of predicted as well. So there was a lot of unpredictable variable in terms of their playstyle, the chemistry in the drafts. However, based on the conditions they were put in, there was very clear indications that they were lacking in terms of communication as well as team plays. Hopefully, it will be a little bit better considering that they didn't have a lot of time to practice with. We do see a lot of signs of life coming from Team Secret, but considering that this is going to be their 6th match overall in the entire regular season, and it is against Team SMG, I don't know, I'm genuinely worried for Team Secret.
It is going to be quite an uphill battle for them. Like you mentioned, 6th match. And remember, with the format of this season, every team will face off against all of their rivals only once, which means 9 matches in total for the entire regular season. Team Secret, they're past the halfway point, but they still have 0 points on the board. Things are not looking good for them. And now that they're up against Team SMG, things are going to be even tougher. And of course, speaking about these players, they're going to be entering the stadium very, very soon. Now, we did talk about earlier how there's a bit of a reunion happening here. The former players of Orange Esports. One of them is not going to be Box, but he himself has been the jungler for the side of Team Secret. What do you think of his performance?
You know, so far he's been amazing so far in the previous history as well. He has been playing at a role where he takes on objective really, really nice. And his play style has been very, very objectified to this point where he always secures and play aggressively to actually contest for those kind of objectives. Turtle has been on point for him, Lord has well. And interesting enough, his counterpart coming from Team SMG, Subway, also has near identical play styles in terms of hero pool as a jungler based on the previous seasons.
Yeah, this jungler matchup is going to be quite interesting between Team Secret as well as Team SMG because these are, like you mentioned, both junglers that prioritize on taking neutral objectives. Of course, they didn't both start out that way either because Box, when he debuted, was a bit more aggressive. He played around his team, he went for kills, he was once called a bit of a KDA machine himself, whereas Subway has always been in that sort of utility role, which fits in very well with his teammates like Valence as well as Stormy, who prioritize aggression.
Yeah, I like how they actually brought it up as well because if you think about it here, Bok kind of debuted with the Yi Shun Xin jungle back in Season 7, right? Whereas Subway kind of debuted his way as a pure tank player in the jungler role, and based on the current meta, it kind of suits Subway a little bit more, but Box has been able to prove himself during his days during last season on making it all to his third place. Bowman was something that was not many people kind of played around. He was able to deliver. Likewise can be said for Subway, but we don't see a lot of Bowman these days. So I am looking forward to see a little bit more coming from them. But before that, we have a very, very short session here as we throw it onto the stage with Rose giving you guys the next scoop for MPL MY.
Wah. Thank you kepada caster-caster kita yang cakap I cantik hari ni. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan adakah semua sudah ready untuk kickstart match pertama kita untuk hari ini? The crowd is ready. I am ready. Mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan Team SMG dan juga Team Secret ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Team Secret.
Nama yang besar, tanggungjawab yang lagi besar. Masih gagal mengunci apa-apa kemenangan, Team Secret completed lineup needs to do something. Ini merupakan perlawanan ke-6 buat mereka. Mampukah mereka untuk memecahkan losing streak mereka dan meraih poin pertama mereka?
Team SMG.
Pasukan yang masih steady dengan performance mantap mereka. Team SMG masih kekal chill but on fire untuk meneruskan winning streak mereka. Dengan line-up star player tempatan, gameplay yang ditunjukkan mereka betul-betul berkualiti. Will this match become theirs? Jawapannya ada pada mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team Secret, kita ada Coach Amox mengalas tugas persorangan, manakala untuk Team SMG, seperti biasa, Coach Haru hadir bersama Blue. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggan, lawan di medan perang. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yize dan Hebe. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the players are seated, the coaches are there. Stadium Juara, are you guys ready to witness the first match of the day? The crowd is ready. Adakah Team SMG akan continue their win streak? Or will Team Secret be able to stop that win streak? Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you once again to Rose for introducing an incredible matchup on stage right now. Team Secret versus Team SMG. Teams standing upon the polar opposites of the ranking charts as of current in MPL MY Season 11. Team SMG as well as Secret. This is quite a large reunion match. We already talked about both the entire team of Orange Esports is here with Neo and AIM on the side of Team Secret, as well as Valence, Stormy, and Subway on the side of SMG. But besides that as well, Box as well as Detto from Team Secret have had experience on SMG. So these teams are pretty tight-knit.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting as well, because this is going to be a proving ground for Team Secret. Meanwhile, Team SMG, we haven't really talked too much about SMG, but they are an S-tier team for a reason. In this case, no pun intended, Secret, SMG, both have S's. But now, when it comes to the players themselves, Long is the Season 2 Finals MVP, now currently playing as an analyst for SMG. Sasa for Season 8 as the Finals MVP. Meanwhile, Valence was the Season 10 regular season MVP, and Stormy for Season 9. Truth be told, there is a reason why SMG is the S tier among S tiers, but let's not take credit where credit is due. Box is currently in rank #1 for Turtle Mania in terms of objective securing for the team, whereas Subway is currently 12 kills on the third place.
Indeed, as we can see, Box does put a lot of priority onto securing those neutral objectives, and he is currently at the top of the Turtle Mania charts. But in terms of performance overall to the rest of the game, we can tell that this doesn't actually contribute too much in terms of his performance in the jungle. Yes, he secures the objectives, he does what is necessary of him, but compared to his peers in the jungle role, we don't really get to see a lot of his contribution otherwise. And in a meta like this, where movement across the map as well as setting up for your team is important for utility junglers, Box does need to step it up.
Yeah, there is going to be a little bit of a problem as well, because sometimes objective is not just the only key to victory. Team vibes are very, very important. In this case, Team Secret has shown a little bit of a weakness when it comes to their communications issues. We did see King Salmon's debut in yesterday's game. However, with AIM now bringing to his light and taking in the roster for Team Secret, things are going to get a little bit interesting, because there were clear indications on what they needed to do and how they want to tackle the situation based on who dictates the shot calling from the game. And yesterday, it felt like AIM was doing a majority of that when he is playing the Skadita. Hopefully, it will get better, especially now when they need to go up against a super tier, S-tier team like SMG. Without further ado, let's take a look into its draft as we go into its game #1 for day #2. And this time, on the blue side, it will be Team SMG, whereas on the red side, we have Team Secret.
The all-star local lineup of Team SMG up against Team Secret, a team that has much potential but has failed to display any of it on the MPL stage thus far. This is going to be an important match for them. For now, Team SMG are on a complete win streak. They have not lost a single match since the season has begun, whereas Team Secret has failed to come out victorious in any of them. So in a way, this is going to be a massive David versus Goliath situation.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, right? Like, SMG is an S-tier team, and you know, to be part of SMG, you gotta have a starting initial of the team name with S all the way through in order to join. So you gotta figure out who is the imposter among all the players right now for SMG. I'm just messing around. But we take a look at the bans here so far. SMG, they will respect AIM's guidance so far, and the target point of interest from SMG is not to ban off meta heroes, but it is going to be specifically targeted on AIM's hero pool with the Kadita as well as the Diggy.
I think Valence as a player is someone that we have to give a lot of attention to. His ability to not only shot call in-game, but to understand the capabilities and limitations of his teammates is something that Team SMG has been able to hedge on a lot. And since he has experience playing with AIM, who was the roam position for Orange Esports previously, he is aware of which heroes he is most skilled at with the Kadita, as well as the Diggy, which is something that Team SMG has been consistently banning out regardless of who they're up against.
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a target segment for now. However, let's talk about meta picks as of yet. Arlott completely ignored Fredrin as well, completely ignored Penny also going to be completely ignored. SMG, They will prioritize the Arlet. However, for Team Secret, will Box be playing the Fredrin for the team and also potentially going for the Fanny, maybe for Box?
No, the Fanny
Either
has already
or,
been
maybe.
banned.
Oh, okay,
Team
sorry.
SMG
Fanny
has
is pretty much banned.
the Fanny, so they're respecting that a little bit. I do like the Fredrin, still a safe choice, even though he was recently nerfed. Other than that, if they want to go for a mage pick early, we do see a lot of teams leaning towards Farsight during the first phase due to the large amounts of burst damage. Letting the Arlet through can be a bit unsafe, but I do think it's the smart choice from Team Secret just to make sure that if Smooth gets Arlet, he won't be playing Benedetta.
Okay, Fredrin going to be completely ignored from the side of Team Secret. Mortis is going to be the preferred hero jungler choice coming from Box. Dato will be playing the Claude as well. We have seen a lot of Claude plays, especially coming from yesterday as well. Every single Claude has been spectacular. However, closing up games is not exactly the easiest thing to do. There has been reworks on towards the itemizations coming from Helbert, but we haven't seen it being picked up at all. So I'm curious to see how this will actually shake things up in terms of draft. SMG will get a no-brainer here. It is going to be the Frederick as well as the Valentina. However, Team Secret, will they still pick the Farsa? We have seen some teams still do not respect what the Valentina brings to the table, whereas Todak completely still respecting it off, drafting off heroes with that does not give a lot of good ultimate spells.
I feel like picking the Farsa at this point is a little bit too dangerous now because I'm a little worried for Team Secret. They've given a lot of comfort picks over the Team SMG. Fredrin is easily Subway's most effective hero, and Stormy, one of the better Valentina players in the entire league. I do think that Claude is a safe opening choice for Team Secret because that is also one of Deto's most comfortable picks. Looks like they're still gonna go for the Farsa right here, so they don't mind it being stolen away, but I'm a little worried. Arlet can very easily counter that ultimate.
Okay, this is a little bit interesting as well, considering that the Farsa is not going to have a very, very good time. So for Team Secret, they need to find a composition where they need to be able to zone out both the Fredrin as well as Arlet. Two very, very difficult tasks as well. But Team Secret, they will start things off by banning off the Franco. This is going to be something that Valence has terrorized people back in the days. Occasionally, we did see the Selena Franco pickup before. It was a cheesy strategy, but it worked when Valence was playing it. But this time, no Franco, no Selena guaranteed because of the Valentina pickup. But let's take a look at what kind of tanky heroes is he going to be playing. Is Valence going to bring in the Kufra? Is Kufra advisable in this situation right now?
I think Kufra is still a pretty safe choice. Valence is pretty cracked with the Kufra. Otherwise, Team Secret might also want to prioritize on his Cho. Cho, not so effective in the games we saw yesterday, but Valence was well known for Cho when he used to play as the roamer for Orange Esports, and it's a great counter towards the Claude, which is one of the reasons why Franco was banned out in the first place. But if they don't want to focus on Valence more, there's a chance they might go for the gold lane instead and ban out maybe the Brody. Ooh, okay. The Kaja makes a lot of sense there.
Kaja completely ignored in the first phase drafts as well. For it to actually make it this far off, it is going to be a very, very interesting test. However, I like you brought up the Cho as well. Very, very good ways to deal with the Cloud. Very, very good ways to deal with the Farsa. On top of it all, Grok also a hero that is completely ignored from the side of SMG. But now, considering that Team Secret is going to have first phase picks on this second phase, it feels like they should respect Neo a little bit by denying the Benedetta pickup. But at the same time, do they ban it here? Because so far, Smooth also wants to play around it. But at the same time, they've already pretty much picked up Arlot. Doesn't necessarily need it. But seems like Yujong is going to be a bigger threat compared to the Benedetta. So, Team Secret, I guess it is time now for them to actually pick off Neo's hero. Most likely going to be the Benedetta. Might be wrong here. But in terms of the roaming position, it feels like either or needs to pick a Grok here.
I do like the Benedetta shout here for Neo. Otherwise, Lapu Lapu is still an option, but has been dropping a little bit in terms of popularity. Other than that, Team Secret are still going to be looking for their roam hero. And right now, AIM's hero pool has definitely been focused down on quite a bit. I agree with the Grok. I think it's a pretty safe choice for Team Secret right now. Can cancel out the Feathered Airstrike if it's stolen. But oh, alright. They're going to go with the Lapu Lapu for now.
Well, good shout there. They are going to be keeping AIM's hero pool a little bit up in the air as well for Team Secret. Is this going to be a dual mage composition, or is he going to be playing the traditional front-to-front tank? But based on what we're seeing right now, Team Secret, they've got Lapu Lapu, they've got Martis, very, very strong frontliners. But if Team SMG decides to go for a triple tank composition, it is going to be posing a threat towards AIM's composition as well. So do they mirror it or not is going to be a completely different question. However, we haven't seen AIM play Atlas for a number of times. Yesterday as well, during his matchup against Red, his Atlas was banned multiple times, regardless of him playing or his predecessor. But as of yet, Team SMG, final 2 picks here is going to be the Natalia as well as the Harif on the goal lane. I can understand the Harif, but Natalia, we've seen Valens play this during Season 10, during the regular seasons, and it worked out perfect. But it seems like, wait a minute, is this a potential Natalia jungle?
I don't really think... No, I don't think so. This is definitely
Natalia. It should be a Fredrin jungle, right?
Yeah, this is Natalia roam, which is exciting. Valens, very aggressive roamer. I think he'll have fun with this. I don't think we've seen Sasa play Hardif in quite a while too, so that'll be really exciting to watch out for.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to see how things are gonna go because, well, of course, the Kufra response is gonna be picked up coming in from Team Secret, as AIM will be playing it for Team Secret. So I'm excited to see how this matchup is gonna work because a Kufra against a Natalia, it is gonna be easy to dodge the Kufra, but extremely hard to kill a Kufra in terms of checking the rushes here coming from Team SMG. So I'm excited to see how things are gonna go. But based on this draft, it feels like Team Secret has a very, very unique way of actually punishing the back lines, and they want to close up this game a little bit quicker. But as of yet, you can see based on the predictions so far, it seems like it is going to favor Team Secret a little bit more in terms of the overall team fight composition, as well as an early pick-off composition where they have this amount of burst to actually punish Team SMG.
Team Secret definitely has the better early game lineup here, and they're gonna try to rely on that to get their snowball because Team SMG does have good scaling, but it's gonna be up to Valens to see what kind of chaos he can create on our very first Natalia pick of Season 11. The Land of Dawn opens up once more to determine who shall be the protagonist of today's story.
Oh boy, for a second I was a little bit worried here. I was expecting a little bit of a Natalia jungle, but at the same time, yes, I'm glad it is going to be a roaming one. However, this is a high and dry roaming Natalia. So he's going to be looking to actually punish the goal lane potentially coming from Team SMG. And so far, doing that is going to help accelerate Sasa's farm a little bit more in order for him to scale quickly. In this case, Team SMG is running on a very, very small ticking clock where they need to close up the game as quickly as they can.
I don't actually necessarily agree with that. I think Team SMG's late game is pretty solid as well. And while helping out Sasa in the goal lane would be good, Harif against Claude is going to be in Harif's favor no matter what. So Valens can actually focus a little bit more on the other sides of the map, steal some jungle camps, prioritize Neo, because we've seen if Neo gets ganked early, he has a hard time scaling.
Now, let's take a little bit of emblems as well. Seems like they do have movement speed builds coming all the way through. Nothing out of the ordinary. They are going to try a little bit more mobility. But Valens so far, it seems like he is going to be trying to set up kills for Team SMG. Whereas Team Secret, they are going to play this a little bit safer. So both sides playing very respectively. I was expecting a little bit more aggression. But as soon as I say this, bottom side, we are going to see a little bit of pressure coming from SMG. But the problem is, can Team Secret do anything about it? Because as of yet, it seems like they just don't have what it takes to actually deal with Valens, because as of yet, he's not shown his hands at all coming from Team SMG.
It's quite interesting as well. You'd expect a bit more aggression from Natalia, but now Team Secret, 3 members in the top lane. Stormy is here to give Smooth a hand. I feel like Team Secret is spending too much time here. They're gonna try and control this to go for the turtle, but Subway is already on top of it. Valens in the area, Bravest Fighter gets taunted out, and Neo, you are way too far, my friend. First blood. Ooh, a nice final slash, canceling out the feathered airstrike, disabling box as well as Smooth is stopped from dashing over to the Barca. Box, he's not able to get the turtle. He loses his life. Subway secures it with the retribution. Aim forced to flicker away as Stormy continuing to chase him down. He still has Decimate, but he won't be able to finish him off.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming from SMG as well. They were able to isolate and defend the fight. However, Neo might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Balance, he is here. He's providing vision. Smooth has come as well. Neo still has his ultimate available. I don't think he has his final slash as well, so won't be able to continue on that.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary, right? Considering how much SMG has pretty much expended the utilities during that turtle fight. Top side was a complete bait coming from Team SMG. Team Secret take a little bit too long, but they were able to find a very, very nice pickoff. And this is the problem that Team Secret is facing right now. They have all the information across the map. The biggest threat is still going to be Valence, because as of yet, as long as Valence doesn't show himself in the pace, everyone from Secret is going to have the risk of potentially getting either one-shotted or completely silenced in that team fight, allowing the full force of SMG to complete one shot, maybe the Cloud or even the Farsa to a certain degree. So as you can see, the lane is going to be the point of our priority here. Team Secret, they want to try and force a fight, but it seems like it is going to be very, very difficult to do so. They are going to try and buy time for Dato to try and scale into this game, and it seems like a fight is about to break down.
We have a lot of members down here. Aim, he gets stopped and not able to dash, but Sasa will get bursted down by the feathered airstrike. Meanwhile, Box, he might be out of position here, gets retried by Subway to slow him down, but he's able to dash back into the safety of his team.
Oh, this is so smart coming from Team Secret. They are forcing reactions to try and protect Dato as much as they can. They want to funnel all those gold all the way down bottom, but this is just giving so much space towards SMG, where SMG is able to capitalize on this. However, bottom side, well, it looks a little bit close, but once again, Valence struggling to find the punish on towards Dato, and this is a big problem for SMG, because if Dato is unpunished for this, he will eventually scale pretty hard. However, top side,
he's trying to engage, but he gets ulted by Aim right here. Feather Airstrike doing a lot of damage from the backline, but they're not able to catch up with the Arlet, who is able to boost away. Subway on top of the turtle. Neo jumps in. Bravest Fighter not able to secure it as Valence gets his first kill of the game, jumping onto Aim in the backline. Neo all alone, 1v4. King Salman trying to provide covering fire as Subway jumps in. Abrasive's Wrath not able to finish Farsa off, but they pick up the Lapu Lapu, attempting to chain the kill right now. Smooth preventing King Salman from recalling.
Oh, really, really smart reaction coming from SMG as well. As soon as Valence was able to scout out both Dato as well as Aim down all the way bottom lane, they knew for a fact that they were grouped up as 4 up top. They were able to get access the situation and take the fight on Team Secret, even though based on the terrain, it should have favored Team Secret, but numbers advantage, SMG just has the lead, and they do have the kill threat pressure as of yet. And as of yet, Valence, he just got his Blade of Half the Seas, and that is something that I think Team Secret needs to worry a little bit more, and you can see he's constantly pressuring Dato once again.
Yeah, this is gonna accelerate the amount of damage that Natalia does, and I'm really liking Valence's discipline so far. Team Secret already forced to do a lane swap. They're gonna be moving Claude up here and allowing Neo to deal with Sasa, most likely somewhat sacrificing the gold lane just to make sure that Claude can scale.
Yeah. As you can see, this is going to be a very, very difficult task as well. It is very clear that Team Secret is going to be making sure that Dato gets his farm to try and funnel his way through. But SMG, they're not going to let this off the slide.
Neo, he's in danger right now. Not able to survive the combined barrage of Subway as well as Sasa in the top lane. Feather Airstrike has been popped. Smooth actually dashing back in, dropping the 10% HP. He survives for now. Look out though, Stormy, he's in the back line. He catches out King Salman. He has Decimate available, but he does miss his abilities, so he's not able to finish him off. Valence, he has his eyes on Dato, but he doesn't have any backup, so he won't be able to follow up on that.
Oh, so unlucky coming from this Team SMG. He looks a little bit disconnected with Valence. It seems like Stormy and Valence can't seem to find a synchronize to actually punish Team Secret. However, they do get a little bit of a consolation prize with Sasa farming up the gold lane. But this next turtle contest is going to be extremely important for Team Secret. They need to force a fight.
Aim gonna kind out Smooth here. He's gonna drop down to 60%. Subway though dropping the turtle real low. Box, he needs to be nearby as the Appraiser's Wrath secures it for Subway. Retry timing going to fail for the Martis.
Well, that is a little bit unfortunate as well. At least Team Secret tried to make a play in that situation. They know for a fact they need to buy time. And SMG, even though they have a very, very huge lead as of yet, currently, they have all the map control to actually punish this, but Team Secret, they're just completely dodging all these fights. And this is something that actually helped them. However, down in the middle lane, seems like they are going to try and focus this.
Final slash, catching out King Salman, balance, finishing it off, not even having to use executes move, still buying a lot of time as Neo and Fox will be forced back aim. He gets taunted by Subway. He's still pretty high HP. Subway misses the Appraiser's Wrath entirely. He's aware of that. Just gonna throw an emote back.
That's a little bit questionable coming from him. However, smart plays coming from SMG. They will not choose to pick a fight unless they punish King Salman. And that's exactly what they were looking for a majority of time. Team Secret, however, now realize that this is a problem. They are gonna try and group up and try and farm up a little bit more. However, while this is happening, Team SMG across the map, they're just punishing his way through, and Neo is forced to recall back. However, bottom side, Valence once again with his pressure.
Valence, he might get caught out here, but he does see aim even in conceal. He's actually gonna try and retarget Zeto, but King Salman coming in means Valence cannot continue. The flicker ult from aim will secure the kill onto Natalia. Subway a bit too late to follow up. He's gonna jump back onto King Salman though, gets the taunt onto the Farsa. Aim charging up. Zeto is here. Appraiser's Wrath going to be cancelled, but not quite. King Salman with a slightest bit of HP as Stormy gets a killing spree onto Box. Another fight is unfolding in the jungle of Team Secret. Stormy, he's in a lot of danger right now. Already used his ultimate, but Smooth buying so much time. Subway jumps back in, gets the last hit onto Jetto, and this Arlet is absolutely unstoppable.
Oh my goodness, what a play coming from SMG as well. And while all this commotion is happening, Valence was able to bait so much reactions coming from Team Secret, buying so much space for Sasa to clear up the tier 2 down in the top side, and also allowing the rest of the teammates to actually invade the back lines to get a punish off towards Box. And this is going to hurt them more because they are going to secure the first Lord from inside Team SMG to continue to extend the lead, which they are already having. And this is kind of a big problem right now for Team Secret because as of yet, it feels like I don't think they can buy enough time for Dato if this keeps on coming for Team SMG.
And this is a huge problem. This is exactly what Team SMG were aiming for from the very beginning, recognizing Team Secret, they want to scale on this Claude, so they go for early map plays, not even necessarily snowballing off kills. As you can see from the item list, right now the gold leaning heavily in favor of Team SMG.
Interesting enough, Dito is so afraid of Valence, he actually opted to go for a Dreadnought's armor instead of the casual steel leggings to actually deal with the burst. And this is smart because this will give him a little bit more survivability, but it is going to put him back in terms of the overall damage output. And SMG, they realize this and they are going to try and jump the gun as of yet. But as of now, they are going to play this safely once again because King Salman is still the biggest threat for now from the side of Team Secret. Whereas SMG, they just got to play this slow, let the Lord do his own thing, and then eventually collapse on Team Secret, which is potentially going to be happening right now.
All of the external towers have been sacrificed. Aim going to charge in, not catch anyone. Final slash pushes two members of Team Secret outside of their tower, and Aim is the first one bursted down. Massive damage by Sasa as Subway just zoning out the rest of the members of Team Secret. The top inhibitor will fall for free.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful catch coming from Smooth as well. Who would have thought he was able to actually find that angle to actually hook two players out? And because of this, Team Secret once again at the back seat. Damage ranking wise, Stormy is going to be topping the charts coming from SMG alongside with Smooth and Subway, whereas Team Secret, they haven't been able to tally the combos coming from King Salman and Aim. And this is starting to be a very, very big problem. But SMG, they are looking pretty good, still having a very, very consistent lead. But the question is, can they close this game quickly enough? Because as of yet, we need Dato to pop off coming from Team Secret. Whereas Team SMG, they just got to do what you got to do. Valence, biggest threat here to actually threaten Dato right now. And he is always on the hunt, which is something that I think is very, very clear on what SMG wants to do to handle this situation.
The AI winning prediction leaning heavily in favor of Team SMG, and honestly, who can blame it right now? Aim gonna be targeted. Sasa willing to drop the Zaman Force to instantly engage. Smooth jumping in, not using Final Slash just yet. He's looking for a better opportunity, and there it is. Neo gonna get secured by Valence. forcing the defensive feathered airstrike. Aim missing everything. Jumping back in. Stormy doing some damage. Forced to flicker away. He's under the tower. Doesn't want to feed killing sprees into Team Secret right now.
Okay, that was a little bit questionable coming from Team Secret. I was expecting things to go way worse than it is already, but losing only Neo means Team Secret has a little bit of a glimmer of hope. But as of yet, SMG, they're looking stronger than ever. They were able to beat Examine Force, but this Lord fight is going to be extremely important for Team Secret. If they don't get this Lord, chances are it is over for Team Secret. Whereas SMG, you can see once again, Balance already in position to threaten Dato's life. Unfortunately, not going to be a contest coming from Team Secret. And this might be it for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is basically the end game already. Team SMG have an easy path to victory as long as they don't make any mistakes. And based on the way they've been playing so far, it's going to be very difficult to force them into an uncomfortable situation. They've been able to effectively identify what Team Secret wants to do with their lineup and play around it entirely. Even now, in the late game, where Team Secret should have the stronger defensive positioning, Team SMG are just not taking the big 5v5s.
Oh my goodness. See, like, if I were in Team Secret's shoes, I feel like Balance is so annoyingly hard to deal with. As long as he doesn't show himself in the map, it was so difficult for Team Secret to actually split off the fights, you know, being potentially one-shotter here. Dato is supposed to be doing his own things, but let's take a quick look at his itemization so far. He has a Winds of Nature and a Golden Snap and a DHS. It's pretty good, but is it good enough to fight the fight? Because as of yet, SMG, they're going to dive one towards them.
Yep, the Lord is crashing in top lane. Team SMG, they're going to be targeting the other two in his final slash from Smooth, going to miss entirely. So Team Secret safe from that for now. But their towers are not. Neo just barely able to clear up the bottom wave, so they'll keep one inhibitor alive. Team SMG, do they want to push the issue here? I would not think so. Their cooldowns are probably low, but they're going to be keeping in. They want to see if they can catch people off. The tower going to be the target once again. Better airstrike. Subway jumps in, gets the taunt onto King Salman. Meanwhile, Smooth doing a lot of damage with Stormy onto the left side. The tower has fallen. Final slash catches out aim. The rest of Team Secret dropping in, but Stormy has jumped too far. Gets the shutdown over to Neo, who jumps forward, gets the stun onto Sasa, and sets it up for King Salman. Team Secret successfully defend.
Huge play coming from aim with the counter engaged to actually punish it. And SMG, they've been known to actually struggle to close up games, and this is actually the opportunity for Team Secret now. Box finally hit his level 15. Dito finally got his corrosion sipe on top of this all. This might be a big problem for SMG if this escalates even longer. They should have been able to close up the game, but the aggression from Team SMG, the patience from Team Secret to go in for the dive, and as of yet, aim feeling a little bit more confident than SMG. Do they want to force a fight? They got the flag, but pay attention to where Valence is as of yet. He is going to try and threaten Neo.
That's a lot of damage, forcing out the bravest fighter from Neo. He'll be fine. He'll get away for now. Finally, Team Secret will drop a tower in their favor. The game's still looking pretty bleak for them, but there is a path back.
Oh, seems like Valence, he's thinking about going for a potential rat strategy, but SMG, they're slowly collapsing in. Team Secret, they're choked, they're stuck, they're gonna get completely wrapped around.
Surrounding them right now. Stormy, he's right on top of him. Box 1v4. No way he's escaping the clutches of Team SMG, and this is a huge problem because that is the jungler on Team Secret down with the Lord spawning once again.
Oh, I like how disciplined Team SMG are. They're like a snake here, completely wrapping around Team Secret's fingers, where they identify very, very important targets and then just execute them. They don't even force the full 5v5, which is interesting because based on the position SMG was, they understand that they could have, but with Lord being a priority here to close out the game, it seems like this is going to be the next Lord from SMG to try and make a third attempt to try and close up this game, whereas Team Secret, it feels like they need aim to pull a big Tyrant's Rage, and it feels like it is going to be very, very difficult considering that they have Immortalities up on SMG now, and this is going to be a big, big problem for Team Secret, while SMG, can they close up this game? Because as of yet, King Salman has only died once from the side of Team Secret. With the Lord pushing in, things are going to get a little bit difficult to do so, but pay attention to Aim's position all the way to the back lines.
Yeah, he's in back right now. Subway looking for the taunt, but he's dropped to 50% HP straight away as Neo is luring the Lord away. Valence, he's on top of the crystal. He wants to buy some time. Final slash canceling out Feathered Airstrike as the Wind of Nature blazing duet combo has been used by Death to force the flicker away as Valence is still on the tower. The Lord is tanking it, allowing for Team SMG to break the crystal down and secure a simple game 1. 1 victory.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming from SMG Valence, understanding that he not just only needs to kill the heroes, he has the damage to threaten the crystal, poking it away and denying Team Secret any chance of making a potential comeback. SMG takes a very, very clean game 1 with this draft. Very interesting indeed, and it actually worked out in their favor. Beautiful stuff.
Clearly the all-star lineup currently in the number 1 position of the MPL MY Season 11 chart, still proving they've got what it takes. While Team Secret, some obvious flaws and weaknesses that need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed quickly.
Yep, and as of yet, SMG, they are going to be very happy about this, but based on their reactions, they are understanding that it is all part of the plan coming in from Team SMG. It's only 1 game. It is going to be a full best-of-3 series. Anything can happen at this stage. But so far, I'm looking forward to see what they think about that match as we jump in towards a mic check with them.
Barat, Katita.
Barat?
Boleh makan. Barat tak boleh makan lah.
Boleh ni. Focus tu under stream mat woi.
Let's go. Makan. Dah flick. Autis tiga bawah. Diorang nak...
Dia tahu saya tak ada purify lah.
Ada lapu sini. Ada lapu. Aku tak lihat. Ada lapu ke? Ada kufra juga okay guys. Ada puk dia. I push bawah. Nis. Lampu bawah.
Ada momen cakap je, Lip.
Momen ada. Sabar. Jangan. Sabar. Ni bawah boleh tak? Lepas ni.
Tower.
I pun tahu.
Dia tu pandai-pandai lah korang ni.
Sah, makanan you.
Very casual comms there from Team SMG. You can tell that they're not even thinking too hard about the game. They are aware of their capabilities and that they've got victory in their grasp. They just gotta make sure they don't make too many mistakes, and still very clean, very good communications that allow for them to work and synergize as a team.
Well, cool, calm, collected is going to be the key coming from SMG, and so far, based on their comms, well, they were messing around, and I like how the teammates was calling out on Subway with that completely whiffed abrasive draft. But nevertheless, he is still a very, very strong team to actually focus on. But as of yet, if you guys are looking for more internet, more speed, and more Gaia, you can always get yourself Hotlink and enjoy yourself 30 GB plus 20 GB bonus high-speed internet for only 35 ringgit a month, only with the Hotlink prepaid Hantas, and you can also enjoy 50 GB and a brand new device for absolutely free if you subscribe to the Hotlink postpaid 60 plan. Pretty good deal, if I must say, if you guys are looking for a new telco plan.
Wow, that does sound really impressive right there. And honestly, if you guys just want to show Hotlink some support as one of our sponsors responsible for making all of this possible, make sure you guys throw a little bit of love over to them right there, as we're going to talk a little bit about what just transpired in Game 1 of the day. Team SMG. Beautiful gameplay, honestly. Knowing that Team Secret is a team that likes to group up, likes to team fight a lot, they go for a draft that can operate very independently.
Yeah, and based off yet, here, I feel like from SMG's side, having this Natalia was the biggest threat from side Team Secret. They just didn't know what they could have done based on their drafts. They finally picked up Natalia to actually deal with it here. The Kufra from AIM was a great counter initiation through. But the biggest problem was that Dito was forced to actually play so defensively a majority of the time before he's even allowed to join in all these fights. And you look at this, he's got 0 kills, even though he's got full max item slot. And who could blame him if you think about it? Because every single time he tries to make a play, there is Valence threatening him. There is Sasa in the front lines that may potentially just one-shot him, even though if he has the Winds of Nature, which is a big problem if you think about it.
Yeah, Team SMG were just playing circles around Team Secret here, and we can really identify that a big weakness of Team Secret right now is that their macro play still isn't quite up to par. They're very dependent on having multiple members around to go for team fights. I like that Valence even went for that Corrosion Scythe. Not a common item you see on Natalia, but towards the late game, he has enough damage. He's just there to be utility, slow people down, set up for the team.
Yep, and as of yet here, based on the damage output here, it is going to be Stormy topping the charts with 57,000 damage total coming from him. But the rich guy is going to be Sasa as well on this Harry. He's been doing a lot of macro decisions across the map, but you have to give credit towards Valens because he was a guy that made so much space for the team where Team SMG was able to just completely invade the jungle and take objectives across the map while Team Secret is just reacting to everything that SMG is doing. And in this case, they pretty much walk into the hands of SMG.
Yeah, reacting. That is a really problematic word nowadays because you need to be the aggressors. You need to be the ones in control. You need to dictate the game. You cannot react and hope that you somehow out-respond your opponents if they're the ones determining what to do first. Team SMG clearly in the driver's seat this game. And honestly, I'm really surprised at how low the highest GPM this game is. That's probably the lowest we've seen here. Typically, for SMG, the less Sasa needs to do, the better they are doing.
It's true. It's all about
Sasa to come in, that's like the final weapon, you know?
True. But of course, let's take a look at who the MVP is coming from Team SMG. It is going to be none other than Subway on his Fredrin with a 208, securing objectives, denying it away from Box time and time again with his beautiful catches.
I just can't believe they let this hero go through once again. I like that there was respect from Team Secret for the smooth Benedetta, which has, by the way, gotten him MVP of the week 2 weeks in a row. But you also got to remember, Subway is cracked on the Fredrin. He is so comfortable. This is exactly the hero he wants to play every game if he has the choice. And the fact that they let it through and didn't have the tools to deal with it just indicates a lack of planning.
Yeah, it was very interesting as well, considering based on the drafts, how Team Secret actually drafted here. They prioritized the Mortis over the Fredrin, which kind of gave a free pass with SMG to utilize this. Because even though there has been nerfs on towards Fredrin itself, pay attention to this. Pay attention to the middle number of the KDA. It's 0 deaths so far. And if you think about it, Fredrin's biggest threat in the current meta is not because of his damage output, it's just how annoyingly tanky he actually is. They nerf his damage, but based on how he's able to soak damage throughout the entire fight, it is still a big problem, which I think a lot of the meta has been very lacking in trying to shut him down. But before that, let's take a look at the heat map here and how he's been rotating around the map. You can see he's heavily focused on making sure that the goal lane are always going to be pressured here, but this is pretty much a 7 to the 10 minute mark where they are constantly trying to invade, set up ganks to potentially sink it off Valence's position.
One thing we have to note about Team SMG, one thing that's unique about them is that Subway, despite playing on tanky junglers, can easily invade and place pressure on the enemy jungle, is not an aggressive player. He goes for objectives, he plays more towards his side of the map, and typically this is not a good thing, but this is balanced out by the rest of the team liking aggression. Valence, Stormy, Smooth, they like to go in, they like to create pressure, they control the map, they leave Subway to do his own thing, something you don't see often on tanky style junglers, but it works for them. And teams are not prepared to handle it.
Yeah, it's so annoyingly hard to do as well. In case you missed out in game number 1, here's a highlight to actually keep you guys up to speed on what exactly happened. Of course, in early engagement as well, they are always able to punish either the XP lane or the junglers coming from Team SMG. And every single time, Subway has been able to win out his retribution battles. And even here as well, he was able to deny Aim's counter engagement to actually punish Sasa, even though they got the kill, but still, there is a little bit of a distraction coming from SMG to always threaten the back lines, which is something that Team SMG is just so wary about. And it's who could blame them if you think about it? Subway is just extremely hard to deal with coming from them.
And you can just tell from these highlights as well why they're hard to deal with. Team SMG are completely outpacing Secret in all of their movements. Look at how many people they have to send to kill one person. And while that's happening, Team SMG is doing something else. When Team SMG engage Team Secret, they are not moving as a team. They're split up. This is not what their lineup is meant to do. They need to be controlling the enemy positioning, but it is Team SMG that are putting them exactly where they need them to be.
Yeah, this was pretty much the only time that SMG kind of overheated and disrespected the Kufra, and this is where Team Secret had a little bit of a glimmer of hope to actually make a comeback. But with this Lord push coming in as well, it seemed like Team Secret were throwing every single thing to actually clear out the Lord. But literally no, Valence was the reason why they actually were able to take down Crystal. Because if you think about it here, if Valence didn't make that play, there was a possibility that Dito would have been able to one-shot everyone in that scenarios. However, all things considered here, all fun and games. If you guys are enjoying some more Mobile Legends, guess what? We have the All-Star event Purify Harmonia, which is currently available now.
Yeah, it's gonna be happening from the 31st of March until the 23rd of April, so still plenty of times for you guys to get started. Make sure you guys complete tasks to collect tech notes so that you can unlock free rewards like the special Rafaela skin Seraphic Selfie, as well as Avatar Border Shine, Atomic Pop, the Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, as well as the Graffiti Be the Superstar for 3 days. This event is now underway, so make sure you guys invite your friends and enjoy the generous event of the All-Star all together.
Yep, and of course now, when it comes to the All-Star matches here, it's all about supporting your favorite team and also getting your secret skill. Oh my, I might have slipped up a little bit too much, but back to the game here. We're not done with the first series. Let's talk a little bit more on how Team Secret can improvise, because we know for a fact they have been in the slumps over the weeks here, but based on this draft, and how game 1 actually happened here, I'm really surprised they actually let the Fredrin through in the first phase rotation, even though they were red side coming from Team Secret.
Yeah, that does worry me a little bit now. I do agree that Team Secret focusing on their own draft may be better at this stage because they do still need to work on their foundations. But I feel like this team is still lacking something kind of fundamental in that while their player skills are fine individually, they're still lacking the synergy of playing together as a team. I'm not seeing the shot calling, I'm not seeing them coordinating together, and it still seems very reactive. Whereas Team SMG obviously are going in with a plan, and all of their movements have a reasoning behind it. Even in the early game where you expect balance, Natalia, high and dry, execute. You think he's gonna go for kills, right? No, he's scouting out the map, providing vision. He's not going overly aggressive because he knows that aim can counter him if he goes for invades. Just look for opportunities.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult here. Not many teams has experience to play around the Natalia, right? We've seen it during the Falcon Esports days during MSC last year. Not many teams still play around the Natalia, but Valence was one of the very few that actually experimented on it and actually worked out during Season 10. However, based on how things are happening here, like you said as well, fundamentals, right? Team Secret is still very lacking in the macro aspect of the game, and who could blame them considering the situation they were put in based on how the games has been played over the weeks. And now with the import players, this is pretty much their second match debut, and it is going to be a very small window, and hopefully they are going to be able to recover. But as things stands, things are going to be very slim for them, chances as well. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the draft here for game number 2, with SMG this time taking red side and Team Secret on the blue side.
Team Secret currently looking for some very valuable, much needed points on the charts. With this being their 6th match in Season 11, things are reaching a breaking point. And if they're not able to claim at least one against Team SMG in this situation, they may find themselves past the point of no return.
Oh boy, yeah, this is very difficult to say. I have to agree what you say as well. Based on this is currently their 6th match that they've played so far in the entire regular season, and if they don't start scoring points now, if not now, then when? Because it is going to be even tougher as the matches and the weeks to come progress for the side of Team Secret. But of course, anything can happen. We got to respect this for now. Even SMG as well. During the comms, Sasa was saying, hey, we got to respect this. We got the focus, and we need to win this a flawless one if they want to maintain their top 2 spots. If you think about it here, top 2 is going to be the objective for SMG.
Team SMG, always a difficult team to play against because they're not the type to underestimate their opponents no matter who they're up against. Even though Team Secret are at the bottom of the rankings right now, that doesn't mean that they're not deserving of a certain degree of wariness. And those types of teams are the most difficult opponents. The ban phase, it has concluded. Arlet is going to be banned out first phase straight away. Glue, the priority for Team Secret.
Oh, interesting enough. I was expecting that maybe Team Secret might have prioritized on Kadita, considering that SMG did first phase ban it in the first game. But Glue, of course, is going to be secured from the side of Neo. SMG will get the Fredrin once again from the side of Subway. Whereas SMG, it seems like they have this opportunity to actually just dictate whatever they want to play. And currently, Fredrin is pretty much a no-brainer for them. They can still go for the potential Fanny, which I highly doubt is going to be the case unless they go for the Kufra, but nope. Seems like it is going to be the Farsa and Fredrin. Valentina completely ignored by SMG this time. And Team Secret has got to be very happy about this.
Yeah, that's quite interesting there. I thought for sure it was going to be a Fredrin Valentina opening, but looks like Stormy is feeling to do a little bit more damage in the early game right now. This opens up Valentina, but looks like Team Secret, they're going to start with the Kadita. This is not necessarily the mage pick. AIM loves his roam Kadita.
Oh boy, this is something that Team Secret does a lot, right? Like, hey, we are going to flex this up here. It might be a mage, but we've seen Team Secret time and time again. You know, we've seen based on historical data on whenever AIM plays in whichever team, he always pockets it as a roaming Kadita. So it's no longer a surprise for Team SMG, especially when they were former teammates, if you think about it.
Well,
but the Benedetta from SMG, okay.
That is the 2 straight weeks in a row. MVP of the week, Smooth Benedetta, locked in straight for Team SMG. Now, Team Secret, they cannot have not seen this coming. When they banned these heroes, when they picked a glue to start off with, it's very obvious this is coming out. I am hoping that they will have some plans to deal with this, because Team SMG now, focusing on things like the Lancelot, means they want to control mobility and map vision.
Yeah, Tank Lancelot has been terrorizing in the other regions so far. We haven't seen too much of it yet. We did catch a glimpse of it during week number 2 as well as week number 1, but aside from that, we haven't seen too much of it being the current meta. It was a very, very difficult hero to actually play in terms of a tank role. So in terms of composition, still very risky to be actually playing compared to the traditional, I would say, Ooga Booga front-to-front compositions, which is, you know what, we've got a Fredrin, Taunt, boom, set up for a wombo combo. But they will respect the Fanny coming from SMG. Team Secret still open things up here for King Salman potentially. I think Valentina pretty much completely ignored from both sides. But Team Secret, they will respect the Natalia.
So these final few bans right here are all focusing around that early game control. Team SMG and Team Secret are both teams that like to make sure they are able to win out the early game and then control that snowball onwards. This is even more important for Team Secret considering the snowball that they need for Claude as well as Kadita even to come online. So banning out the Natalia and the Franco makes a lot of sense. Which means now, what is going to be the pick from the side of Team SMG? They're going to start off with the gold lane, a carry pick in the hands of Sasa.
Huh. I was expecting maybe if they go for the Brody pickup, but seems like they are anticipating maybe Team Secret is going to be potentially playing a tanky composition, right? But if you think about it here, SMG, during the mic check, they did mention about potentially banning the Barats during the early phase of the draft. So maybe they are anticipating potential Barats pickup coming from Team Secret.
Ooh.
It might be the case since Box has played a lot of Barats during his days with SMG as well. So I would have been surprised, but no, they bring you the Paquito. I love this. I did talk about this in yesterday's game with Gideon. I've been anticipating a potential Paquito jungle for a while now after the recent buff here, minor batch coming in.
Yeah, this is one of the old box signature picks right now. Is a good balance between tank as well as assassin to provide a little bit more damage and playmaking capabilities. And this is also going to be the debut of Lilia here in Season 11, most likely going to the hands of King Salman. This will definitely provide Team Secret with a stronger early game. It is almost impossible to invade and gain mid lane control against Lilia.
Yep, this is going to be a problem coming from Team SMG. So we are going to be expecting multiple Purifies coming in from the side of the SMG to deal with the one-shot Petrify coming in from AIM. So this is going to give them a little bit more mobility advantage from the side of Team Secret. But I'm really liking the Ruby here. The Ruby can sort of disrupt the combos coming from the glue. It can sort of disrupt the combos coming from Paquito as well. I like the adaptations coming from SMG, but execution-wise, can Team Secret deliver it? We did see the Kadita coming from AIM, and it looks really, really good. But before that, let us take a look at the predictions so far. It seems like the predictions are going to be favoring onto its SMG side a little more with 56% on both the early and the ultra late game department, but Team Secret wins on the utility department. So I feel like it is still pretty 50-50s, but of course SMG has a very, very well-rounded draft. So I'm looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go.
Challenging them on their home turf, which is Team Fights. Team SMG sporting a very powerful 5-man lineup, but a lot of utility options on Team Secret may be the answer they are looking for to finally take down the Season 11 Titans. The Land of Dawn shall bear witness to this spectacle of a match, and we will find out whether or not Secret will claim some points that they desperately need.
Oh boy. If not now, then when? That's going to be the question for Team Secret, because as of yet, they've been on the hush hush for quite a number of time, and bottom lane, Neo. Okay.
Right away.
Not what I was expecting, but it seems like SMG, they are going to focus on the side lanes a
Oh
little
my
bit more.
goodness, the flicker from Stormy to secure first blood straight away. They're focusing on the Smooth's lane, and this is bad. This is the Smooth Benedetta, the terror of the
No
depths.
way.
He goes to the Petrify, picks up another kill, and gets out scot-free.
Okay, SMG. I wasn't expecting that at all. And turns out I was expecting them to actually focus on mid lane, you know, have the traditional opening here, having the mid lane down match here. But a potential gang with Stormy all the way to XP lane completely threw off both Neo as well as AIM off guard. That's going to give a very, very huge lead for the XP laner as of yet.
Lots of pressure from Team SMG right now. Instantly a gank by Subway onto top lane as well. Even though, by the timing dictates, he should be leaning towards the bottom with the turtle spawning up. Team SMG definitely outplaying Team Secret straight away, and the early game positioning that Secret should have had at levels 1 and 2 instantly decimated.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Smooth got his Electo final blow pretty early as well. Neo was pretty much lost an entire creep wave down bottom, means he is at least one creep wave down below for Smooth. And this first turtle pretty much going in the hands of SMG, because if Team Secret tries to contest this, he's been done for.
Meanwhile, we can see Box, he did attempt to engage onto Valence, not quite able to finish off the Ruby here, so Subway will be able to pull the turtle over. Box, he's still in the area. They're gonna find out AIM, Petrify going on to Subway. Electro final blow comes out. Neo secures the turtle, finds Subway as well. Smooth jumping back in, though, gets the revenge kill onto Box as he's forced to retreat now, a bit too low on HP.
Oh my goodness, that shouldn't have been a play from the side of Team Secret, but with that stolen turtle giving them that additional turtle shield to actually extend the fight, gave them a little bit of a room here from the side of Team Secret. But for how long can they do it here? Because as of yet, in the macro aspect of the game, Team SMG is still leading in terms of economy as well as a level power spike. So this is going to be a big problem for Team Secret, because they need to play around AIM with the rough waves, and currently he doesn't have the Petrify for that big one-shot, especially when Stormy, as long as Stormy is alive, this Farsa is going to be a big threat from the side of Team SMG.
Yeah, Stormy is going to be a big danger for Team Secret. As now Valence, he's gonna scout out AIM, make sure that Sasa isn't in danger. AIM gonna miss his combo, gets the rough waves. Valence with the flicker hook onto Detto! Into the tower, Battle Mirror Image gets him out to safety, but not the same for AIM, who gets caught out with the Appraiser's Wrath as King Salman is taunted, not able to pop the black shoes.
When you think it was a perfect easy kill, but it was all according to Valence's plan. A perfect trap to bait them in the corner to hook them under tower. Team SMG playing out of their mind. The Team Secret completely fell for that trap. What a game coming in from Team SMG. However, with all things considered here, AIM currently with 2 deaths so far. He does have the Petrify again, as well as a rough phase for this upcoming fight. And the question here is, can they catch Stormy from the side of Team Secret? And so far, he hasn't been able to do that. And this is a big problem for Secret. Whereas SMG, all they gotta do is just have Valence just annoy the heck out of AIM, and which he is currently doing that right now.
The Ruby pick is an excellent choice to control the momentum coming out from the Kadita, because it's very difficult to burst him down. Meanwhile, down here, a 1v2, Neo will be fine. Team SMG doesn't want to invest fully onto this just yet. Predator Strike actually used kind of early in the mid lane to clear it out, as Team SMG wants to go for the turtle. Neo getting a 2-man stun, Gonna stun them, force them back. Rough Waves gonna find balance here. They will be able to finish him off. The kill going to King Salman. Here comes Smooth, cutting off the backline with the Elko final blow. Now targeting for AIM, who's able to dash away with the Ocean Oddity. Double kill for King Salman as he catches out onto the Fredrin in the backline. Now Smooth, he wants to target this Lilia. He's gonna get cancelled out, knocked up by AIM. 1v3, can Smooth turn this around? No, he will not. King Salman with the killing spree.
Oh, what a turn of events coming from Team Secret. I thought they might have blundered that play, but Team SMG, they completely disrespected the Team Secret's composition. They weren't expecting King Salman to chip away at all their healths. Wow, this is actually happening here. And of course, beautiful stuff coming from Team Secret as well. They were able to identify that Stormy didn't have the Feather X-Ray in that upcoming fight. Forced the fight and was able to come on top of it. Ooh. And now once again, making the attempt on Stormy's life. He doesn't have the Purify, but he does have the Flicker, and he's just baiting things out. But the trap comes in.
Here comes the stun onto Valence. King Salman forced to use Black Shoes really early on, allowing both the Lilia and the Kadita to walk away for now. Stormy doing a good job of buying a lot of time there. They're not quite able to get the revenge kill, though.
Well, it seems like the baits are coming a little bit better now coming from Team SMG, but Team Secret is able to respond accordingly now. And currently, King Salman is a problem for Team SMG, right? Arguably, you can try and focus him down, but with the Purify on top of him and the Black Shoes, it is going to be very difficult to actually take him off. And SMG, they finally identified the situation that they are in. But right now, can they continue to extend the lead? Because AIM, oh my goodness!
Smooth! Beautifully played! I don't even know what happened. AIM went in with the Petrify to start the fight, but it is Smooth that turns it around and gets the 1v1. Now Subway gonna be zoning out King Salman. They get the mid-tier 1. Blazing Duet jumping in, get caught out with the I'm Offended, so Detto cannot continue. Neo trying to jump onto anyone, not able to find him, though. They are able to buy time for Box to secure top tier 1.
Yo, let's take a little bit of a moment to breathe there. How the heck did Smooth get a solo kill and time the eye for an eye? Because as of yet, he's gonna try to make a same play.
Jumping in, looking for Detto. Electro Final Blow will be used defensively to get away from Neo, who has already popped his sprint. He wants to kill onto this Benedetta, but Smooth, he's just playing around with him, gets away. Meanwhile, Valence, he gets knocked off. Rough Waves, dropping him real low. I'm Offended. Flicker backwards to get away from Box, who gets taken out with the killing spree.
Oh my goodness, Valence, what an absolute monster! Now, SMG finding that space to contest the total, and Team Secret cannot do anything about it. But let's pay attention to Smooth right now. He's got some really flashy moves as of yet, and everyone from Team SMG has that capabilities. And currently, Team Secret, they need to find a way to actually stop them, and this purple buff is gonna get stolen from the side of Team SMG. Nothing they can actually do about this, especially when Box is on the other side of the map. But again, Smooth
in danger. Eye for an eye, though, beautifully timed with the Electro Final Blow to get away. Team SMG right now, their spacing is top tier against Team Secret. Now 1v4, Neo trying to defend the top tier 2. Unfortunately, I'm Offended going to miss on Valence, so they're not able to get the kill, but they will break down the tower.
Yep. And as of yet, AIM, he doesn't have the Rough Waves yet, but it seems like AIM is really struggling to actually try and get a one-shot combo, and everyone from SMG is able to respond accordingly. But as the game slowly progresses even longer, it feels like they just don't have the damage coming from Team Secret. Eventually, AIM's damage is going to fall off a little bit more unless they start racking up some sort of kills, because once those Divine Glaives coming from AIM, SMG is going to feel a little bit more threatened here. So that is going to be something that I think Team Secret is going to try and play around with. However, he is alone on the bottom side. He might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, but here comes Valence, forcing the stun, forcing the Rough Waves. Electro Final Blow. So many cooldowns here. I'm Offended onto AIM as well, just to give the kill over. And Valence is the one to secure it. Team SMG picks up another.
Yep, that is another one as well, but because as of yet, little did they know, Dato has been left uncontested coming from Team Secret, and SMG, they are going to look to try and jeopardize this as of yet, but we haven't seen that big blazing duet wombo combo coming from Team Secret, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem because as of yet, Neo's gold ranking isn't able to match up against Sasa, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem as of now. He's not too far behind, but it is going to be a little bit of a problem if he doesn't scale in time, especially when this first lot contest is going to be up for grabs coming from SMG, and you can see they are already making their way up top.
Team SMG obviously have a much lower gold lead compared to game number 1, but they're already super confident here, even allowing Sasa to invade and steal away the orange buff. Valens getting the I'm offended onto Neo, feathered airstrike, Sasa pops him down straight away. There is no survivability on this glue at all. Valens is gonna scout out 1v3, so he will eventually get bursted down by King Salman. Electro final blow going in smooth, 1v2, aim picked off as a petrify onto 2 members will force them back. King Salman though, he gets the shutdown in return onto Stormy. That's a double kill. They forced to zone him out. King Salman doing an excellent job right now as Deto gets the revenge onto Sasa. Smooth eventually with the shutdown onto the Lilia into the back lane, but a beautiful trade here.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming in from the side of Team Secret, but you can see his move. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but as of yet, what more can you ask coming from Team Secret? Because Dato is finally come out online, and SMG, they might be a little bit of a problem here because as of yet, they weren't expecting King Salman to actually buy so much time, and now with the stolen purple buff, this is going to give Team Secret the space that they need to actually bounce back, and this is exactly what they want coming from Team Secret. They need Dato to pop off, and currently, he's able to match up in terms of economy against Sasa, and this is going to be a problem because as of now, pay attention to items. He's got the Winds of Nature, he's got the DHS as well as the Golden Staff, but once he has his Corrosion Scythe, this is where things get a little bit interesting because previously, the Harif doesn't work against the Winds of Nature. This time, it doesn't really matter. The Winds of Nature works against the carry.
I'm offended onto Neo, gets taunted by Subway into the Feather Airstrike. Beautiful layering of CC. Black Shoe is already used by King Salman to escape the Appraiser's wrath. And mid-tier 2 falls. Electro final blow by Smooth. He knows King Salman doesn't have ult, but he's not able to finish him off. Balance with the conceal. Looking for an engage again. No ult though. So right now, Team Secret, they're gonna go for the defensive.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming from SMG as well. They identify that Neo is an easy target for them to actually punish. They've got so much CCs with the Fredrin as well as the Ruby to set things up. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they have to rely on King Salman. So the focus here is the zone of King Salman as well as try to kill Neo as quickly as they can, as SMG does have what it takes to shut it down. But based on this damage ranking here, Smooth, 40k with his Electro Finables and his setups to actually clear out the entire lane. And this is actually very, very good for the side Team SMG.
This Lilia pick might honestly be a really good counter pick for Team SMG's style of play, who likes to go in and out of the fights. And if they're not able to deal with the minefield that's being set up by King Salman, they get bursted down very easily here. Oh, Neo. Subway, he's got his eyes on the glue once again, forcing the split. Gets the taunt. Here comes Smooth. Valens cutting on the back line. They're looking for King Salman if they can. Neo jumps back in. Concealed play from Team SMG in the back. Electro final blow tries to catch out Deto. Not able to find him though. Blazing Duet not quite doing enough damage as Neo will finally get taken down. A huge team fight breaks out as Aim is taken. Double kill. Not able to get his combo. Triple kill. Going to Sasa. Smooth chasing down King Salman. No more black shoes for you, my friend. Stormy gets the kill onto the Lilia. And now Deto is the only survivor. Smooth, he still has Petrify. The Claude, you don't want to get close here, but Team SMG 5-man push. They're going straight in. Electro final blow. Not able to cut him off, but the crystal is wide open and exposed. Smooth, he doesn't even mind dying here, and he won't because he'll buy the time needed for Team SMG to get the clue 2-0 clean sweep.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming in from SMG. Great coordination, great saves coming from Valens to save Stormy's life multiple times. What a way to close out the game here. Very, very convincing 2-0 from the S-tier team here in MPL MY Season 11. SMG maintains their title as the top dogs in this entire tournament so far. Undisputed match against Team Secret.
The win streak from this All-Stars lineup continues here in Season 11. Is there anyone with enough momentum to stop them? As right now their points soaring to the top of the leaderboard. Team Secret, a good effort, but there's still a lot more work to do to be able to catch up with the competition that has gone completely overboard in this season. Let's find out the interview with Team SMG with our host.
And the SMG win streak continues! Oh my goodness, that was another 2-0 for you guys. Okay, so Stormy, we know that you've been playing Valentina a lot this season. And then the second game, Valentina kena ban. So like, you had to pick Farsa.
Yeah.
Tapi that Farsa, you kind of like, there was a point where you were at a corner and then you were trying to bait them and they took the bait and you flicked out.
Yeah.
Is your IQ on like another level today?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe. Happy that another 2-0.
I think it's a bit tough this week because it's Ramadan. So we try to play slow.
How are you guys coping with Ramadan? Sekarang semua orang tengah puasa. Most of you guys are fasting. So like, how are you guys coping with it, especially in game? Nak jerit pun macam hausnya.
It's sebab kita orang mostly simpan energy. Like we don't shout at all. Like just play like very cool.
Santai je.
Yeah.
Santai.
Very santai.
Very santai. Okay, I want to ask Sasa. Sasa, usually you are known to play marksman role in the gold lane. Just now, in the first match, we saw Harith came out. What was that about? Yeah, why Harith just now in the gold lane?
Because I want to play Harith lah. Then my coach listen to me.
Oh wow! Oh okay, so he cakap nak main, coach. Okay, just take it. Just take it and win. Macam tu. Okay guys, MVP of the match. Korang rasa siapa? Nak dengar dulu. Tak tahu. Okay, ready ah? 3, 2, 1. Smooth once again! Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh. Wow, smooth. Tadi first game tak dapat Bennett, second game dapat Bennett, auto MVP. Apa ni?
Luck ah, rasa luck ah.
Banyak sangat lucknya. Nak sikit please.
Tips.
No, nak sikit luck.
Oh.
Setiap kali dah MVP. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good, so good. Okay guys, so I want to ask Coach Haru one last question. We saw a Natalia just now, which is the first Natalia in MPL Malaysia Season 11. Coach, why?
Because I think that's a good time to pick Natal.
So that was a debut of Natalia. Will we be seeing more Nata from the side of SMG?
Hopefully soon.
Okay, I like that. Are you guys ready for the lucky fan interaction? Hazim? Okay, come. You fan SMG. You duduk sebelah sini. Alright. Hello.
Hello.
Nak tanya apa-apa ke nak bagi sokongan?
Sokongan.
Oh, nak sokongan dekat SMG. Okay.
Tahniah untuk tim SMG hari ni. Teruskan membantai semua-semua tim lah. Kasih sapu rata.
Woi, sapu rata. Sapu rata. Alright, thank you. So I'm gonna move to the side bagi dorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Okay guys, if you guys want to be one of the lucky audience untuk naik pentas MPL Malaysia, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang dipilih untuk naik pentas, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you and thank you to Team SMG. A little bit of a cheer guys. Congratulations for another win. Dah. Nak lagi ke? Oh, okay. Sorry guys. Coach Haru nak cakap something. Tadi
terima kasih kepada semua penonton yang datang setiap minggu, terutama kepada dua-dua tim yang datang ke venue ataupun tengok daripada online. Kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak dan teruskan sokong kami, dan last sekali terima kasih Maxis.
Okay. So guys, kita start day with another 2-0. Jom kita tengok mic check dorang. I nak tengok kalau betul ke Stormy cakap dorang tak jerit, dorang save energy. Mic check, take it away.
Oi, RSG sampai cuk.
Dia takut cloud you asal.
Apa?
Dia takut
you main Farsa goal lah. Tak nak.
Penny
Kita tekan je
Sekejap, try tengok ada.
Kita miss. Kadita camp you Jaga river dia boleh dengan pakai.
You buka
Kadita Kadita dah 1-2. Nice di
atas. Kadita tak ada petri tau.
Glue tak ada ulti.
Ni turtle ni.
Boleh nampak?
Aitan.
Ada skill dia, ada skill. Bunuh.
Boleh tak?
Mati.
Nice. Tengok ai guys.
Boleh. Tengok Val.
Ai dapat.
Aitan.
Dah. Respect.
Mati balik.
Dia tak nak defend kan? Oi. Baik lip. Hit tower, hit tower. Nice. Storm, nice.
Hey Sasa, do you want to play gold lane in Farsa? No, don't want it. Hey, I want to play Harif, coach. Sure, go ahead. That's exactly what Sasa feels right now. It feels so good to see SMG take on the win streak. A very clean 2-0. But interesting enough, once again, in the second game, based on their mic check, extremely calm, extremely cool, extremely quiet. It feels like they've got it in the bag. They know exactly what needs to be done to completely destroy Team Secret. And that is exactly what just happened here to open things up in day number 2.
Like they mentioned during the interview, Ramadan is currently ongoing, so obviously there's gonna be a slightly lowered energy levels from all these players, but you wouldn't know that just by looking at their gameplay here. Team SMG securing an excellent victory, and now against Smooth, it is a pick your poison game. Do you ban Ireland? Do you ban Benedetta? What other heroes does Smooth have in his pocket that he's just waiting to bring out?
Exactly, it's just so very difficult to actually play against his composition. Game number 1, they prioritize the Arlet, but the moment they ban off the Arlet, they bring in the Benedetta. And it's interesting enough because not a lot of teams still play the Benedetta on the XP lane, whereas still we have teams still prioritizing Yujong, we have teams prioritizing Lapu Lapu, but so far Smooth has made it work. We know for a fact that Neo was able to replicate it, but didn't exactly have the success he was intended from game 1 as well in yesterday's game. But as of yet, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We do see AIM does have the Clock of Destiny as well as the Divine Glaive, but so far, everyone from side the SMG has found a way to deal with his playstyle. If you think about it, Valence was able to bait him out, Stormy was able to bait him out, and time games, Smooth was actually constantly baiting out to set up for Team SMG. And it feels like SMG, they're playing a completely different aspect of Mobile Legends of a game of baits rather than a head-to-head fight, which is very interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, the itemization here from Team SMG is honestly kind of greedy, I have to say. The fact that they only have Athena shield on Smooth means that if AIM was able to get a little bit more of a lead early, he would have been bursting people left and right. So there was a lot of confidence that Valence would be able to deal with the Kadita, and lo and behold, he did. Another thing that they kind of greeted out on is Radiant Armor only on Subway, which is what allowed King Salman to do so much DPS throughout that entire game. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to clinch the victory.
You know, I agree with what you said, right? They are a little bit greedy, but that's the reason why King Salman was able to get a very pick up, good team fight on the top side, right? To actually extend the Lord fight from the side of Team Secret. However, based on damage out here, that's the reason why King Salman is 47,000 damage as compared to Smooth with 49,000, which is also interesting because logically, this should not be possible coming from Smooth, but he has been able to set up some major big catches on multiple heroes to prolong the fight and drag it out for Team Secret to be out of position, and also allowing Valence to kind of set things up with Subway to chain CC to actually win this fight, which is very unique a draft coming from SMG.
Smooth is absolutely now the master of Benedetta here in MPL MY. The fact that Team SMG are able to win these team fights so handedly is due to Smooth being able to buy so much time, so much attention. You want him to 1v1? He'll do it. You want him to cut off the fight? He'll do that just fine as well. We're seeing proof again. The less Sasa needs to contribute in a game, the better Team SMG are performing.
Now, let's take a little bit of composition prediction here so far from both sides, right? SMG, they definitely have a little bit of an underhand coming from game 1. Game 2, they look a little bit more cleaner now, just because of the fact that game 1, they were playing a composition where they have to rush this. They have to rely on balance to dictate the tempo and actually slow down the game. They want to try and quickly end this up, because if games went the way it was, Dato might have a very big possibility to actually make a comeback. So which kind of makes sense why Team Secret kind of won game 1's composition. But game 2, it was pretty clear Team SMG was just completely shutting down everything that Team Secret threw at them.
We talked about before the game started how the top few teams in the season have a very clear skill difference from the rest of their peers here at MPL MY. Team SMG being one of those top teams, you can instantly tell the big difference. While Team Secret are still figuring out their foundations, Team SMG are playing on their opponent's instincts and taking advantage of it. And MVP of the match, once again, Smooth, really going up in those MVP stocks right here. This man is unstoppable.
Yeah, he is really a force to be reckoned with as well. His wall 1 and 5, he's got an early damage here. He's almost max slotted by the end of the game. For an XP laner, it is impressive considering that they were able to get a very early 2 kills right from the get-go from the XP lane, which allowed them to snowball all the way into this upcoming fight, which I think it's very unique considering that majority of mages has been starting out on the middle lane rather than on the side lanes to set up for ganks. And this gank with both Stormy as well as him to actually open things up to allow Smooth to do smooth things is very interesting coming from SMG, and it worked out in their favor. But in case you missed out in the action, these are going to be the match highlights for you guys on how game 2 went after their gank down bottom, getting this early kill. Right here especially, this gave them so much of an XP lead for Smooth that Neo was actually 2 levels behind, and before the first turtle coming in, I was very surprised that Neo was still able to secure a turtle. But this gave SMG a little bit of lead to try and apply pressure towards Team Secret's draft, which allowed them to continue to snowball even harder.
Team SMG recognized that Team Secret would have early game advantage in level 1 and 2. So they just decided, Stormy, don't play the lane level 1 and 2, get an advantage, go for a kill. Getting that first blood instantly allows him to out-level King Salman, and suddenly they're not losing out in the mid lane anymore, while at the same time giving Smooth that advantage. And then we can see in plays like this, Team SMG perfectly using their own bodies as bait for their opponents, preying on the instincts of Secret to get a kill anywhere they can. And once they know they are in the lead, Team SMG just continue to roll with it.
Yeah, and you can see every single form of SMG, even in this play as well. Team Secret, they had a clear indication where they needed to dive and storm onto Stormy, right? And as soon as they make that play, even with Dato committing the Blazing Duet, as long as Valence is there trying to disrupt them, that was pretty much how they actually won that fight, even though there was a glimmer of a hope for them. But with that being said here, a clean 2-0 from the side of Team SMG immediately skyrockets Team SMG in the current top 1 position, whereas Team Secret will still remain at the bottom.
The standings looking pretty bad for Team Secret right now. Note, look at the match win-losses from all the teams. Team Secret has played the most games out of any team in the season so far, and yet they have failed to win a single one, leaving them at 0 points at the bottom of the charts. And with this being the halfway point of Season 11, Team Secret may be passing a point that they can no longer recover from.
Yeah, it is going to be a very sad sight for them. However, all things considered, it's not over until it's truly over. But as of yet, for the fight for the top is getting closer and closer. Team SMG, they have not lost a single match. But at the same time, Homebois is said to be the same as well, because that is something that these two teams are going to be fighting for alongside with Todak over this upcoming weeks. And so far, it seems to be very close for the top 2 spots.
One thing to note is that Team SMG, despite having a 100% win rate, they have actually dropped 1 game, and that was against Todak in week number 1. So Homebois have a very good chance of catching up if they're able to secure just 1 more 2-0 victory. And speaking of the Homebois, I get the feeling we have a match coming up.
Well, you're not wrong, you know. This is very interesting as well, because Homebois, they were the top 1 in yesterday's games, right? So for them to get a clean 2-0 against RSG, it's going to be a very interesting one, because this is the highlight of the match that everyone is looking forward to here. The match that is going to shake the stage here in MPL MY. And I don't know, because if Homebois takes a 2-0 against RSG, they are here to make a statement. But RSG has also shown signs that they can actually be at the top, especially with Rippo on board. So, I don't know, man. This is annoying.
I get your feelings right now. Homebois this season has shown that they seem to be playing on a completely different level than everyone else. But we still haven't quite seen how they match up against a team with the performance of RSG Slate. So, this is a proving ground to show Is that skill gap between the top 3 teams truly as evident as it appears? We'll find out because we're going on a short break. When we come back, the highlight match of the day, Homebois versus RSG Slate MY. You guys don't want to miss it. We will see all of you guys there.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets, Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer. Official release 02/14.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Sparks shall fly as we now anticipate a match between top contenders here in MPL MY Season 11, and a battle of foreign stars is slated to take place on home soil. Welcome back to the English cast, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Staffa, joined by Icy Baby 124, the match that we've all been waiting for.
Well, haha. A glimpse of what the top teams are capable of in the current standings as of yet here. Homebois going up against RSG Slate MY. Well, this is something that a lot of people are expecting to watch as well, because this is where we catch a glimpse of the best coaches, the best teams, the best players competing against each other. And interesting enough, here is some fun facts for you guys. We have Barbossa from Homebois and also RIPPO representing from RSG Slate MY, who used to play together during their days in Bigetron Alpha during MPL Indonesia Season 8. So there is gonna be a little bit of a, excommunicado situation right here.
Yeah, we already saw what happened when former teammates turned rivals clash in our first match today, which ended up in a clean victory for Team SMG. Now that two more former teammates from teams outside of MPL MY are going to be facing off on the land of Dawn, we don't know what's about to happen. After all, these are two teams that have been performing incredibly well so far in the regular season, but the Homebois are here to prove that they are truly on a different level.
Well, let's summarize it a little bit more, because why? This is going to be a little bit of a clash of the Indonesian side flavor, because They also have two Indonesian roamers coming in from both RNG Slate MY as well as Homebois, with Barbossa going up against Chris Zophobia. So they are said to be the shadow MVPs for the team, but I have a little bit of a teaser for you guys because we are going to be jumping into a video teaser for you guys for more details.
Sudah musim ke-11 MPL Malaysia ditubuhkan. Dan selain perkembangan kemahiran tim-tim dan player dari segi gameplay, ada lagi perkara lain yang harus diperbaiki. Ini adalah peningkatan taraf public speaking dan budaya taunting MPL Malaysia season ke-11.
For them to speak is hard, I know. Because like awal-awal pun sebenarnya saya pun ada juga macam tu.
Tetapi bagaimana boleh improve?
Kena biasakan lah. Macam fans memang banyak. Tapi memang kena biasakan diri untuk menghadap fans semua. Sebab itu memang fans kita orang.
Taunting ke, gameplay ke, kita orang akan bersedia semuanya.
Apakah pendapat tentang budaya taunting di esports?
Sebenarnya time MPL ID season 6 time tu kan main sekejap. So awal-awal diorang memang tak suka. Bila contoh menang nanti diorang ada yang hate comment tu semua, like really so many hate comments lah. Then after one season diorang dari situ like start to give positive comment. Go lah like for our MPL like make it colorful like that.
Ada apa yang hendak disampaikan kepada tim Homebois?
Untuk Homebois kan, lagi-lagi Barbossa lah. Sebab Barbossa kan teammate saya dulu kan sebelum time BTR. Bila kita jumpa, kita try our best lah. Dekat luar memang kita kawan, tapi kita dalam kita lawan. Kita dah janjikan masing-masing. Kalau aku menang, aku taunting korang. Kalau korang menang, korang taunting aku. Give our best. Let's do the best.
Public speaking dan taunting yang lebih profesional. Mari cuba jadikan MPL Malaysia kita lebih colourful. Ini gaya kita. #revolusi.
Dan itu dia match teaser untuk perlawanan kedua kita untuk hari ini. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Guys, ini adalah match kedua kita untuk hari ini. Stadium juara! Are you guys ready? Oh my god, I love the energy. Is it time to invite the two teams on the stage? Alright, and with that, jom kita invite kedua-dua pasukan Homebois dan juga RSG Slate MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Homebois!
Duduk selesa di tangga ke atas liga, masukan tempatan kegemaran ramai ini hadir dengan usual lineup mereka. Kekuatan mereka sememangnya suka untuk dinafikan. Sentiasa menematkan perlawanan dengan 2 berbalas kosong, mereka tidak pernah gagal untuk mengutip 3 mata penuh. Can they do this again today?
RSG Slate MY.
Misi untuk mencari konsistensi dalam rentak dan keputusan permainan, sepertinya RSG Slate MY ada melakukan sedikit perubahan hari ini. Zaid nampaknya diturunkan untuk bermain sebagai jungler mereka. Adakah ini jawapan mereka untuk mendapatkan kemenangan kembali? This match will show it all. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Homebois, kita ada Coach Dale ditemani analis Saiful. Manakala untuk RSG Slate MY, Coach Kuja bersama analis Lydia. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Wenyi dan Haikal. Thank you for your hard work. Okay guys, so kedua-dua pasukan are seated, but I would like to invite Barbossa dan juga Rippo with me up here. Nak pinjam players kejap? Coach, can I borrow your players? Barbossa dengan Rippo. dengar. Can I please borrow Barbossa and RIPPO? Diorang tak dengar. Itu dia kita punya. Oish. Okay, siapa nak start dulu? RIPPO dulu okay. So kita semua tahu korang used to play for the same team in MPL Indonesia musim ke-8. Dan kali ini you guys are gonna go on a head-to-head. RIPPO, nak cakap apa dekat Barbossa?
Jangan. So untuk Barbossa buat yang terbaik aja. Kita tahu kan habis game dengan apa ini.
Oh no. Okay, Barbossa pula nak cakap apa dekat RIPPO?
Siap-siap aja, Bu.
Oh. Alright, thank you. You may head back to your seats. Terima kasih. Ooh, spicy. I like. Okay guys, so korang rasa siapa akan ton lepas game ni? Adakah RIPPO? Adakah Barbossa? Siapa? Let me hear. Okay, and with that, let us head on to our second match of the day. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Can you feel that in the air right there, Terrence? That is electricity. When you feel this kind of atmosphere here in Stadium Juara, you know that we are anticipating a match for the ages.
Bro, I love the taunting up on stage, but you know what I'm feeling? Love is in the air, bro.
Yep.
A little bit of bromance going on between their past former teammates, between both Barbossa as well as RIPPO. But interesting enough, now, this is why I'm saying interesting here, because before the entire regular season actually started as well, we were able to catch a little bit of the coaches' mindset, especially from Dale as well as from Kuja. They had a little bit of discussion on how they were going to be planning out their drafts as well as their compositions. And so far, the coach's focus coming from Dale has been prioritizing 30% of team fight strategy, 30% of objective map control, 15% of player mechanical skills, and 25% of heroes driving composition. And this is the reason why Homebois has been able to get 100% win rate on every single game they have played so far, coming in from the Homebois.
The Homebois have really set themselves apart this season. Known for a team that's always consistent in their regular season gameplay, they have stepped it up a notch, and I think a lot of that can be attributed to the capabilities of Coach Dale. The mindset that he's bringing here to MPL MY is very different from things we've seen from a lot of the other teams. But Kuja, on the opposite side, is also an accomplished voice that can lead his players forward.
Yeah, based on this coach focus as well, he balances it out on all four aspects of 25%. But now, a little bit more insights on what Kuja's thoughts as well before the regular season started. Me and Gideon, we had a little bit of a chat between Kuja before the season even started as well. They were able to share a little bit of their way they think as coaches, and also shared some insights between us and casters before everything began. And guess what Kuja said? He was extremely looking forward on beating Kuja in his game in this draft. And that is not just the stakes between the players, there are weights between the minds of the coaches for this upcoming match. And this is going to be a clash of the top, a sight of how the best players, the best teams, arguably at this stage for MPL MY to be going head to head. And now, what a better way to start things off with both the marksmen of each side.
Yeah, we've got a Nip on the side of the Homebois up against Lolils on the side of RSG Slate MY. Two very accomplished gold laners, but they're known for slightly different things. A Nip, a very solid gold laner, consistent player. He doesn't make the flashiest plays, but he's always there and you can always rely on him. Whereas Lolils tends to be a little more inconsistent, but you know that he loves the flash, he loves the ego challenge, and so this is gonna be an interesting 1v1.
Yep, it's all about execution now. Now, the question is, will Coach Dale be able to bring up something interesting and maintain their 100% win rate? Or has RSG made enough preparations to take them down? Because need I remind you, Kuja is also one of the representatives for the SEA Games for the Malaysia team. So there is a lot of line here. So as we put Malaysia going up against the brains of Philippines to the test in this upcoming match as well. So in this upcoming fight, I'm looking forward to see who takes first pick and who takes second pick. And so far, Coach Dale obviously has a very, very good track record for Homebois, but will RSG be able to upset it? You gotta stick around because this is the game to watch right now, the game for the day, as we jump straight into the draft for game number 1 between RSG Slate MY going up against Homebois.
Remember, Homebois currently second place on the rankings chart. If they are able to win this in a 2-0 sweep, they will instantly take the first position for themselves in a dominating lead. So you can expect that that is going to be a very attractive offer for Coach Dale.
Well. Seems like when it comes to attractive offers, right? So far, we do know for that Fredrin has been very, very popular all the entirety of the day so far in terms of the meta shift. If you're first picking it, it's pretty much a no-brainer. But need I remind you as well that currently in this upcoming patch, there are 2 specific heroes that are pretty much banned off in the current rotation here. One being the Minsitar because of the revamp. Faramis is also banned out of the competitive scene due to some bugs being found in the game itself. So we've seen Warlock kind of deliver her Faramis pay during the earlier weeks. But this upcoming match, I want to see whether or not what else can he play on this Mage kit to actually kind of upset the Prince of Mage coming from RG Slate MY.
And that is a good point. The mid lane matchup going to be a spicy one here. Like you mentioned, Prince of Mages on the side of RG Slate. Izanami has always been the backbone, always been the one you can fall back on to carry the game if things go wrong. Whereas Warlord has been making an incredible splash in terms of his debut here in MPL MY, having an insane KDA at this rate, only having died once in 6 games.
Yep, and at the same time, Glue is going to be the priority coming in from Homebois. Pretty much a very, very safe opening coming from Homebois as well. Still can potentially flex it in towards the roaming position. But interesting enough, before this upcoming patch as well, we had a couple of rumor talks between ourselves here. Dale did mention that Freya has been buffed up a little bit, and he was thinking that Freya is pretty broken in the current patch, which is kind of surprising because we haven't exactly figured out how Freya is currently seated in the current standings. Is it suited to be the jungler? Is it suited to be an XP laner? I don't exactly sure whether or not Homebois are they going to be bringing that to now. But for now, RSG Slate MY, they're going to secure the Forza for Izanami and the Benedetta for Rippo.
Ooh, that's interesting right there. I don't think we've actually seen Rippo playing on the Benedetta yet this season, so I'll be excited to find out how that goes as the Farsa locked in allows Izanami to do some damage, scale up towards the early game, and deny it away from Warlord as well. RSG are a momentum-based team, and so they need to make sure that they have the early game lead against the Homebois.
I like you actually brought up a point as well. I don't think I've ever seen Rippo kind of play the Benedetta, but who I've seen play the Benedetta from RG Slate MY is Zayed. If you think about it, last season when he was playing Red Esports, he was playing a lot of jungle Benedetta. Arguably, it wasn't really meta. It kind of worked for him in the previous season, but now coming in this patch here, I'm not sure if that is going to be the case, whether or not it is going to be happening here so far for the jungle rotations. But Martis being picked up from the side of Homebois, that means that pretty much secures Chibi's position and the Valentina for Warlord. So pretty standard ones coming from Homebois. RG Slate MY, the response is going to be the Melissa with a 23% win rate. Kind of surprising that the Melissa is still going to be a priority, but alright, I was expecting maybe a Beatrix priority coming from RG Slate MY, especially considering the history of Lolios of being flashy.
Yeah, it seems like RSG Slate are definitely leaning towards safer gameplay here. They are aware of the threat that the Homebois face if they're not able to gain an early lead. So it's important that they have a balanced enough draft to deal with whatever Coach Dale is going to throw in their direction. Melissa is definitely something that you do not expect Lolios to prioritize first. But in a game with stakes like this may be the safer option.
Claude is going to be banned off from side RG Slate MY. Brody most likely going to be the next ban coming from RG Slate MY. But knowing Anim, he does play the Beatrix a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the case. However, Homebois, they smell something up. Terisla ban coming from Homebois. Even though they've shown the Benedetta, I guess they don't really want to risk a potential roaming Terizla coming from Grizzlephobia, but I feel like the Croc is still a bigger threat for him, and as well as the Kufra potentially, considering that Homebois right now, they have a lot of high mobility characters which can be messed up pretty good by a potential Kufra coming from RG Slate MY.
Yeah, I think Kufra would be the better shout here because in the first place, Homebois are okay if RSG take Grok since they can just steal away the wild charge, and RSG doesn't want to leave this option up in the air, so they will actually choose to get rid of it for themselves. Now allowing Homebois to make the decision. Do they want to focus onto the tanks? In this case, the Terizla pick may actually be them thinking the same thing you brought up earlier, that this could be a jungle Benedetta, but I'm not really sure about that in the current meta.
Yeah, it could be the case as well. However, Rippo has demonstrated that he is very comfortable on that Lapu, which is a very, very good possibility as well. But Homebois, interesting enough, they're banning off the Diggy, means there are indications that Homebois might be playing an Atlas pickup for Barbossa to try and set things up for a Wabo combo. And in this case, RG Slate MY, they've got to be a little bit careful here, because with no Diggy means they might be forced to play Purifies on the Farsa and maybe even the Melissa to a certain degree, which I don't think that is going to be the case. It might be a shadow ban just for the sake of baiting RG Slate MY in terms of overtaking to the draft. So, but as of yet, 10 seconds left. Coming in towards RG Slate MY. Let's see what is it going to be here, because as of yet, Grizzlephobia, will he show his hands? Are we going to see the Kufra right here, right now? And it seems like it's not going to be the case. They will secure the Lapu for Rippo. Seems like I did call this. It is going to be the Benedetta jungle for Zayed.
That is 100% right there. We know for sure Lapu is Rippo's hero, which means that Zayed going to be playing Benedetta in the jungle for the first time in ages right there. I'm honestly surprised that RG revealed this at this point, because this opens up opportunities for Homebois to go for the counter play. Something like Kufra, something like Hilda would be pretty simple to invade into the jungle at level 1, where Zayed would be the most vulnerable.
Don't get me wrong right here. I feel like I might be overthinking this a little bit, right? Okay? We know Kuja for his history of playing triple tanks on every single lane before, back in the days when he was doing it for another team. I feel like this might be a Lolio's Benedetta. I haven't seen him play for a very, very long time now. I might be overthinking this. I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But if that were to happen, Kuja is really pulling in every single cheese strategy for this pickup. But I might be overthinking, but I guess this is going to be better than jungle. So I assume this final... Okay, wait. Yeah, you're right. I'm overthinking here. Why would I put a Melissa as a support, right? So
that would be way too...
I'm just overthinking. My bad.
But for now, they're going to be looking for their roam in the last position right now. They need something that can somewhat deal with a Hilda with the invasions. Kufra, still not a bad option. Lolita, as you mentioned, something that can be fairly annoying in the early game. Could potentially set up for the rest of the team because they're still looking for CC. Ooh, that's a nice option right there. The Franco locked in, completing the draft for RSG Slate.
Oh, I love this coming from RSG Slate MY. Like, you know, if Hilda's going to be invading the jungle, might as well mirror it up by trying to delay the buff, even though it has been nerfed by going for those iron hooks in towards the purple buff resets. But I'm looking forward to see how they tackle this here. Force them to play a little bit defensively, or will they dictate the tempo? But as of yet, it seems like both teams has pretty much set up very, very clear objectives on how they want to play the drafts. But RG Slate MY with an interesting twist. Benedetta jungle tank coming in from RG Slate MY. And based on the kill pressure coming in, they have very, very high kill pressure in terms of the early stage of the game for teamfight. However, in terms of early to mid-game transition-wise, Homebois will benefit a little bit more in the starting of the game.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting run right here. As we know, late game is RSG game. That is the words of Rippo himself. Going into these weeks of MPL MY Season 11. As we know, early game, Homebois, they're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to want to make plays, scale up, invade with the Hilda. So it's going to be really up to Zayed here on this Benedetta. How well will this hero pick perform when we haven't seen it in so long?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, the kill pressure here from the side of RG Slate MY is partially thanks to the fact that you have this Franco Iron Hook, which arguably every single time land a hook, you either force Purifies. If you don't, there is going to be a Flicker Iron Hook all the way to a potential tier 1, which allows a lot of kill pressure. So this kind of helps RHG Slate MY offsets that early to mid game that they are lacking compared to Homebois. Whereas Homebois, they are going to be expecting Barbossa to be annoying as he is for this roamer to constantly pressure the Benedetta, and arguably one of the strongest one to do so, even though Benedetta doesn't necessarily is the tankiest jungler compared to the rest of the patch as of yet. And I'm looking forward to see how they handle this year, because there's just so much to talk about into this game before we jump right into it as of yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I wonder what kind of build we are seeing from this jungle Benedetta. Will Zayed be tanky? Will he be damaged? We will find out, because this battle of the ages, the clash of the titans, shall now commence within the land of Dawn. Will Homebois maintain their clean win streak?
Well, seems like we start things off with a little bit of harassment here. Barbossa will start doing his things, but he might be in a little bit of an awkward situation right from the get-go.
Zayed gonna be forced to use his retreat though, so that's already a successful invade by Barbossa. He just needs to stay alive here as the hook barely grazing him. Barbossa able to walk out of that one.
Oh, so very unlucky. Crystal Phobia might have been able to extend it. However, look at this, another aggression coming from Homebois.
Really smart from the Homebois right now. Oh, that's a nice reset. Chris Phobia gonna use the flicker hook on his own purple buff so that Chibi cannot steal it away. Barbossa still tanking, frontlining, healing from the push. Homebois not letting up on the pressure. They're gonna push Chris Phobia back. Rippo is here to provide assistance as well. Sabat gets hooked, and GB gets the first blood on Chris Phobia. Zayed gonna get the return kill onto the glue right here as Barbossa pushes them backwards. Izanami getting the kill on the GB. Warlord trading for Zayed. Blood is being spilled here in the jungle.
Oh my goodness, both teams pouring their hearts and soul for the jungle contest, and it seems like it's gonna be a 2-for-2. Zayed will be losing his life alongside with Chibi, so that is not gonna give any advantage to either side of the junglers. And however, in fact, it is gonna slow down their momentum and their leveling for this upcoming first solo fight. So it seems like they might need to consider shifting their focus here, but as you can see, this takes away a lot of focus from the gold laners from both sides. However, Barbossa once again continuing his assault here coming from Homebois, and it is going to be a problem for RHG Slate MY if they decide to actually be affected by this, because as of yet, this is actually allowing Chibi to start things off with the turtle first.
What I do like is that Izanami and Chris Phobia are doing a great job of keeping an eye on Barbossa, but they are losing on turtle pressure for this. They should be able to secure it. Chibi finishing the turtle very quickly as Rippo jumps in. Bravest Fighter on top of Sabat. Better airstrike, not quite finishing him off, forcing the flicker from Rippo into the Electo. Final blows pressured by the EXP lanes, instantly traded for one another, but they get one more. Warlord gonna be finished off by Izanami.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming from RHG Slate MY. They knew they were out of position as well, especially when Serpat dragged as long as he can to try and extend the fight. Fortunately for him, he was able to trade off Repo from the side of Homebois, but at the same time, it seems like they are a little bit disconnected now, because all this confusion and disruption from Homebois, RHG Slate MY is somewhat able to respond accordingly, and this is something that I don't think Homebois realize at all. They're getting read like a book, and with this fraggle play coming from Christopher, it is actually going to help RHG Slate MY kind of dictate the tempo that they want, which is late game pressure, buying time for the gold laner to actually make space, especially for Melissa, who arguably isn't the strongest in the early stage of the game.
But you have to note the fact that Homebois are forcing RHG Slate to Oh, Zayed, he's in danger right now. Forced to use his ultimate to get away as Barbossa nearly gets that kill right now. Homebois, yes, they are giving RHG chances to win out team fights, but they are the ones dictating the tempo. They're controlling where RSG moves on the map.
Yeah, this is scary, right? Considering that Homebois' idea is just make sure that Zayed doesn't have the momentum that he needs to actually find his way through, whereas RHG Slate MY, they're just dodging to buy time equally for the team. And you can see Zayed now, he's going to get a little bit of pressure, but again, Zayed is not having the efficient farm that he needs, whereas compared to Chibi, he's doing really well.
He's going to be under the feather airstrike. Here comes Chibi, cancelling it out. He's looking for Izanami, but he will force the flicker away as Warlord pops his own feathered airstrike. The hook going to miss. A nice sidestep from Warlord, seeing that coming. RSG don't get anything back.
Oh, this is scary. This is scary. Homeboys, they still have the tempo, and Chrisphobia.
Now Chrisphobia gonna be ganked heavily. Subot coming from the side, finishing off the Franco, now zoning out the rest. Rippo jumps in, Electro final blow from side. A nice stun from Rippo, secures the turtle to the hands of Benedetta. Barbossa in a lot of danger. He will be able to walk away, and now Chibi is working on top of them. They're both low.
Oh my god.
On 10 HP, Chibi with the double kill.
Oh, beautiful timings coming from Chibi as well. He waited for the right moment to get the double decimation reset. RSG Slate MY overestimated their max HP threshold. That is gonna hurt them even more. And with that play coming from Homeboys, they are able to bounce back because there's so much commitments coming from RSG Slate MY. The pressure coming from Barbossa is a little bit disgusting to deal with. And currently, Chrisphobia is a level down behind, but as a roamer, he's trying to set the most ideal situation for his team. And currently, he's getting focused down again.
Engaging Warlord, doing a lot of damage. The hook going to miss as Chrisphobia.
Oh no!
That's a short flicker. That's unfortunate, but he is just barely able to walk away. Homeboys not gonna dive too far for that.
Oh, that is kind of worrisome coming from RSG Slate MY, considering that Chrisphobia is going to be the core roamer from the team to try and dictate the tempo. And so far, he has been a little bit lackluster here. But as of yet, you can see Chibi getting a little bit more aggressive coming from Homeboys as they try to pressure the bottom lane. That is going to be tier 1 down bottom, opening up the map space for their team to try and set up for this upcoming turtle fight.
Homeboys are still dictating the momentum, forcing movements from RSG Slate in order to get objectives. And right now, they are 2k net worth ahead of the Homeboys. Warlord, he could be targeted. He steals the Feathered Airstrike. He'll be fine for now.
Yeah, there's just so much aggression that's coming in from Homeboys to a point that RSG Slate MY, we talked about this, well, early to mid, not necessarily their strongest capabilities, and you can see this is exactly why. Barbossa, being a nuisance he is, he might be punished for this.
Yep, he's going 1v3 here. Flicker finally forced out from the Hilda, but he's still alive. Barbossa, 0 deaths this whole game, and then he'll dodge the hook successfully. RSG Slate, look at them, they're all in the mid lane right now. Homeboys, they're farming the map.
Hell, this kind of aggression coming from Homeboys is starting to hit a little bit onto his Homeboys. As you can see, they're just buying time. However, Zayed is a little bit too low here.
Subot, he's on top of him with the split, but he's now surrounded. 1v4, Feathered Airstrike, pop down. No way Subot's getting out of this one. Rippo will secure the kill, but Zayed, he's too low. He can't contest his purple buff. He's already used his ultimate as well. Chibi, he doesn't... I think Zayed actually did retreat that away, so he steals it back in his favor. Loliels. Oh, the flicker forward by Anef finishes him off, but now he's in danger. Zayed comes in, killing spree for Izanami onto the enemy gold lane. Oh, they're still going. Warlord flickers into the tower, gets the shutdown onto Varsa. Chibi tanking tower for Barbossa, but here comes Rippo, bravest fighter, onto the Valentina. Warlord gonna be targeted, but he's able to dash away. The flicker hook going to miss from Chrisphobia, forced to run away from Barbossa, who is now exposed. Rippo jumping on top of him, but no way to catch him.
What a monster game coming from both sides as well. Homeboys just pouring heart and soul into the trade-off. And RSG Slate MY, you have to give props to Zayed, because if you think about it here, he was so low, getting bullied out by the side of Subot, and for him to still secure the purple buff with red HP, still getting a kill up top, getting the force fight against Homeboys and trading kills for the team. And this is actually buying a little bit more saving grace for RSG Slate MY. However, on the flip side, Homeboys, all this aggression coming in is starting to allow Anip to get free reign of farm throughout the entirety of the fight, and this is actually putting him in a huge lead compared to Lolios, who's currently 1k behind, and now with another hook coming from Chrisphobia, which is a little bit difficult to hit here, especially when he needs to hit those crucial ones. And as of yet, the right target to kill here is either going to be Warlord or Anip for RSG Slate MY to kind of equalize that fight. And so far, he hasn't been able to find a single hook yet.
Getting those catches is incredibly difficult for RSG Slate MY because Homeboys have a heavy dive composition. They have heroes that can literally just run down their members, and it's difficult to stop them. And speaking of running down, Zayed, he's gonna get cut off by Subot, but this is a Benedetta, despite all the stuns, still able to dash away, and that's important. Homeboys wanted that kill to secure the Lord.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit difficult as well, considering that now Lord is going to be a priority coming from Homebois. Zai, he doesn't have the purple buff to contest this, but he still has his retribution. RNG Slate MY, they need to force something, but look at behind. Sapat is going to try and zone them out, while RNG Slate MY is trying to 50-50 this.
Looking forward, Bloody Hunt, a nice knockout from the Lord in favor of Homebois now. Christovia is going to be traded away as Izanami gets to shut down onto GB. Anip doing a lot of damage, he gets the kill onto Rippo, chasing down Zion, flickering forward for the double kill, and that's going to be a 2-for-3 trade. Homebois still looking for more. Sapat pops split. He's gonna tank the tower for the rest of his team. Anip will be able to snipe this down easily. Nothing that RSG can do about it for now.
This is what we were talking about, right? Anip is scaling so much here. He's got the Weapon Master. He's got 3, 1, and 2. And for him to just simply drop one Nibiru's Passion, and everyone from RG Slam OI is pretty much scrambling. And as of yet, with the Lord dropping down pretty low, RG Slam OI, they're gonna make a second attempt. It's gonna be risky.
Yep, Sapat trading his HP so that they can get a safe Lord take right here. Beautiful zoning from the side of the Homebois, knowing that RSG, they have to invest too many cooldowns in order to take down Sapat, and they can use that to get free objectives.
Well, they tried their best, but Homebois just a little bit ahead in the farming department. In this case, Chibi currently level 13, 5, 2, and 1, as compared to Zayed, who's 1 level behind. But you have to give props to Zayed here. He's doing a fantastic job, despite the oppressive nature of what Barbossa is doing to him. He's been able to find farm across the map. However, is this too late? Because Lolios hasn't been able to get kill opportunities with Chrisphobia, and now again the hook doesn't connect, and this is gonna hurt RSG Slate MY even further back.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. They're just gonna have to buy time. Zayed has some really strong split pushing capabilities, but he's gonna be stopped here. Barbossa cutting off the lane in the bottom side. Oh, Chrisphobia finally lands, gets the Bloody Hunt onto Sapat, who pops the split. He's tanking the tower. He's out. He's alive. Doesn't even pop his immortality. RSG Slate cannot punish. And now Barbossa, he's just running in. He's ready to die for his team to get a free inhib up top, and they will do so. Concealed play from Chrisphobia. Will he be able to catch up? He's not able to find them. Here comes Zayed. He wants to cut them off. He still has his ultimate. Looking for Anip, jumping in, doing a lot of dashing. Feathered airstrike popped by Warlord, forcing RSG Slate. That hurts! Nearly one-shotting Lolios from miles away.
Oh, that was so close coming from RSG Slate MY. But at the same time, beautiful defense coming from RSG Slate MY. It's not about how many hooks you hit. It's all about that one that matters. In this case, Chrisphobia was able to delay the inhibitor, because losing one inhibitor isn't as bad as losing players on top on the inhibitor. So that's going to buy a little bit more time for RSG Slate MY to buy into this game, because as of yet, look at Lolio's items here. He's got the corrosion staff, he's got the good staff, he's got the DHS, he doesn't have shoes. It seems like he's still very, very far off to catch up against Anip, who currently hits like a mighty truck, if you think about it.
We can see that RSG Slate as well has decided to go for 2 roam boots right here. So dire hit on Izanami as well as the conceal on Chrisphobia. Zayed, he's going to be doing a very important job right now, clearing up waves, defending towers. Right now, RSG splitting into the top lane. Homebois, they're looking for this bot tier 2. They're gonna force the recalls from RSG to try and defend this. They cannot afford to lose another inhibitor.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult here, considering that they are trying to go for this kind of split push pressure coming from RG Slate MY, but Homebois, they're just understanding that's exactly what they're trying to do. Zayed is doing a fantastic job buying time for Lolios, but at the same time, Lolios is pretty much stuck in his base. That's the biggest problem for RG Slate MY. If he's stuck in his base, he can't exactly guide the farm that he needs, while Homebois understands that they need to kill him. In this case, they are going to force
instantly bursted 100 to 0. Barbossa trying to cancel Feathered Airstrike, but is blocked by Lolios' ultimate. Meanwhile, GB looking for Izanami, forces the flicker, but the double kill will be claimed by Warlord with his very own Feathered Airstrike. Zayed now can be the next target, doing a good job of cutting off the wave, but not able to finish it before Homebois chase him off of it. They want to keep their minions alive because the pressure allowed them to take the Luminous Lord.
Oh my goodness, Anip with his snipe has been ridiculously on point here. Chrisphobia He's starting to fall off as a tank right now here. He's currently 2 levels behind Barbossa, and it is going to be very, very worrisome. And now even the purple buff here, Zai is trying his best to actually secure it for his team. He will get it, but there's only so much Zai can do at this stage of the game. And it is going to be very, very difficult to actually make a comeback if they don't find an opportunity to turn the fights. And currently, it all comes down to that one lucky hook to bounce back from RNG, Slate, and MY, whereas Homebois, they're looking to close up the game, and it might actually happen right here, right now.
Luminous Lord pushing up top lane. Sabat and Chibi are in the base already. Feathered Airstrike cancelled instantly with the Mortal Coil. Sabat taking a lot of damage from Loliels. The defense of RNG Slate is strong with this Melissa. They need to play around it. They will chase Homebois out and start working on the Lord. And with no minions in the bottom lane, they'll maintain the life of their bot inhibitor as well.
Oh,
the flicker hook misses completely.
Oh, Chris Phobia, he had an opportunity for the hook, and Izanami getting knocked back as well. Homebois, they realize they're weak. They can't try to extend this aggression.
Ooh, the hook gonna get the bloody hunt onto GB, but it's cancelled by Barbossa. GB just barely gets out. No, Rippo gets the kill in the end, but Anip gets a snipe. Killing spree on the Beatrix 1-for-1.
Oh, an XP for a jungler. I think this is huge for RNG, Slate, and MY, considering the amount of lead that Homebois has as of yet. This is going to buy even more time for them, and this is exactly what they need. But let's take a look at the damage ranking so far. Ane, 4-1-4, 48,000 damage total, and Lolios is finally keeping up with him in terms of damage output. This is where late game, we've talked about this, right? RSG, Slate, and MY's territory, and you can see this is exactly why it's so difficult for Homebois to close out the game as of yet.
Not to mention the fact that they have incredible sieging potential with Melissa and Farsa. We've already seen other teams use these exact 2 heroes to defend the base and extend games despite in losing positions. So even though Homebois have this 5k advantage, this is not a done deal for them yet. They still got to be able to break through.
Yeah, the biggest problem that Homebois have right now is that they're so good in fighting in chaotic fights, but they just don't have a pick-off potential. The only one that can actually isolate the player is pretty much having Sabat on his glue, but that might be taking a little bit too long compared to what RNG, Slate, and MY, a direct hook with Crystophobia. But as of yet, the player hit-to-hit here is going to be the gold laners here. Anip and Lolios doing fantastically well as of yet. And currently, Anip is still in a huge margin lead, but this can be completely different if this game drags on for another 5 to 6 more minutes.
Well, it's gonna be hard to do that. The Lord is spawning in another 10 or so seconds, and Homebois is still maintaining control over their half of the map right here. Chibi, he will spot out Zayed, but he himself isn't gonna be enough damage. At the very least, that provides vision.
This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough, considering that there are lanes shoved in from RNG, Slate, and MY. It's all about buying time, and currently they've bought the time necessary for RNG, Slate, and MY. It all comes down to finding an opportunity to strike. Because as of yet, Homebois, they're not giving in. They've got triple immortalities up, and the Lord, they're dropping pretty fast.
Yeah, Zayed, he's in a really dangerous spot right now. Eye for an eye gets him out, Chris. He gets the hook, but it's not quite enough as GB is dismantling the backline, completely separating all of RSG. Sabat, he's on top of Rippo, gonna be pulled back to the team. Not sure if you want to do that right now. RG Slate, still no casualties on either team yet as the hook misses Barbossa once more. Homebois have full control over the Lord Pit, but Zayed is coming back. He wants to contest this. He has Retribution. Rest of RG Slate still healthy as well. Nibiru's Passion funneling them out. Feathered Airstrike popped out. Rippo going for the flicker stun onto Anip into the backline, but he gets bloody hunted himself. Meanwhile, GB, he's going to be targeted. Anip still alive, dishing out DPS, but he's forced to back off. He's going to be sniping from the backline, looking for it. Barbossa gets Lolios, the snipe going to miss, but Crystophobia going to be taken down. His immortality is broken. Zayed chasing them. Barbossa with the double kill. Warlord with the killing spree. Zayed and Izanami, the only survivors on RSG. And now Homebois, they have the waves. They're looking for the end right now. This is a 4v2 situation. Zayed cutting off the wave. Double Feathered Airstrike coming out as Barbossa cancels Izanami's. GB going in, clearing the wave, tanking the crystals. Anip doing damage. Nibiru's Bastion comes out. GB will be traded.
It's
Anip
over.
gets the double kill, and the crystal is open. Warlord with the mega kill, finishing things off for Homebois as they push straight in and end the game in their favor.
Oh, this is as fierce as it gets here. High-level mechanic plays, high-level executions. coming in from both sides. It was a 50-50 coin flip. RNG Slate MY, they tried their best to drag this game as long as they could with the Benedetta, but it just wasn't enough. Homebois just a little bit too good in finding opportunities. In this case, Barbossa has been threatening every single player from RSG Slate MY from how tanky he actually is. It is scary how he's been playing his Hilda so far, and I'm looking forward to see how he will be continue to deliver here, especially with his former teammates coming in on his opponent here. Like you can see, the size of relief coming from the Homebois' backsides.
I 100% agree with you right there. An excellent performance by the Homebois, instantly demonstrating that there is a gap between them and RSG Slate. It was a well-fought, hard-fought victory for this team right here, but you can bet that they're going to be going into game 2 with momentum to back them up, and RSG Slate gonna have a lot to work on with the drawing board, so let's check out their mic check.
Everyone can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You hear me, brother? Yeah, I hear you loud.
Always keep your energy and let your emotion eat you, okay?
Okay.
Fokus buffnya guys, fokus buffnya terus balik guys. Bisa mati lah, nggak ada skill duel.
Santai.
Nice guys.
Santai.
Dua tukar. Apa, bantai.
Nice! Ngapain, doi? Gue ngapain, bang?
Bantai dip. Nice!
Gue di bawah! Ngapain, bang?
Mati satu ya.
Aku free. Aku mati.
Tadi. Nice, mati.
Nice, Nip. Kasih paham, Nip. Gue goblok! Otak aja.
Santai, Bi. Belum menang, Bi. Santai, relax dulu lagi. Bantai lagi, guys. Mereka masuk, bantai lagi, guys.
Well. A pretty intense game number 1. The taunts are already made during the mic check. Things can get a little bit heated here between the teams, but at the same time, I don't know. Will RNG Slate MY be able to bounce back despite that here? They played it as best as they could. But of course, Homebois was able to find cracks in the defense of RNG Slate MY, and it was able to break through the defense of them.
I think in terms of the draft this game, there was definitely some responsiveness from RSG here. And responsiveness is good, especially if you want to up your game here. So maybe you guys should game like a pro with ROG Phone. You guys know Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. You can get your Savage today with the fastest and most responsive display by climbing through the ranks as fast as possible with the biggest battery of 6,000 milliamps.
Yeah, that's a lot of battery saving life here. For if you want to play throughout the entirety of the day, that's the phone you guys gotta be watching out for. But curiosity piques my interest here. I know for a fact that I brought up Huja, bringing him interesting strategies to deal with Deus' draft, because I feel like as of yet, the final pick Franco coming from Christophobia, it's smart. It's very, very unique, but it is also a very hit or miss, because time and time again here, Christophobia, he tried to go for a lot of hooks, but it was a little bit unsuccessful, and when the team needed him the most, he just couldn't deliver, and I feel like this Franco was extremely risky coming in from RNG Slate MY. But let's take a look at the items real quick as well. Lolios, his close to max items, he was able to do a decent amount of damage, but Ane was just popping off if you think about it.
Anip was just given free space for the entire game. The amount of gold that he earned is representative of that. And you could, even despite the fact that he was doing tons of damage and was fairly safe behind Barbossa, Chibi, and Sapa, he still went for the safer choice, grabbing Immortality, Wind of Nature, and Ha's Claws to make sure that he doesn't feed too much gold if he does get picked off.
You know, what's really interesting about Barbossa's pickup here, he actually is one of the first players to actually prioritize on the Magic Blade. There has been a reworked for the Rose Gold Meteor in this current patch, and he's one of the very few to actually benefit from it. If you think about it here, Hilda provides shield on his passive ability. Rose Gold Meteor is a very cheap battle damage item, which actually helps Hilda increase his damage and provide him the defense you need from a normal traditional damage item. So I like the idea, but for him to constantly threaten his opponents seems to be scary, because if you think about it here, Barbossa has got 38,000 damage in contrast of 139,000 damage taken compared to what RNG Slate MY Zide has to do. But even then, RNG Slate MY, this is a Benedetta we're talking about, right? Super flashy, a lot of escape mobilities, but for Barbossa to do exactly what a Benedetta does, is kind of scary.
It's really terrifying, honestly. We posed the question before the game started, the battle between the Indonesian roamers, Barbossa and Chrisphobia, who would come out on top. In this case, Barbossa was completely dominating the way that RSG Slate moved around the map. Yes, they had good responses to him in the early game. Chrisphobia and Izanami were matching his movements across the map. But at some point, Homebois were able to farm up to the point where Barbossa would never die. And it was very difficult for RSG to commit multiple cooldowns into both him and Sapat.
Yep, and of course now, let's just take a look who the MVP for Game 1 is. It is going to be none other than Barbossa himself. And it's no surprise as well. 2-1-14 as a Hilda, annoying the heck out of RSG Slate MY, threatening every single player from the side of RSG Slate MY, even in the late game, and purchasing this Magic Blade may be a very, very small significant, but it dictates on how much damage you can do as a Hilda, especially when people don't think Hilda is meta.
It's honestly quite a thing as well to see that he has chosen to use Flicker in this game. When you see roam Hildas, Sprint, even EXP, Sprint is the Hilda battle spell. So Barbossa goes for Flicker instead for that extra flexibility, the use of Magic Blade to keep him alive, top him up on shield, provide lifesteal. And we can just see in terms of the heat map, the way that Barbossa was roaming this game, he just lived in the RSG Slate jungle.
Yo, he's the true wilderness of all heroes, man. Barbossa is just living in RG's base. He's just threatening Zion on every single turn here. And even with all this amount of pressure, this is pretty much a standard Hilda play. But you have to give credit to Zion, because despite being oppressed like this from Barbossa, Zion will somehow manage to keep up in terms of economy against Chibi, despite all this aggression coming from Barbossa. And this is what you gotta do if you want to play a really, really good Hilda.
I really do like that RSG Slate were keeping their wits around them, and once they saw Hilda, I think once they planned for the Benedet's jungle, they definitely considered this possibility, but Barbossa definitely outlived expectations here. The early game, RSG, they're prepared for a bit of a skirmish around the purple buff. They were not expecting this.
Yeah, it wasn't just Barbossa that actually kind of joined the party. Chibi was also alongside that, so I feel like RSG Slate, they've tried their best to actually retaliate as much as they can. They were able to respond to Homebois' objective, but eventually it came down to the late game situation where both teams had very, very clear, I would say, strategy, which is pretty much making noise and making space for their gold laners to get free farm across the map. Even here as well, pay attention to the mini-map. Every single time they force a fight, it has always been a 4v4 fight to allow their gold laners to have a very fair matchup. And arguably, I say like, Ani was able to get a lot of benefits against Lolios, because this is pretty much the one time that Lolios was caught in a fight, but Ane was on the other side of the map getting some sort of farm.
Honestly, the positioning of every player on the side of the Homebois is excellent here. The fact that Anip only died one time the entire game when the enemy team has Farsa, Benedetta, Lapu, Homebois being able to consistently zone out. We already talked about Barbossa, but Sapat was doing an excellent job here of just tanking damage and buying time. This is top-class gameplay from both of these teams. This is exactly the type of game we were anticipating with this matchup, and I cannot wait to see more.
Oh boy, you know, I was a little bit curious to see whether or not, hey, my suspicions might be right here. Zion is known for his Benedetta. Yes, I was right on the money, but at the same time, it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to actually make a comeback. But you know what you guys can have right now is that the All-Stars bonus event at All-Star Last Encore is currently available now, and you can select the limited skins you want to redeem it for absolutely free. From the 31st of March all the way to the 30th of April, you can complete event tasks to collect wish skin fragments and redeem yourself one of the skins below: the Gato Kacha Arhat King skin, the Natalia Deadly Mamba skin, Esmeralda Poison Mine skin, the Martis Death Rock skin, the Tarisla Hammer Giant skin, the Alpha Crimson Warrior skin, and the Harif Fashion Expert skin. That's a lot of skins, by the way, and I've got a pretty decent amount of breath to continue on. But of course, the All-Star events are coming in full swing. Log into the game and enjoy exciting events with all your friends. You can hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Stars, and hashtag Be the Superstar to show off all your sexy skins during this event.
But talking about being the superstar right now, all eyes are on Homebois. They already secured a clean victory. If they're able to get one more, instantly they jump to the top of the roster. But ooh, a player swap as Iris is going to be coming back in to reprise his position on the RSG Slate roster, replacing Rippo for Game 2.
This is interesting, considering that how Rippo was trying his best to actually play this game. For them to switch things up mid-game? What's going on here? I was expecting that maybe they might have, you know, swapped Chrysophobia or something, but alright, you know. Maybe it might be to deal with the morale internal-wise here, because we've known Rippo to be a little bit, you know, aggressive during comms, but I didn't expect this to happen. But you know, we don't know yet. We might be able to speculate this. I'm just speculating as of yet. But now this is gonna be the draft recap coming from both sides. As you can see, based on the hero pools here, I think overall damage output-wise, they're doing pretty decent. But Barbossa was able to threaten everyone, and Chrysophobia wasn't able to do what he needs to do if you think about it.
Yeah, the Homebois have a really strong dive comp here with Martis, with Hilda, with Glue. It's very easy for damage to be done from the backline, but it's not as if RSG Slate didn't have a solid amount of team fighting prowess themselves. Their damage is solid. They have good ways of jumping into the backline and picking off players like a Nib. It just speaks to the volumes that Barbossa and Sapat were performing this game to completely zone them out every single time. And if Zayed or Rippo wanted to jump in to get a pick off, they would have to do it alone.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult to do so, but let's see how RSG Slate MY is going to be able to do this here. But Daddy in the house going to be supporting Homebois here to get the clean 2-0. And so far, Homebois is one game away from getting the absolute clean win streak so far from our side of Homebois. Whereas RSG Slate MY, they've got to bounce back if they got to do, because as of yet, we're heading into this game number 2 for the draft to see the brains behind the team compete in this chess match.
Keep your hands and legs in the vehicle at all times, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about to be in for a wild ride. RSG Slate MY now have first pick. Homebois on the red side, gonna have some counter options. Iris is a very interesting choice to introduce here. He is also traditionally a very aggressive EXP laner, similar to Rippo, so I'm excited to see what he'll contribute.
Well, before we talk about a little bit more Iris here, I like how RSG Slate MY is respecting the Hilda. Their first phase banning here, respecting that Barbossa is going to bring it to the table. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more of Iris hero pool, right? He's been known for his Paquito. He's known for his Ruby. Paquito makes a little bit more sense considering that now in the patch, there has been a little bit of buffs to his Paquito, but not many people are still respecting of how strong and where he fits in the role in the current meta. That's one. Two, Iris plays a Ruby, which stacks up pretty well if they were to prioritize a Frederick composition, which unfortunately is denied by Homebois. Okay.
But how about the concept of something like an EXP lane Grok, for example, right? We know Iris is capable of playing these types of heroes, and the reason why they swap him out for Rippo is because that could be the difference right now, because Rippo likes aggressive heroes. He doesn't really tank in the lane, so maybe that's what RSG are bringing in Iris to do right now by taking away the glue.
Well, it's done. It's done. Well, we were speculating on what Iris is going to be playing here. Pretty sure he's going to be playing the glue. I don't think Chrysophobia is going to be playing that, but you can see the taunts are coming in from the Homebois fans already. But now, let's take a look at what Homebois is going to be prioritizing here. Chibi, his Martis has been really on point, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Martis again. Valentina also going to be a comfort pick coming from Homebois as well if they were to mirror it from game number 1. So I think that is pretty much a safe pickup coming from Homebois. But they are still discussing on what Barbossa is going to be playing. If you think about here, no Hilda this time. Is he going to bring the Kufra? But oh, okay. I guess I was wrong. Melissa is going to be the priority coming from Homebois.
That's interesting right there. Well, we do know that Anip is quite comfortable on the Melissa, so Homebois is going to prioritize that, take it away from Lolils, but I wonder if this might be showing their hand a little bit early. Would not be difficult for Lolils to pick up something like the Harif right now and just do some damage in lane.
Yeah, you can see the fans coming in a little bit crazy, a little bit there, but they are giving the support for RSG Slate MY, right? But I like that you actually brought up the Harif here. question here is, will Lolios be bringing the Harif to go up against the Melissa? It is one of the very few that actually deals really well against this marksman department. So I guess it might be the case for them if they're looking for... Oh, wow. Whoa, whoa. Wait. Whoa. Okay. All right, let's go.
Gonna be the Harif lock-in straight away. We already mentioned this good matchup into the Melissa lane, as well as the Eve locked in for Izanami. So instantly, a lot of team fight control for RSG, but they have a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, that is indeed a lot of damage here because, like you said as well, triple magic damage coming from RSG. And why? Homeboys, less one problem, right? Radiant Armor, Athena Shield, done. Most of the damage output pretty much gets negated here. So the bounce back coming from RSG Slate and MY is going to be physical damage. And currently in the jungler, there are not a lot of strong physical damage heroes. They need a tank coming from RSG Slate and MY. So I am expecting potentially maybe an assassin hero coming in from Zai, maybe the Hayabusa or Lancelot, which is something that he's known for back in the days, right? So this is going to put RSG Slate MY in a position where they have to play double tank compositions to go up against Homeboys. But we do see the Kufra ban coming from RSG Slate MY. It is going to test Barbossa a little bit more. These are comfort heroes coming from Barbossa. And Homeboys, they are able to react. They're banning the Hayabusa and the Fanny.
Honestly though, I don't really feel like Benedetta jungle is unviable here. I feel like Zai just wanted to play the same thing again. Now that they have real world manipulation to play off of as well, that can combo very well together to just completely CC the Homeboys. So we still have to keep an eye on that. Considering they banned the Kufra, that's not impossible.
Okay, you know, considering that is very... Like, I can see where you're coming from in this perspective, right? But my question here is, they've got 3 heroes with magical damage. XP laner is pretty much filled. Unless they flex this glue into a roamer, they still need some sort of physical damage. And so far, all these 3 heroes can be countered with just 1 or 2 items coming from Homeboys. But Kaja being banned, but the Paquito being selected from Homeboys. I was expecting a potential Paquito jungle from RSG Slate MY, but Homeboys, they're bringing it. They're taking it out.
I love it. This is a classic Homeboy signature. The Paquito can be played by both Chibi and Sepat to incredible effect here. I'm excited to see who is going to be the one playing on it here, because Martis as well can be flexed in different positions. So RSG are going to need some way to deal with this here. They're looking for physical damage. I think they could use a little bit more frontline here. Benedetta jungle, I think, is still pretty viable.
I guess they don't really have much of a choice if you think about it here. I was expecting a little bit more of Paquito here. He does do some decent amount of damage, but RSG Slate MY, they're bringing in the Benedetta and the Franco.
Wow.
And it seems like they are going to try and steal it away and try and mirror this up for Chrysophobia. But at the same time, physical damage, where is it coming from? It's going to be up on Zai. So I assume this is damage Benedetta?
I feel like damage Benedetta is too risky nowadays, though. Even in the previous games, Zai was building mostly tanky. So that could be a worry here. Very easy for Homeboys to just build a bunch of magic defense and take nothing from both Lolios as well as Izanami. That's something they need to consider, as now the final pick for Homeboys. They're looking for a roamer. Who's it going to be?
Barbossa, he does have a lot of hero pool here, so he can still opt to go maybe a supportive playstyle if he wants to here. Angela is pretty good. Lolita, Lolita is pretty much a safe one as well. We kind of ignored it here. If you think about it here, every single team plan to play Lolita the first few weeks. Now, Barbossa is going to be playing something a little bit more defensive, and I like this. A little bit more Enchanter style, provides a little bit of shield, blocks the backlines. Harif will have a very, very difficult time going for auto attack builds, but seeing how this is going as well, based on this draft, I feel like RSG Slate MY, they've got a very, very strong early aggression. Meanwhile, Homeboys, they have the tools to counter that. And based off this stats here, RSG Slate MY, you can see kill pressure is off the charts. But when it comes to late game, of course, Homeboys will have a little bit of an upper hand. But based on the matchup predictions, RSG Slate MY does have a slight favor in their favor.
They're gonna want to play off a pick-off and kill pressure in the early game to counteract the utility and team fight preference that the Homebois lineup will be able to use. And mind you, think back to the days of Season 7, Sepakito makes his re-debut on the Land of Dawn, and I cannot wait. Let us find out. Will Homebois secure a #1 spot with a victory in game number 2?
Yeah, Sepakito is what made Sepat so special coming from Homebois. Everybody is afraid of his Bakito, and for them to disrespect him and completely forget about this is going to be a very, very worrisome one here. But once again, another Franco play coming from RG Slate. And why? It seems like they understand that Chrysophobia was trying his best from game number 1, but it was so difficult to do his task when Barbossa is annoying his teammates every single time. So I guess they're doubling down on him to try and set this tempo against Homebois. And this shield coming from Barbossa can, with time properly, can block some of those iron hook shots.
See here that Zayed is able to successfully secure the Little Wanderer for now. So interestingly enough, oh, that's a hook right there. Chrysophobia onto Barbossa. They're not going to engage onto it though. Not enough damage yet at this stage.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough here. Both teams going to be playing a little bit safe as well. RG Slate and Y is supposed to play a little bit more aggressive considering that they have Lolios on this Harif. So as of yet, Homebois, they are going to be playing a little bit more passively before they actually go in for the first total fight. Whereas RG Slate and Y, 2 hooks come in, no successful ganks yet coming from RG Slate and Y. Can't exactly do too much if you think about it here. They're trying to make plays across the maps, but so far, Homebois is just not reacting to it at all.
Look at the way Sepat has been able to delay the lane. He's got 2 EXP minions right there. Bearfly preventing Iris from hitting level 4 before the turtle comes up. And this could be important for them.
Yeah, this is going to be huge as well. The KO punch coming from Sepat is going to hurt a little bit more. Iris is a little bit slowed back as well, but they are trying to zone outside. And as you can see, Sepat is going to get harassed pretty hard in this play. And this is going to put RG Slate and Y in a very good position. But the rest of the team, they're not anywhere near. It is a 2v2 down this jungle. Oh, bro. Is Nami late to react, but Sepat is there to try and zone him out.
Everyone else coming by. Chrysophobia very low. Barbossa going to be the first target. They're not able to finish him off though, as the Numinum Blast going to catch no one actually with a flicker backwards. Nice engage, while Sepat gonna be bloody hunted in the backline. Barbossa and Sepat taken out in exchange for Chrysophobia, but Zayed, he gets terrified. The double kill coming out from Chibi means the turtle is for the Homebois to take.
What a clutch coming in from Warlord to actually trying to extend that fight. RG Slate and Y and also him completely dropping roll missions and whiffing the mark, but at the same time, it all came down to the finer details. In this case, Homebois, once again, coming on top with this trade, allowing Chibi to scale even harder with the double decimation. And this is actually something that I don't think RG Slate and Y wants to be in this position, considering that they have Lolios with the Harif. So I assume that they should be playing around the gold lane-wise, but Homebois, they're just getting so much space in this engagement.
Homebois are comfortable enough to just play aggro, control the map, go for macro. And Anip right now is doing a lot of pressure. 1 full level up on Lolios, even though they've generally been undisturbed in the gold lane. Means that Homebois have a comfortable gold lead.
Yeah, this is tough. This is very, very tough indeed, because as of yet, RG Slate and Y, they just need the perfect hook. And Chrysophobia has been struggling to get those hooks. His Bloody Hunt is great, but as soon as I made it!
Onto the enemy mage, Warlord taken out by Zayed with the Electro final blow. Numinum Blast gonna miss onto the Benedetta, but he's low enough for the killing spree to be secured by Chibi with Decimate as Anip wins the 1v1 against Lolios in the gold lane. Chrysophobia, all he can do is walk back and give the tower away.
Oh, that feels like a feels bad moment. There one time, Chrysophobia was able to get that lucky hook. Homebois was able to trade bodies across the map, and now he's all by himself. He's trying to delay his team here. The hook doesn't connect once again, but the rest of the team from RG Slate and Y is here to try and set things up as Homebois. They're ready to fight this, I think.
Chrysophobia, he's going to be looking for the hook onto Anip specifically, but Barbossa is taking a defensive position as Chibi now again with the 2-man Mortal Coil, forcing the flicker from Chrysophobia to make sure he's not picked off. The hook unfortunately lands on the mid.
No!
Forward with the Numinum Blast finds 2! The Decimate mega kill for Chibi! He'll find another double kill for the Martis, and he walks away scot-free! Oh, they're not done though, Lolios. He's going to be challenged backline. Warlord and Sepat, here they come, and there he goes! Lolios is down!
Barbossa, what an absolute monster finds the opportunity. Numenon Blast sets it up for Chibi. Homebois. Beautiful execution. And RSG Slate MY could not react in time. And now the rest of the team, they're calling in Iris to provide assistance. But it seems very, very difficult to do so because as of yet, you can see Homebois, they have Warlord and Sapat already taunting them. And it seems like it is going to be tough for RSG Slate MY.
Right now, the macro gameplay and sense from the Homebois is on another level entirely. The turtle going to be contested once again. Chibi, he's delaying it because he knows Zai is nearby. He's waiting for the retry and he gets it as well, baiting Zai into using his battle spell. In the meantime, Iris going to be chased away as well. They're going to be able to trade up the top lane tier 1 at least, but RSG are on the back foot.
Well, they lose the turtle fight, but they bite space coming in for Lolio. So I think that's going to be a little bit saving grace from our RSG Slate MY. But Homebois, they have to close out this game as quickly as they can. But at the same time, they don't really need to. They've got a stronger late game than Lolio's as of yet. Like, Anip is just a Melissa who's popping off right now. And everyone from RSG Slate MY, if they try to dive him, he is going to get out. But as soon as they talk about dives...
Diamond Force has been popped down by Lolio's to get away as Homebois 5-man dive the top lane. Real manipulation. Barbossa gonna get bloody hunted. Hooked back into the team. Somehow still alive the whole time, but eventually picked up. So RG trades 1 kill, but Sapat pushing away Chris Provia right into the grasp of his team, getting a kill for himself.
Oh boy, Sapat was able to salvage the fight, and now Zayed is gonna try and extend the fight here to try and get a tier 1. Unfortunately, didn't get it as well, but Warlord stealing the Electro final low, and he is gonna be in a little bit of trouble from Zayed, but Homebois, I think he's gonna be fine.
Honestly, I've never even considered the idea of stealing the Electro Final Blow so that he can use the passive of Benedetta to try and catch up with Zayed. So Warlord definitely operating on a different mind space here. Homebois maintaining an excellent gold lead.
Yeah, and as of yet, it feels like RSG Slate MY is in a very, very peculiar situation, right? They are slowly starting to scale off in terms of overall damage. Lolios hasn't been able to find any opportunities. The hook hasn't been able to connect to kind of isolate targets throughout this entirety of the fight. And this is actually a big problem for RSG Slate MY. There's only so much Zai can do by buying time, but eventually they need to find a way to group up and force a 5v5. And in this case, can they even take a 5v5 considering that Chibi is now 5-0-1 in this game?
It's gonna be very difficult for them, but now we can see Iris is gonna be providing vision, trying to zone out Chibi if possible. Jumps on him with the split. Electro Final Blow coming in. They're gonna pull him away, but Chibi still gets the turtle anyway. Sabat comes from backline, forces out the Zaman Force. Numen Blast going to miss entirely. Sabat dropping real low, forced to flicker away. Real one manipulation, controlling the fight, but forced to be cancelled as Anip comes from backline and dismantles Izanami, getting the double kill onto Iris as well. As Zayed is picked off as collateral. Homebois decimating RSG Slate. Here comes Anip again!
Oh!
Triple kill for the Melissa as he dives the tower for Lolils.
My goodness, Homebois completely dumpstering RSG Slate MY on all fronts, every single fight. And now the hook. Oh boy, that hook didn't even connect, and you can see the taunts are coming in. Barbossa is humiliating him, and now they're gonna try and force a fight, and Zai is struggling to do what he's needed to be done here. But as of yet, with 7.1k gold net worth lead from Homebois and Anip currently topping the charts alongside with Chibi and Sabat, this is very, very concerning for RSG Slate MY.
It's definitely starting to look very convincing for the Homebois, especially right now. That 2-0 victory is starting to look like a very possible future. As a 7k net worth lead, 9 minutes into the game, RSG Slate MY sitting on a single external tower in the bottom lane. Not sure if they have the scaling needed to win team fights.
Oh, this is tough. This is going to be very, very difficult here coming from both sides, but all we can do right now is just pray for RSG Slate MY to make a miracle. In this case, Homebois might need to make a mistake, but how hard it is, because as of yet, they need the perfect catch on Warlord or Anip in order to try and equalize the score. And like I said as well, where is the damage coming from RNG Slate MY? They've got 3 magical damage as core, and at this stage game, Homebois has itemized accordingly to kind of stop this way through. And Zai now, he's gonna get harassed.
He's gonna get CC'd by. Ooh, Zai being chased down right here. Homebois, they want control over the Lord Pit, and they will secure it. Anip, at this point, he is massive. He does so much damage. It's very difficult to engage onto him, and Sapat will scout out the bush, forcing Zayed back. Iris not even able to walk forward. The flicker already used, but does nothing as Anip jumps forward, nearly taking him out. Numenon Blast gonna find Zayed, who gets stunned. Electro final blow, though, does just barely get him out alive. The Lord is secured by the Homebois.
Oh, he's trying his best. Zai is trying his best, but there's only so much he can do, as he doesn't have a lot of physical damage coming from RNG Slate MY. Meanwhile, Homebois, they are going to try and go for a wrap around. They cannot let this kill away, and he might actually die to this, and he's dead. They're just waiting for him.
He's still alive for now, but unstoppable will be gained by Anip. The hook onto Sapat, though, drops him to low. What? He's alive! The extra shield from the recent update! What? Okay, Sapat able to escape with his hook onto the back line. They pick up Warlord into the tower, and Chrispovia gets a revenge kill.
Oh, the hook coming in to try and equalize it here. Homebois, they had the upper hand, but like you said as well, the updates coming in from the Paquito is starting to shine coming from Homebois. And now with the Sky God Empowerment purchase up on Chibi means he is going to be even that much harder to kill as this jungle Martins. Meanwhile, RNG Slate MY is still going to be a very, very difficult defense.
Homebois, they're looking to push as many inhibitors as possible with this next team fight right here. They have the Lord pushing up top lane. Zayed gonna use the Electro final blow to defend. The hook onto Anip in the back line, pulls him back, shut down by Izanami. Numenon Blast not gonna save Anip's life, and that will allow RNG Slate to defend this easily.
Oh, it's not about how many hooks you miss. It's all about the right one. And Chibi, oh, that was a little bit too close. But it seems like they might be in a bit of trouble. They force a conceal play.
Yep, RSG, they want to force this. They want to get as many kills as possible now that they've picked off the enemy Melissa. They know Sapat is in the bottom lane as well. Hook going to miss on Chibi. He's able to walk out for now. As Zayed, he's going to be encountering the Paquito very, very soon. Looks like they're going to choose not to go for that 1v1. They want to defend their own interests as of now.
Yeah, beautiful defense coming from RNG Slate MY. You have to give props towards Christophobia. Even though he has been missing so many hooks, getting the right one is going to try and slow down the tempo, and this is actually giving them a little bit more time to drag themselves into the game, because as we have to pay attention to damage ranking here, Warlord, Anip, Chibi is going to be topping the charts alongside with Sapat, whereas the rest of the RNG Slate MY, they haven't been able to find those opportunity. Kill Warlord, kill Anip, either one is going to be the one, and now they come the hook!
Onto Barbossa, pulls him back. RSG get another free kill right there. Chrispovia starting to pop off. Iris, he wants to provide vision, but RSG says no, that is enough for now.
Oh boy, it all comes down to this. The only way RNG Slate MY comes back in this game is all about securing those hooks. And if he gets those hooks, he will be able to buy time for the team. And again, it has to be either Anip or Warlord. So far, he's got a kill on Barbossa. It's great. It gives him a little bit more space to open up the map. But the main concern is, can they get this sword? And for Zai to do his job, they need to shut down the damage dealers coming from Homebois, or in this case, kill Chibi off so that Zai has a free retreat on the Lord. And so far, the rest of Homebois, they're all grouping up, and it is going to be even that much harder for RNG Slate MY. But pay attention to the position here. They're looking for Christophobia to get that very, very lucky hook to actually punish Homebois right now.
This is an important fight for both these teams. Homebois, they still maintain control over the Lord Pit, and currently 50% HP on the neutral objective. Sabat jumping in, not going to do too much to Iris for now. Concealed play from the Homebois in backline. They want to go for Lolias. They're not able to chase him, but they find Zayed. Godlike streak for Chibi, chasing away the rest of RSG Slate with the enemy jungle down. The Lord is free.
Oh, mistakes were made. just so happened Zayed needed to dash away. He dashed away in the wrong direction into the hands of Homebois. I guess he was trying to provide a little bit of cover for Lolios, but unfortunately, that is going to cost them this Lord Pit. And now, with the Lord knocking down on the bottom side, this is going to be very, very much concerning. And as you can see, based on items as well, triple Radiant Armors up from Homebois, Oracle up on Serpat on top of it all. Athena shields on Bartis. Oh my goodness, where's the damage going to come from RG Slate and MY? And it is starting to show that they do have a damage problem right now.
The Lord is pushing in bottom lane right now. This is Luminous, so it will be able to do a lot of damage. Electro Final Blow used by Zayed to clear it up as fast as possible. They cannot allow this to go too far. Crashes in. Bottom inhib is down in favor of the Homebois. They're looking to push for a bit more, but the Lord is already dead. And they're still being zoned out. RG Slate with an excellent defense right now, doing a lot of damage, but no casualties just yet. Homebois not able to complete the push.
Oh boy, Homebois very, very disciplined in this coming game. And so far, RG Slate and MY is just struggling to find an opportunity. And as of yet, Christopher, he needs those lucky hooks once again. Chibi now has an immortality, so hooking this Martis is not going to be the most ideal target, but he might need to consider to try here because as of yet, he's making it a 10 down top.
Oh, they're forcing it right here. Anip dropping Iris to 50%. The top inhibitor falls in favor of the Homebois and they instantly back it up. They're not going to dive too far for this. We are looking at surgical strikes from the Homebois to take down structures one by one.
Oh, they're really putting on a show. The discipline's coming from Homebois. Even though they've got a 9k lead, they understand that one wrong clash is going to give RAG Slate MY the chance to make a comeback. But at the same time, is it though, if you think about it? Is it even possible?
We are reaching the point now where Lolios is actually pretty close to hitting max items, but not sure if he does enough damage here. Anip, he is an absolute monster right now, does so much DPS to the entire team of RSG Slate, especially since we know they are a lineup that wants to group together, and that's exactly what Homebois is hoping.
Yep, and as of yet, it seems like they are going to be going on a little bit of a stalemate coming in from both sides, but this time, you talked about how strong Anip is, going for double buffs on him instead on the Martis. At this stage of the game, Chibi is just a meat shield for the team. They are going to try and power farm Anip.
He's by himself right now. Homebois, 4 members chasing him down. He's already used his retry on Sapat to be able to get away, but will he be able to escape this enclosure? Electro Final Blow comes out. Zayed, he will actually be able to walk out of this one. He needs to preserve his life. The Lord is coming up in 5 seconds. And him being alive means RSG can still contest.
Oh, it is going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Homebois, once again, they are playing the tactical gameplay, focusing on the Lord, while RSG Slate and MY is still holding on for their lives. But pay attention here, that there is a big minion from the top side. RSG Slate and MY, they cannot waste too much time. They need to go all in or defend the top side, and as of yet, they are going to try and respond to this, but no,
Buddy Hunt on the Sapat, right into the Zaman Force, but Sapat, he is so tanky, he's going to be able to flicker away right into Iris though. Chibi still 1v2, Lolios no longer has Zaman Force, what the hook onto Chibi, pulls him back. Meanwhile, Iris, he's still in the back line, he's being dealt with. Sapat still alive after all this time. Anip cannot kill the glue while he's still on top of his teammate. Zayed, he's real low, but he's still alive, he still has retribution. Homebois working on the Lord right now. Zayed looking for the engage. Homebois still looking very healthy. He gets the hook onto Barbossa, but that is not a good target. Real manipulation comes out. He want to get the kill with this ultimate at least, but they're not able to. And now Lolios will be taken out by Warlord. Zayed is going to pop his immortality as well. Electro Final Blow not available. Chibi with the legendary streak, and Homebois realizes we don't need the Lord anymore. We are 5v3. They're going to be pushing in. Minion wave for the mid lane not available, but they see bottom lane there's 2 cannons right here that they could be able to use. Christovia, he will miss the hook. Warlord dashing in right now. Their goal is the mid inhibitor. They want to distract RSG for as long as possible as Anip works this down. He will take it. That's going to be all the towers taken out for RSG. Slate MY as Iris is pushed away back into the grasp of Anip. Meanwhile, Christovia and his army will be zoned out by Sabat. He pops his immortality, but the crystal is open. Homebois, they're working on it. Chibi attacking it. Barbossa, they're all on top of the crystal, and they will secure secure it. A 2-0 clean victory for the Homebois as they decimate RSG Slate MY.
Oh, you can see the celebrations of Daddyhood, and he knows he's got it in the bag. Homebois is celebrating. As you can see, they go in for the march, the victory march by the fans to say that they are the Homebois. They are the ones to come up on top with a clean 2-0 victory. As you can see, the fans absolutely happy about what's happening right here, right now, here for MPL MY.
The Homebois have lived up to their name here as they have brought the victory home, and in an excellent way right there. Disciplined gameplay, mechanics and macro all on point. Homebois have cemented themselves as one of the top contenders of MPL MY Season 11. They have their eyes set on that championship title.
Oh boy, that is insane. You can see the signs of relief coming from Coteo as well. He knows for a fact that he's got it back. He's so happy for the boys as they have so much support, so much love from the fans. But GG, well played to Homebois. However, RSG Slate MY is going to be back to the drawing board for them, especially for week number 4, or maybe in the games to come. But as of yet, they are still going to be in a little bit of trouble. But we are going to be throwing it in towards the host with Rose to give you guys a little bit juicy updates up on stage.
And Homebois continues their 2-0 win streak. Dua berbalas kosong lawan RSG Slate MY. Barbossa, tadi sebelum game start, apa you cakap dekat Rippo?
Siap-siap ya, Bo.
So, sekarang you dah 2-0 dengan Rippo.
Ya.
You nak cakap apa dekat dia? Sekali lagi.
Sebenarnya kurang puas sih soalnya Rippo diganti di game 2.
Oh, tak cukup puas.
Ya. Kenapa Rippo? Aduh. Nih, Ipan ada kata-kata nih buat Rippo. Ayo.
Oi.
Hari tu dia kata RSG late game
Yes.
Late game RSG game Tapi kenapa macam late game kita orang menang je? Cuba.
Actually, I baru nak tanya tau. I baru nak tanya macam mana korang menang. Sebab tu late game is RSG's game.
I see.
So, Homebois is?
Dua-dua.
Oh, dua-dua.
Early game, late game.
Tak, aku rasa early, mid, late.
Kita orang semua.
Semua. Okay, since...
Tapi kalau aku rasa kita bukan late game, kita bukan early game. Because Homebois is the game.
Oh my God!
Homebois is the game.
Oh my God, Homebois is very fired up today. Very, very fired up. Okay, so I nak tanya Sepak something. Is Sepakito back untuk musim ini? Sepakito, is it back?
Oh, yeah.
It's back. Okay guys, MVP of the match? Korang rasa siapa? Okay, count with me, okay? 3, 2, 1. Chibi! Oh, kita punya Chibi MVP of the match sekali lagi. So, how are you feeling?
My feeling is good lah.
Feeling good.
Lepas tu, I baca kat bahasa Tagalog
Oi, bahasa Tagalog pula. Okay.
RSG di kanan tu.
What?
RSG di kanan tu.
Oh, di kanan natuto maksud tu RSG awak tak pernah belajar ke? Wow. Sekarang taunting DM. Siapa yang ajar?
Coach Dale.
So guys, aku rasakan MPL Malaysia kita dah ada flavor lain. Taunting dalam bahasa Tagalog. I like. Nak cakap apa-apa tak untuk crowd hari ni?
Oh. Untuk crowd hari ni memang terbaik lah. Memang Flame Boss. Jadi semua memang mantap. Mantap ni. Dia Flame Boy. GG RSG.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you semua, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sekarang masuk untuk kita invite a lucky audience up on stage. Hazil, mana Hazil? Hazil? Itu dia dekat depan. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
happy. Tadi I nampak Mak dari belakang sampai depan. Okay, so you nak tanya ke you nak bagi sokongan?
Sokongan.
Okay.
Congratulations to Homebois. Okay, season kali ni Homebois ke final. Okay.
Okay. Alright, thank you so much. Jangan pergi mana-mana. Stay. Azil, ambil gambar. Okay. Gambar dulu, jangan pergi mana-mana. Alright guys, so kita nampak Homebois sekali lagi menang 2-0. Kalau korang nak saksikan match-match yang menarik dan panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you so much Homebois and thank you Hazil. Nak dengar cheer sikit? Oi. Okay, I rasa tak nak lah, tak boleh. Nak ke? Flame Boys? Alright, another 2-0 of the day. Are you guys ready to move on? Ready to move on? Okay, jom. Mari kita dengar mic check Homebois untuk game kedua dorang. Mic check, let's go.
If they a lot, I will be a
member in MPL, Cok. Ya.
You are sure with? I just play.
Tak lapik, Cok.
Steve, anjir, rotasi tiba-tiba.
Dekat sini 5 orang.
Dapat.
Bisa bantai guys.
Bantai dia, Dim. Bantai dia, Dim.
Masuk aja deh. Korot. Franco dah beli.
Lihat ya. Awas ya imunnya guys ya. Franco ulti. Sabar kiting guys.
Mati sih.
Gak usah takut hook guys kalau punya immortal guys. Aku immortal.
Ada mati. Zai. Nice. Nama.
Alhamdulillah, tak kosong.
Santai guys, masih 1-0 guys.
The Homebois have always been an entertaining and spicy team to watch here in MPL MY. And here in Season 11, they have cemented themselves as potential champions to the adoring cheers and thunderous applause of Stadium Juara. Terrence, how are you feeling after that series?
Early game, no. Late game, no. Homebois is the game, baby! Homebois, a clean 2-0 in this devastating match here. The clash of the titans showing the strengths of whether the top is truly the top. And so far, Homebois undefeated. But, of course, I am looking forward to see the competition match here. The match highlights on how things happen as well. If Rippo's taunting was spicy, Chibi Chili Putty is definitely spicier. I haven't heard that for a very long time.
That's a throwback right there. The Chibi Chili Putty is back and spicier than ever. We gotta up the Scoville scales here right now whenever the Homebois are up on stage because they are going to bring the roof down. Excellent gameplay, micro, macro, coordination, all on point. Honestly, there are no flaws that we can point out right here. This is easily the best that the Homebois have ever been.
Yeah, Homebois looking pretty much undefeated. They definitely live up to the expectations here and living up to the reputation. If you think about it here, every single season, Homebois, ever since their debut, regular season, top tier all the way through. And currently, they have demonstrated they are truly top tier. But now, let's talk a little bit more towards the draft and itemizations coming from game number 2 here. I did talk about this during the early stages of the draft from the side of RG Slate MY. Where is the damage coming from? They've got 3 cores with 3 magical damage, Glue, Eve, as well as Harif. Benedetta is a jungle tank, which I did talk about as well. Where is the physical damage coming from? And this, you can see itemization coming from Homebois as well. Athena Shield, Radiant Armor from Barbossa. Athena Shield, Radiant Armor from Chibi. And also another Radiant Armor and Oracle coming from Sabah. Pretty much completely blocks off all damage coming from RG Slate MY.
Yep, anyone who needs to be standing in the front line has at least 2 magic defense items, which made it so difficult for RG Slate MY to get even a single pickoff towards that late game, especially when you consider as well that Izanami is building more supportive with with the Blazing Wand, with the Ice Queen's Wand as well, just to slow down. But he's actually contributing to the Radiant Armor stacks, thereby reducing the amount of damage that Lolios is able to output, and that's a huge problem here. And if we look at Barbossa again, this Magic Blade, he seems to quite like this item on his roam heroes.
You know, that might be the new item here. It is a value for a bang buck, especially coming in from the new recently updates coming on Rose Gold Meteor. We have a lot of talks about it as well before this patch coming in. But at the same time, let's take a look at the damage output coming from RG Slate. And my highest damage is going to be Izanami with 60,000, which is kind of surprising, but you did bring out a good point. Supportive item from Eve is not going to be enough. It needs to be full real manipulation to stack up with the Bloody Hunt in order to get him on kill. And that was pretty much one of the big major kills we saw from RG Slate MY, whereas Homebois, Anip, 67,000. Warlord, 76,000 damage overall in general. And they've been just popping off in all these fights. And look at this, that total damage dealt, 229,000 as compared to RG Slate MY's 157,000.
Up until now, Homebois have had very clean, very easy victories, and it's very obvious that their import players, Warlord and Barbossa, have been stealing the show. But in this game, we got to see what the original Homebois trio is capable of. GB doing an excellent job securing objectives, getting multiple decimates off in a single fight. Anip farming up a storm and then coming into the late game and saying, you can't get anywhere near me. The return of Sepakito as well. This is an era for the Homebois. I cannot wait to see how far they can truly go this season.
Yeah, Homebois is the game. Homebois is the team to beat. And Homebois is currently at the top of the standing. But before that, let's talk the overall stats coming in from both sides. Based on the prediction-wise here, we can see Homebois, they are currently laid out in blue. They do have the early mid-game pressure coming in on winning on both sides in the drafts. But when it comes to utility as well, they are extremely flexible. If you pay attention to how Game 1 and Game 2 went, they played around on how Warlord is playing most of the time. If you think about it here, Warlord has stolen multiple amounts of different kinds of ultimate to suit the playstyles on the fights that they actually choose. If you think about it here, Electro Final Blow, the clear remaining waves. We do see real manipulation trying to zone out the war. Sometimes he even steals up a split, which we didn't see too much on screen if you think about it.
Yep, it just shows that Warlord continues to be incredibly flexible and that his pockets are not small at all. The fact that Paramis isn't available to be picked up for now, not a problem, not a detriment. Able to pick up the Valentina, we've already seen what he's capable of with heroes like the Farsa. How deep do this man's pockets go? And the same can be said for all of the members of the Homebois. Excellent play, knowing exactly what they want to achieve. I'm honestly attributing a lot to Coach Dale's leadership here. It's really brought in a breath of fresh air. And of course, Chibi, the classic Chibi Chili Patty himself, MVP of the match today.
Yep, he is definitely the MVP for game number 2 as well. The flashy starting point, especially in the bottom fight as well, where the setup coming from Barbossa with the Numeron Blast, he was able to get 2 easy kills, tanking 3 shots on turrets here, and also getting out to safety. Shows he is extremely comfortable with this Mortis. And so far, no Fredrins, no problem. As long as Fredrins banned out, seems like Mortis is going to be the next raid boss for the jungle department. And Chibi was able to demonstrate it not once, but in both of the games so far. But in case you missed out on how Game 2 went, this is pretty much the highlights on how the fight actually went now. And you can see Homebois, they're always finding opportunities to try and cut off Zyd as much as they can. Zyd was trying his best here. But like I said, it all comes down to whether or not Chrysophobia starts off the fight. And if they miss a hook, Homebois immediately reacts and just tries to jump on them.
Thing about RSG Slate MY's draft this game is that they're really good at big team fights, having Electro Final Blow and real world manipulation. The set up for Lolios in the backline is really strong, but Homebois are so good at splitting the fight up. You see every single time they engage from multiple different angles. You see a big ult being popped, someone is there to stop it, and someone is there to protect Anip whenever necessary, as well as make sure that even if they lose people, they are going to get something back in return.
Yeah, even the blind hook coming from Grisophobia is great and all, but unfortunately, it's just very, very unlucky. Sometimes skill is one factor. You still need to take into consideration that you need some sort of luck to get those insane hooks. And banging on this Franco seems to be a very, very risky gamble coming from RNG Slate MY. And unfortunately, it just didn't pay off. And it's just very, very concerning. But with this game in mind, I'm curious to see how the standings look like, because Homebois will rightfully take the throne and #1 as of yet, undefeated so far, not even dropping a single game throughout all the weeks played so far. But for RNG Slate MY, they will be close to the bottom of the pack.
I don't think I'm too worried about RSG Slate MY though. Remember, the opponents that they've had to face so far are among the top teams in the league. So I have no doubt that they will be able to claw their way back up pretty soon. But right now, Homebois fans can definitely celebrate. This is their best performance in an early season of MPL MY thus far. And it's been an amazing journey to see how these players have grown from their debut many seasons ago. Now they're here. Let's find out what the future holds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down as well, especially when Homebois has played so many seasons, a lot of rumors, a lot of sparks. Have they reclaimed a throne for an MPL championship title? Have they represented Malaysia? That's going to be something that I'm looking forward to see. But before we talk a little bit more Homebois here, we are going to give you guys a little bit of an interview up on stage, on the backstage there, as we take you through a little bit of an inside scoop with Rose behind the scenes.
Okay, hello everybody. Sekarang kita dekat bilik RSG Slate MY, and bersama kita ada Joe, manager of RSG Slate MY. Hello.
Hello, Rose.
Okay, so tadi kita nampak RSG Slate kalah dengan 2-0. Apa pendapat anda selepas benda tu jadi? How do you guys recover from that?
Kita orang perlu banyakkan improve lagi lah dari segi team fight dan semua, dari segi communication, dan rasanya itu je lah. Sebab kita orang agree, diorang memang kuat. So kita pun perlukan lagi improvement for beberapa window.
Okay, so tadi kita tahu there was a little bit of rivalry between Barbossa dan juga RIPPO kan? So, asal RIPPO kena tukar dengan Iris untuk game kedua?
Sebab Iris boleh memberikan satu impact yang besar dalam team fight. Tapi mungkin Iris, orang kata dia punya mekanik lagi tinggi. So ada perubahan daripada strategi lah untuk nak tangkap pemain daripada Homebois.
I see. Tadi sebelum game berlawan Homebois bermula kan, apa expectations team RSG Slate MY untuk hari ni actually?
Expectation untuk RSG MY, untuk kami sebenarnya kita orang mampu untuk memberi saingan untuk dapat lawan dengan yang orang tak pernah kalah dalam vintage lah.
Yeah, I mean I also think kan semua pasukan nak kalahkan Homebois sekarang sebab dorang tak pernah kalah lagi. Satu game pun tak pernah kalah. So how do you think that RSG Slate MY is gonna bounce back from this untuk minggu ke depan berlawan Raid kan?
Betul.
So how are you guys training for this?
Kita orang perlukan lebih latihan dan review setiap match yang apa yang kita ramai hari ini dan fix cepat yang mungkin untuk bounce back.
Is RSG Slate MY gonna make a comeback next week?
Yes, comeback.
I love that. RSG Slate MY will make a comeback next week sebab minggu depan diorang ada 2 game. Alright, terima kasih Joe.
Alright, thank you Ross.
Thank you very
GG
much.
RSG.
Oh, GG RSG all the way. Okay guys, so selepas ni kita akan ada break sikit. Lepas tu untuk match ketiga kita untuk hari ni, kita ada Team HAQ dan juga Madness Esports. So, jangan pergi ke mana-mana because MPL Malaysia musim ke-11 will be right back. So guys, I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye!
gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, The upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG Phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Are you guys ready for the last match of the day? Okay, kita nampak semua dah ready, tapi I belum ready sebab I nak bawa korang pergi backstage. Jom kita borak dengan Madness dulu. Let's go! Okay, kita nak tengok Madness sekarang tengah buat apa. I'm sorry. Okay, jom. Hello boys. Hello. Hi. Okay, come. We will talk to Coach Mint. Okay, hi Coach Mint.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Fine.
Are you guys ready for this game?
Yeah.
Ready. Okay, so this is going to be a new game for Madness. Are we going to see a different Madness for this game against Team HAQ?
For today, you guys will actually see not a different Madness. We're gonna go back to our old style.
Oh, I see. So, you know, they're going to go back to their old strats and maybe use what they're good at.
Yep.
You know? Stop using other people's playstyles.
No.
We're going to use Madness's true playstyle today. Do you want to say anything to the people in the audience right now?
For Madness fans, thank you so much for still coming on and supporting us even though we are on a losing streak for 2 weeks. So we will try our best to get our first victory for today.
Alright. Good luck, Madness. I will see you guys on the stage sekejap lagi. Thank you. Okay, jom kita pergi ke bilik Team HAQ. Yeah, okay. Let's go. I almost jatuh. Okay, kita pergi sini. Wah, jangan! Jangan! Hello, boys. Who can I interview? Okay. Coach Pabs. Hi, Coach.
Hello.
Okay, we saw that the last game of Team HAQ wasn't really that good. Will this game be any different?
Kita orang dah simpan senjata rahsia kita orang gamble for 2 weeks. Dan insyaAllah hari ni kita akan tunjuklah siapa champion sebenar season lepas.
Ooh, I like it. So, from this on, Team HAQ akan jadi Team HAQ yang hungry for win.
Kita orang akan jadi Ibambe. Korang ready?
Okay, so nak cakap apa-apa tak untuk audience yang dekat luar tengah sokong Team HAQ?
Untuk semua yang datang kat luar sana, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kerana sentiasa menyokong Team HAQ. Dan anda semua jangan lupa, kami sangat perlukan sokongan anda sebagai pemain ke-6 kami. Terima kasih.
Sekejap. Team HAQ, cheer sikit. Nak bagi energy dekat audience. Let's go. Okay. Team HAQ, cheer sikit. Oh, itu dia. Okay, so kita dah nampak Team HAQ dan juga Team Madness ialah ready. Stadium Juara, are you ready for the last match of the day? Ready? Okay, since you guys are ready, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan Team HAQ dan juga Madness Esports ke atas pentas. Oh, kejap. Belum lagi. Sebab diorang cakap tak cukup energy. Diorang kat belakang tu cukup energy. Diorang tak cukup. Sekali lagi tau. Stadium Juara, are you ready? Itu dia. Kalau korang ada energy, diorang akan keluar. Kalau tak, diorang akan hide kat belakang. Okay, Madness. Team HAQ. Okay, that's what we like to hear. So, korang rasa diorang dah ready tak naik? Dah kuat kan? Diorang dah ready naik kan? Dah ready? Okay guys, so jom kita invite kedua-dua pasukan, Team HAQ dan juga Madness Esports ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Madness Esports.
Masih mengekalkan line-up yang sama. Pasukan ini perlu melakukan sesuatu untuk mengubah nasib mereka. Madness Esports perlu membuktikan kemasukan mereka dari qualifier is not just a luck. Mereka perlu menunjukkan that they are ready for this big stage.
Team HAQ.
Inilah dia, pasukan yang pernah mengekalkan musim ke-10. Dengan kebangkitan pasukan-pasukan lain, ternyata jalan mereka kali ini bukannya mudah. Namun hari ini, kelihatannya Team HAQ menurunkan original line-up mereka. Adakah ini jawapan mereka untuk mengambil-ambilkan momentum mereka? Kita akan saksikan nanti. Sekarang, masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Madness Esports, Coach Min hadir bersama analis DAs. Manakala untuk Team HAQ, Coach Babs pula ditemani analis Amtua. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist pump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yitze dan Wen Yi. Thank you for your hard work. And now, oh my goodness, kedua-dua pasukan are ready. They are seated. Tengok, diorang dah ready. Stadium juara, sekali lagi. Are you guys ready for the last match of the day? Will Team HAQ take this win? Or will Madness stop their lose streak? The answer is in their hands. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
When one finds themselves having difficulty taking flight, perhaps the solution lies in returning to your roots. In our final game of the day, we are going to be witnessing defending champions Team HAQ go up to head-to-head with the rookie of the season, Madness Esports. And you're back here on the English cast with us, Staffa, as well as Icy Baby 1-2.
Peace out, brother. It is going to be exciting to see how Team HAQ is going to be performing here despite having played 4 matches so far. But for today, for them to bring in their original roster that won them MPL Season 10 and represented Malaysia 4-4, it's interesting to see them finally popping up here considering that there has been roster changes coming from Team HAQ. But for them to pull up their strategy and their main roster for against Team Madness is kind of surprising. But I'm looking forward to see how they are going to be able to deliver the results. And of course, for Madness Esports fans as well, it is going to be a very, very uphill battle for them considering that they are in the bottom end of the standings.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one. After all, both these teams currently not performing all that well here in Season 11. As you mentioned, Madness Esports at the bottom of the table, but Team HAQ not too far behind, hovering around the 7th or 8th place. Definitely not a position the defending champions want to find themselves in, which is probably what spurred on this decision to bring back the original Team HAQ lineup that won them Season 10.
Yep, and based on these upcoming matches as well, as you can see, this is the season calendar for Madness Esports because after facing off against Team HAQ, their next upcoming battles is going to be Todak, RSG Slate MY, as well as Homebois 3. Oh my goodness, including Team HAQ. These are one of the teams that are extremely, extremely difficult to beat if you think about it based on the standings itself.
Madness Esports definitely got a lot of work to do, and I do like that the coach mentioned during the interview earlier that they're going to be returning to their old strategies, returning to their roots. It definitely feels like this team has not been able to find comfort on the MPL stage, and if the reason for that is that they were trying out different, more meta strategies, well, maybe going back to what they're used to is the right choice.
Yep, and of course from Team HAQ side, they are going to be facing off Lunatics right after this, after facing off against Madness, as well as Red Esports, as well as Team SMG. So, Team HAQ, they still have a rising chance to actually fight for the top spot if they are able to win the remaining matches in a 2-0 fashion. With this current roster, it feels like Team HAQ, they're ready to rumble, and I'm genuinely excited to see what they have to say as well. But with the coach as well as analysts coming from Team HAQ, I did get a little bit of a glimpse on what Team HAQ was installed as well. I was asking him for a comment just now before the game actually began. He said this is going to be a convincing 2-0 coming from Homebois, and I asked him what took them so long to bring in this main roster. It seems like he wants to see Panda kind of showcase his original skills, whether if he still got it as a gold laner. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not Team HAQ still has the champion playstyle, the champion mentality from Season 10.
Well, it's time to find out whether or not that championship formula will be returning to the Land of Dawn today. As we enter the draft for game number 1, Team HAQ will be returning with the original 5-man lineup. Madness Esports as well, no changes on their side, but hopefully the strategies and the synergy that they have been lacking all this time will be able to return to them and claim their first victory.
Now, when it comes to Madness Esports here, I'm genuinely curious on what kind of drafts they have as well, because Coach Mean, he brings up a very, very interesting draft over the weeks, but when it comes to execution-wise, the player seems to be struggling a little bit more. So I like how before the start of the show, Rose actually interviewed them and said, hey, coach is going to be like, you know what, we are going to be playing something that are comfortable for the players themselves. And to be honest, the hero that I feel Madness might be most comfortable with is Sonic playing on the Hanzo. We have had speculation about the other regions where Hanzo has been playing on roam positions, Hanzo has been playing jungle here and there, but we haven't had the luxury to see it coming from Madness Esports. And can they actually pull a win if they decide to pull it out right here, right now?
It would definitely be very unique, and I would love to see the debut of yet another hero added to the MPL Season 11 pool, but that's going to be up to the coach as well as the players of Madness Esports. As far as we've seen so far, Madness Esports' drafting is actually not bad at all. Their lineups are typically quite solid, but what has been lacking so far is in the execution of the players, so comfort needs to be on the forefront of their mind.
Yes, and of course from the side Team HAQ as well, here's a little bit of a surprise factor for you. You know, there has been a little bit of a buff for Eudora to try and balance out the first skills, and Team HAQ was one of the very few teams that brought in the Eudora in the previous season and actually won the championship title, and also brought in on M4 stage. So I'm genuinely excited to see, maybe, just maybe, we will see the Eudora in this game coming from On. And I hope I get to see it and to see how much it will be dictating tempo. However, Team HAQ will start things off with a Claude. This is a Panda comfort pick right from the get-go, from the previous season itself. So Madness, it is going to be up to them to flex it up. Fredrin might be the priority for Sonic in this case. Do they go for it? And also, Joy being slid through, there has been a little bit of rework for Joy, as he is a little bit too tanky, but lacking in terms of the damage burst department. So, with this rebalancing coming in, I guess Madness Esports, they will have two very, very power picks, and I'm worried for Team HAQ now.
Joy is a very interesting hero for us to consider right now. After all, like you mentioned, Joy was changed a lot in this recent update, to the point where I would even consider it close to a revamp of the hero, in that the dashes from her second skill were reduced by 1, thereby reducing the requirement of her ultimate, allowing it to be more consistent, but also means that they've shifted the shield capabilities from her dashing so that it only appears if you hit on point, thereby increasing her accessibility, but also increasing her skill ceiling. We know Yeah did a great job with Joy, Can he adjust?
Well, this is going to be a question to actually hold as well, but Team HAQ responds immediately with the Atlas as well as the Esmeralda. There has been a slight buff on towards Esmeralda. Interesting enough, not towards the old school style of Esmeralda, but more on towards the auto attack build. So far, I've seen a couple of pop games here where Feather was a choice of item for Esmeralda in terms of 1v1 matchup. So this is going to give Esmeralda a little bit of upper edge in the early stage of the game, not necessarily towards the mid to late stage of the game, where we are going to be expecting a lot of swings with the first and second skill. Of course, with the cooldowns reduction on the second skill, we might potentially see a little bit more versatility coming from Esmeralda in this current patch.
What we're definitely seeing though is that this is 100% comfort for Team HAQ. This is literally a template for a Season 10 Team HAQ draft right now, with Lola on his signature Esme as well as Atlas in hands of Min. Madness Esports going to be respecting the Min pick very much here, instantly locking in the counter in the form of Diggy.
To be honest, I'm a little bit worried for this, but this pickup coming from Atlas pretty much neglects the fact that this Atlas is completely going to be utterly useless every single time Diggy is involved. Time Journey comes up, boom, Fatal Link is going to be rendered completely useless. But the upside about the drafts coming from Team HAQ is that Esmeralda is somewhat able to benefit from the shield buffs coming from Time Journey. So I guess that is kind of like a recounter coming in from both sides here in terms of draft. I like the ideas, but like I said as well, it all comes down to execution, right?
Yep, the typical concept when it comes to Atlas versus Diggy is that Min will have to do a lot of work in making sure that he can bait out the Time Journey before he goes in and invests the Fatal Links. Another option is to have a second or even third large ultimate on their lineup so that Mali will have to choose which one to use Time Journey on. And we're gonna have to see which one Team HAQ goes for. But right now, they also have to be a little wary about the Valentina, because if that goes over to Madness, they will have both Fatal Links and Time Journey.
Well, that is going to be a little bit of a worrisome here. Team HAQ can consider pick up the Valentina for themselves later on. But I'm genuinely curious to see what kind of compositions that they can go for, because as of now, there are a lot of solutions to deal with the Diggy, right? You either mirror with a ultimate that can actually mirror this way through, or you go for a bursty kind of mage where you poke Diggy low enough to force out early time journeys or premature time journeys to actually extend the fight. So in this case, heroes like Lunox, heroes like Lilia, heroes like maybe even a Kagura, or in this case, maybe even a Eudora can be a very, very good teamfight capabilities, kind of negate the fact that Diggy might be completely, utterly useless in most of the team fights. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of catch potential fights as well. Maybe even a Glue coming in from Madness, maybe even a... Glue is pretty much negated as well, so I'm sorry. That's not going to happen for them. Muramis is pretty much banned as well from the tournament due to some issues with the character himself. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing those kind of push and pull effect coming from Madness.
Leslie banned from Team HAQ. That's kind of interesting right there, yes. Leslie is really annoying to tanky heroes like Esme and Atlas because of the pure damage, but I do feel like the new changes, the Twilight Armor, just completely counter the hero out, and not really sure if it's something they would prioritize anyway, so that's quite interesting. As for Madness, focusing on Gary's picks, banning Hayabusa, banning out the tear off, pretty smart so far. That's gonna make Fredrin even harder to break down. As we enter in the second phase of the draft, I think Valentina still definitely something that can be considered to steal the Fatal Links. We'll see if Madness goes for it.
Yep, seems like that is going to be the case coming from Valentina. They are going to keep out their marksman. Lastly, coming in from Man. Most likely it's going to be either Brody. I will really like a Brody pickup coming from Madness Esports if they decide to go
Brody is bad.
Okay, Brody is pretty much bad. So most likely it is going to be either a Beatrix or maybe even a Clint here if he wants to actually go for a couple of poke damage. Moskov is going to be completely ignored as well, which is kind of surprising. But considering that they ban off the Derov means they are going to be picking a composition that is extremely tanky once again. So I assume that they don't really want an armor shredding comp, but Team HAQ, you know, they still have options here for the mage department. Do they want to go for the Farsa? Farsa is completely ignored from both sides in the match. It's kind of interesting. But no, they go for the Lilia. They are going to try and poke out the team up as quickly as they can. But the final pick as well, the jungler, a Gary. Well, not Gary. Yeah, it is a Gary Link. Wow.
but 4 times picked this hero, still a 0% win rate here in Season 11. We'll see in the hands of one of the signature Ling players from Season 10. Will Ling be able to claim its first victory? Right now, this 5-man from Team HAQ is classic. This is literally one of their strongest lineups that we saw pretty frequently previously. So it's not just Madness. Team HAQ are also going back to the old strategies that worked out very well for them. So the marksman now, the final choice for Madness Esports. Things like Carry, things like Beatrix, still available. What is going to be their choice?
I think he's going to go for the Beatrix most likely here. I was expecting maybe a Moskov coming in here, but they do need those wombo combo CCs. And of course, Beatrix with Diggy in towards a GOAT later, it feels really, really bad because we've seen this happen against Team HAQ during the MPL Season 10 where Panda can't exactly farm at all. Every single day comes up, the Diggy comes in with reversal, you are going to get an almost near guaranteed snipe with the Beatrix. So I like the idea that is being brought up from Madness Esports, but I also like that there are a lot of versatility coming in from Team HAQ. But as soon as I say this, let's take a look at the predictions coming from both sides. It seems like Madness Esports has a stronger late game potential, favoring on all the team fights early to mid game as well as late game utility and skill pressure. Whereas when from side Team HAQ, they have a little bit an upper hand for the pick-off department as well as the push and pull effect.
Madness Esports, their draft looking very strong right now, but it does require a greater degree of execution. Whereas for Team HAQ, this is comfort right here. So we'll find out which of these two teams who have returned back to their roots, back to their origins, will be able to claim a decisive victory in the land of Dawn today.
Yep, and this is where things are going to get down and dirty. Instant harassments coming from Team HAQ as well. Min is going to try and pressure and slow down Sonic's farm, and this is a thing that Sonic has faced before in the past here, and so far I don't think he is going to be having a little bit more problem. They do force an early retribution, so Little Wanderer is going to be pretty much up for grabs for Team HAQ in this vicinity. Ouch. And considering that how this is actually going, and Esmeralda going up against the Joy, this feels like an Esmeralda matchup right from the get-go.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a lane that Lola should win. Right now, you can see Min gonna get the stun on the Pozan. Have to be careful, man. Level 1 and 2 Lilia is terrifying. And that means that Team HAQ will be able to secure mid lane control, which is something that they can always use to gain an advantage with.
Yep, and on the top side as well, you can see Madness Esports is doing really, really well with Mali as well as Sam just completely bullying Panda out of the lane. Finally, they're calling it Min to actually provide a little bit of assistance, but with this much gold plating into a Zap's position, this is going to be a healthy lead for Madness Esports. Meanwhile, on the crossbar plays as well, we do see Lola just cutting the creep waves all the way back, likewise being feared from However, top side, Mali,
he's just gonna get stunned out here. No time journey yet. He's only level 2, so that's easily first blood given over to Panda as well, which is exactly who Team HAQ would like to get farmed.
Oh boy, that is so good, but it's not over yet.
Man, in a lot of danger here. Yeah. Not gonna be able to finish him off, but Pozan will, as the Lilia falls. Doesn't have black shoes available yet, only level 3. So Team HAQ cannot proceed with that, and I'm surprised they backed this off here. You would think they'd want to contest with the turtle coming up.
Yeah, I really like this coming from Madness Esports. They understand that they've got higher kill pressure, and they understand that, hey, there was a play up top. Now is a good time to actually challenge it, and now with the retribution in the hands of Madness Esports, turtle will be secured. So this is actually good for Madness Esports. They're winning their cross-map plays against Team HAQ just because of how strong they are in early stages.
This is kind of dangerous for Team HAQ right now. When they have Atlas and Lilia, they should ideally be winning out on mid lane control in exchange for potentially losing out the gold lane. But we're actually seeing Madness Esports with a lot of aggression here, and I do like that. One of the weaknesses this team has been having these first 2 weeks is just being too passive. And we're seeing the opposite of that, but guess what? Min has Fatal Links. He's gonna try and force Mali to use Time Journey.
It's gonna be very, very difficult to actually make an attempt onto a Zap's life. And Zap has been known to be the core carry from the side of Madness Esports, making things work. Making sure he doesn't die is gonna keep him in a very, very huge margin. Meanwhile, middle lane seems like Team HAQ, they're still gonna be trying to play a little bit slow. They are playing a lot of cross-map plays, but eventually I think Team HAQ's idea is to try and scale this in towards the later stage, while Madness Esports is desperately trying to power bomb Zap's position. But top side,
Tempest Blaze comes out from Gary. Gonna be zoning out Madness Esports for now. They were definitely hoping to bait the Time Journey with that. But I think Mali's got a good enough trigger finger here. Save the time journey just for Min, and they will be fine and dandy.
Now, this is smart coming from both sides, but it seems like the fight is about to break down, and Panda might actually die to the Valentina pop.
Yep, he got picked off there. Min coming in. He's still waiting for the time journey, but Mali's not using it. He gets picked off by the Appraiser's Wrath eventually, and the time journey to top up the rest of Madness as Zaz just takes down the tower from afar.
Oh boy, Madness Esports just power farming Zaf as much as they can, and Team HAQ can't exactly do too much. You can even see Ye now playing a little bit more confident now as he tries to bully Lola out of the lane. What is going on?
Madness Esports playing around Team HAQ right now. Their early game is going to be strong with the Joy, Fredrin, as well as the Diggy, but this is gameplay that we have not seen from them since the beginning of Season 11, so what Coach Mint mentioned about going back to their old strats may be working.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case now. Turtle's going to be out for grabs as well. Lola and Gary is here. He's looking for the steals, but Gary will be a little bit late in that department, so this is going to be a slow and steady race coming from Team HAQ. However, bottom side, Lola.
Lola nearly gets taken down. Nibiru's passion not quite hitting the mark. So the Esmeralda will be able to walk away, but now Man is here to try and defend from them taking the gold shield. They cannot give Zavs even more farm, but he's now 1v4. He does not have black shoes, and now he will not have life either taken out.
Oh, preemptive measures once again, but now Madness Esports, they're just power farming Zaf once again, making sure that he has those gold plating. Meanwhile, Gary is trying to play those kind of cross-map plays from inside Team HAQ. I get they're trying to get some sort of split push potential going on, but the biggest problem from Team HAQ right now is that they need some sort of group to breathe, and currently, every single time they try to make the play, it's just so very difficult considering that Mali is playing on the Ziggy. So Min is pretty much very difficult to do anything, and Gary now.
Gary already forced to use the Tempest of Blades, so just barely escaping. If he got taunted there, he would be dead, and that would be even worse for Team HAQ, who are already 3,000 net worth behind. 5 minutes in, this is not the result we were expecting when they brought back the championship roster. Madness Esports showing us a side of them that we have not seen.
Oh, this is scary considering that Madness Esports now, they're taking advantage of their Zaps' outrange. There has been a little bit of fix on towards the towers themselves, where if you do not have minutes, they will be a little bit difficult, way more difficult to actually hit now. But all things considered, they take all the outer tier ones as of yet, and Team HAQ hasn't been able to secure one, and hopefully Gary now down bottom is going to be able to secure it, because we do see mass rotations from the top side to try and punish Gary, but as nimble as he gets, he's going to be fine, I guess. It's fine, right?
It's a lot of damage though. Oh, he got terrified off the wall! He's forced to use Tempest of Blades. Here comes Sonic. He's looking for it, but Gary will be able to dash away. Fatal Links cancelled out by the time journey. So those big ultimates not available right now. Man already using the black shoes as well to reset on his stacks. Team HAQ survive, but they're gonna lose their purple buff.
Oh boy, that was a very, very close call coming from Gary. However, with the purple buff also stolen away from Gary, this puts Madness Esports in a driver's seat where they can completely continue their snowball. Currently, Panda, he is going to be the saving grace coming from Team HAQ. We need this plot to actually come up online, but it's going to be even difficult to do so because top side, gets a kill on Gary. How?
This is why Joy needs to be consistently banned out, especially with the recent changes. Joy is actually easier to play than before with a higher damage cap. Sonic jumping in, gets the taunt onto Min, who tries to fly away, but he's not able to. The damage from Madness has scaled up, and now Sonic is able to zone off Man, giving a free tower away again to Zaz.
Oh boy, this is scary coming from Team HAQ because Madness Esports is completely one-sidedly trashing this game in this first game. This is something that I did not expect at all, especially against Team HAQ, who is a championship title. And you can see the amount of harassment that Madness Esports is bringing to the table. Panda, he just got his golden staff, means that there is some sort of damage output coming from him, but he still needs more time.
I get the feeling Team HAQ prioritizing their classic signature heroes may have given too many power picks to Madness, giving away Fredrin, Joy, and Valentina. Not to mention the Diggy as a free counter means that Team HAQ, their power level in this game is not looking good.
Oh boy. This is going to be a difficult one. Like, I can see a lot of attempts coming from Gary here. He doesn't have the global buff. He's struggling to try and make space for him. And I like how Madness was not responding to this. But however, yeah,
he's going to be ganked off. Gets caught up by the Fatal Links. He's
No
still
way.
alive.
He survived?
Vengeance, and he's able to dash away. A 4-man gank by Team HAQ gets nothing.
That is not what I was expecting. I thought he was going to be dead, but now the tier 3s up top is going to be exposed by this. And Madness Esports, they get free value damage for absolutely no trade-off coming from Team HAQ. And this is worrisome for Team HAQ now.
We are seeing very clear examples why Red Side has a near 100% ban rate on Joy. No matter how the hero is changed, it's just too difficult to deal with it. And Team HAQ does not have enough CC. Literally, they have Fatal Links. Nothing else here can lock down the Joy, and that is a massive problem.
Oh boy, and as you can see is here, yeah, is just so confident. He is gonna get caught out once again, but this time, no vengeance. Even without vengeance, he gets out!
He's still out, the conceal play, they want to chase him down, but yeah, he's just walking away, not even needing vengeance. This is crazy right now.
Oh my goodness, Team HAQ, another unsuccessful gank coming in. This is worrisome because they don't have the burst potential to actually go in for the pickoff. If you think about it, Lilia doesn't necessarily have the fastest burst. And based on items here, it is an enchanted talisman with the Ice Queen 1, means they are looking for those prolonged fights. That means for Team HAQ to actually pop off, they need to drag this game a little bit longer before things get out of hand. And currently with this 7k net worth lead, it's going to be extremely difficult to do so, even for Team HAQ at this stage of the game.
Note that Madness Esports, they're 7.6k net worth ahead of Team HAQ here, and we're only 10 minutes in. Mali, he's actually going semi-damage here. He's got the Enchanted Talisman, so not a tank diggy, meaning there's a lot of DPS potential coming out of Madness Esports. They're now pushing top lane. Lord is here, only Elemental, but Team HAQ doesn't have the capabilities to defend, so they instantly lose the top inhibitor. Madness Esports, they're looking for one more. Their minion wave is still walking up, and the time journey is still available to counter the Fatal Links. Man already forced to use Black Shoes, so he won't have that. Mid inhibitor falls. Team HAQ can do nothing about this right now.
Oh, they're trying to set up for the big blazing duet. It seems like it's gonna happen.
Lola! He went too far. Gets bursted. 100-0. Yeah. In the backline, Fatal Links on top of the Joy. They'll finally take him out, but at what cost? Nibiru's Bastion, double kill going to South, triple kill. Maniac to the Beatrix, and the crystal falls in quick succession. Madness Esports have won their first game ever in MPL Season 11.
Oh my goodness, Madness Esports, they definitely pulled a very big upset here right from the get-go for game number 1. But it seems like Team HAQ, they're at a loss of words. They did not expect that they would lose this much, and with that play instead, Madness Esports, they finally find a little bit of hope to try and stay alive for MPL MY S11 slots. And you can see the happiness coming from the ace. But can they take the full Series W? Because as of yet, they are one game ahead against the defending champions.
Honestly, if we see the same kind of gameplay from Madness Esports in Game 2, they could come out on top here. This could be a massive upset, the likes of which no one could have predicted. And that is the excitement of MPL MY. I don't know what's gonna come next. Definitely Joy, gotta go. But what else are these players hiding?
Well, it's back to the drawing board for Team HAQ as well. For them to let go of power picks means that is gonna be Madness gonna be coming in here, going to come online here. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But we are gonna be jumping into a mic check.
Hello. Saat kita. Boss, let's go.
Boleh semangatkan ada tau.
Hai, aku kikit dia ni.
Aku dah level 4, boleh pressure? Boleh. Hai, mai sini kau.
Tutor ready. Kau tutor kat sini.
Ya.
Kasih lagi ya. Aku berani.
Dapat jungle dia, cok. Mana pressure atas saya? Boleh.
Boleh lihat.
Kita, ayo enjoy the game. Let's go. Au.
Sorry, aku mati.
Boleh.
Boleh dah. Sabar. Weh,
nice off.
Hey, it's been a while since we see Mali this happening, celebrating and enjoying the game coming from Madness Esports. For them to take game 1 against the legendary defending champions Team HAQ, it shows that there is a lot of improvements and a lot of capable players in the Malaysian scene. However, with that drafts being said as well, it seems like it is going to be a little bit of a return coming from Team HAQ, where we might see a little bit of a difference in terms of priority picks coming from both sides, if you think about it.
Yeah, I think they just gave away way too much in the draft there. They thought, we'll go for a signature picks with the championship lineup. It didn't work. It gave too many strong heroes away, and you gotta be able to have effective tools to deal with them. Just like how you can champion extra GG with Garnier Men to get your own effective tool for fighting 99.9% of acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds.
And if you're always wondering why us casters look this good, it's all thanks to Garnier Men, man. If you've got an acne problem, just get a Garnier Men, no problem. You are gonna get all those bacteria off very, very smooth, very, very silky to your, it's really nice, right? Isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
I would like to touch your skin all the time, yeah. But
I
at
think
the
we'll
same time,
save that for when we're off the death, yeah?
So you're afraid to declare our, our relationship? Sorry, what?
We can keep that on the down low for now. Anyway, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna be moving on. Yeah, let's leave that behind for a short moment as we talk about the game once again. So this was an unpredictable result right here. Like, no one could have seen this coming. Madness Esports, I don't know what happened to them between this week and last, but something's clicked. Going back to their roots, that was the solution all along.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so very difficult to do so. But at the same time, I like that they're sticking to their comfort picks coming in. But what threw them off guard from side of Team HAQ is that we always knew that when it comes to facing off against an Atlas, Purify pretty much hard counters it. Time Journey immediately hard counters the heroes right from the get-go. It feels bad that Min is trying to do as much as he can, but there's only so much he could have done in all these scenarios, because Madness, time and time again, they were grouping up as 5, and Min can't exactly engage the fights just because of this Time Journey, and which kind of allowed Madness to completely dumpster lane. And of course, in terms of overall matchup as well, we know for a fact that Diggy and Beatrix in the safe lane is what wins the game. And this is a comfort pick that Team HAQ has used during Season 10 when they want to secure the win for Panda.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in this case, Team HAQ got way too overconfident here. Now, I did mention when the game ended that this was Madness Esports' first win in the season. That was actually wrong. My bad on that. They've won a game previously against Lunatics and against Red Giants Esports. But the fact that I thought it was their first win indicates that there's a sense of looking down on Madness Esports. I would not be surprised if a lot of other teams had that same opinion. So Team HAQ thought, we don't need to think about counters. If we play the 5 lineup that won us the championship, we can handle it. And that was not the case.
Yeah, that was definitely not the case as well. I'm looking forward to see how it goes down. Whether or not will Madness ever bring in the Sonic Hanzo. It's been a while since we've seen it, but I'm really looking forward to it as well. But as we had the carry coming in from Madness Esports, it's surprising as well. Mali having 31,000 damage on this Diggy. His bombs has been extremely annoying in just constantly harassing Team HAQ time and time again. I believe Min was also one of the big receivers coming from Team HAQ, because every single time he tries to open the map, there are constant surprise bombs, drops him down pretty low before they actually go in for the fight. Now, I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is going to be from the side of Madness Esports. It is going to be none other than Pozan on his Valentina. 207 KDA pretty much terrified the heck out of Gary and knocked him down in multiple awkward situations, allowing them to secure a lot of good team fights.
Honestly, this is such a different Pozan from what we saw in Week 1 and 2. We definitely identified him as a player that was having difficulty being able to position correctly, take fights with the rest of his team, and just seemed to get caught out of position a lot. But all of a sudden, MVP of the game, 90% kill participation, a perfect KDA. I really want to know what happened to Madness Esports, what kind of pep talk, what kind of training they went through, because I need me some of that, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely need it as well, because as of yet, so far it's still one step closer to their end journey, and so far Madness Esports is not giving up their slots for MPL yet. they are looking pretty solid for now, but can they close the clean 2-0? But let's take a look at the hit map on how Pozan played that game so far. He was all over the map, constantly trying to pressure and look for a kill on towards Gary from a side team. You can see he's always playing a little bit more onto the mid lane. He will try his best to try and protect his jungler from being invaded as well. So he's always in position where it's easy to actually pressure mid lane, easy to actually go to the top side as well as on the bottom side. But most importantly, mid lane priority is his way to go.
Yeah, we may have identified what Pozan is more comfortable playing here. Perhaps he's not the style of an artillery mage, but prefers to be a little bit more aggressive and up close and look for alternative angles. Because you can see, he's focusing more towards the mid lane, focusing more towards the mid brush close to the turtle pit there. And you know that the only source of CC coming out from Team HAQ is going to be that Fatal Link. So it provides a lot of freedom for the rest of Madness Esports to decide which angles they want to engage from, as long as they're not the primary core target. And I think that's what Pozan did here. His positioning allowed him to play aggressive, to come in when cooldowns were expended. And I want to see more of this.
Yep, they need more stunts. In this case, setups is going to be the way to go. But however, with this Diggy, it completely changes the dynamic on how things went won for Madness Esports. Even here as well, they got a very early start during the match highlights for Team HAQ, right? They were able to get a couple kills here and there. But the moment Mally has his time journey, every single time Madness forces a fight, they are grouping up as 4. And it feels like they finally take a different version of the Ube strategy and worked against Team HAQ. And this logically should not be possible, but because there is a Atlas involved, it actually works against this Atlas.
But we see from this game why there's a lot of weaknesses with this classic style of drafting that won Team HAQ Season 10. The meta has shifted. You need to be aggressive early, you need to be able to snowball, you need to have late game scaling. When Team HAQ has this kind of lineup, Atlas really doesn't do that much in the early game. And especially when there's a Diggy on the opposite side, Min becomes useless until he hits level 4. And even beyond that, it's difficult unless they have more sources of CC, which they didn't.
Well, it seems it's kind of similar like how back in the days where Archive Jungle was priority. Any team picks a Diggy, instantly the Archive is kind of rendered useless to a single degree with those heavy spins. So it all comes down to isolating and baiting. And unfortunately to say, Atlas doesn't bring as much value with his Fatal Links compared to what the Archive brings to the table, just because of how much more longer duration and a heavy spin has compared to Fatal Link. So I guess in this scenario, Team HAQ just needs to respect the fact that they made a mistake with the drafts. They should have banned the Archive and then deal with it. Hopefully they are going to be able to bounce back for Game 2, Game 3, because Game 1, it was a complete outdraft against Madness Esports, giving away 2 power S-tier meta picks, but at the same time, aw, that's so cute!
Well, always nice to see we got the young people here, the new generation of MPL players, perhaps, you know? After all, we have to remember Madness Esports, they are the rookies here. This is a semi-pro team debuting in the MPL MY for the very first time, and they have swept the rug from under the defending champions. So, Terrence, what are you expecting in Game 2?
Now, to be honest, they should just ignore the fact that Claude first pick is not the priority here. Even though it is a comfort pick, meta picks are just a little bit too much to let go. There are still a lot of meta picks coming up for grabs, and I'm not including the fact that currently Mincitar is revamped. So technically, no teams are allowed to play for 2 weeks at least. And once that comes in the picture, we're going to be having even more S-tier meta picks to actually win the game. And that's going to be a big problem for every single team, because every single team is going to be scrambling to figure out what is the strongest in the current patch. But what I do know, Fredrin is arguably one of the strongest, most secured junglers out so far, played by every single team here in MPL MY.
From what we can see of game number 1, heroes that should be prioritized here are the Fredrin, the Joy, and the Valentina. They need to be contested or banned because they prove to be too big of a problem for Team HAQ here. And unfortunately, we kind of propagate again why Ling has a 0% win rate right now. Gary just couldn't find any space to come up and contest the turtle against a hero like Fredrin.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult here, and hopefully things are going to be a little bit better for them as they need to figure out what they have to fix here. Because Team HAQ, they may have dropped the game, but Madness Esports, they cannot lose that steam that they had from Game 1. So far, it was a clean victory on Game 1 based on the drafts. Hopefully Game 2, they are going to be able to close it out, but it feels like it is going to be very difficult to do so, considering a Team HAQ, they know they made a mistake. Hopefully, they will be able to bounce back. But now, with the drafts coming in, the teams are supporting Team HAQ, showing them favor. We're going to be jumping into the drafts once again for game number 2. And as you can see, it is going to be Team HAQ on the blue side once again.
It is time to be rid of complacency and make sure to give your opponents the proper respect right here. Team HAQ, they underestimated Madness Esports and decided that they could deal with counters, picking an Atlas early and saying, we can deal with a Diggy, we can deal with a Valentina. That can no longer fly in game number 2. They've decided to stay on the same side of the picks for both teams here. So we'll find out. Changes need to be made.
Instantly, talk about changes. Joy will be banned off from the side of Team HAQ, but Fredrin is going to be up for grabs once again. They might be sticking with their Claude again this time from Team HAQ, but Madness, do they want to ban the Fredrin and risk losing it once again? Because as of yet, there is still the Valentina also going to be up for grabs. Kaja going to be the priority coming from Madness Esports. Team HAQ, first pick, Fredrin or Claude once again, but it seems like they might want to consider Panda's Claude again. And yes, it is going to be the Claude again. They are going to let go of the Fredrin to Madness Esports.
Okay, I'm just going to straight up be honest here. I don't like this
I don't
at
like it
all. Fredrin should be the priority pick, yes. There's always the threat that Zaz takes the Claude away, but it's not as if it really provides that much impact that you have the first pick it. Fredrin is now free, and Valentina is taken by Madness as well.
How two really strong picks come from Madness Esports. Team HAQ still recurring on the trend on how to hold out things as well. Whenever a Valentina is picked, you are going to be picking heroes that don't give away high value ultimates to your opponents. We've seen it time and time again throughout the entirety of Season 10, where what a Valentina can bring to the table. This time, do they respect this? No, they don't. They bring in the Dara for Gary and the Kadita. The question is this a roaming Kadita?
That is a good question. We know that both Min and Man are actually capable of playing this, but I do think that Man will lean a little bit more to playing the Kadita. But I actually do like how Team HAQ have adjusted this time. Wasn't a big fan of the Claude first pick, but there's a chance that they were actually using it to bait out the Fredrin in order to get the direct Derov counter, one of Gary's signature choices. But the Diggy comes out once again, a counter to the potential Kadita combo.
Yeah, the Petrify combo is going to be something that they have to actually worry about. So Madness Esports don't fix what they don't have a problem with. I'm guessing they are going to look to try and get the Beatrix once again to dominate their lane against the Cloud. This is something that Beatrix is just so strong at. But what I really like how Team HAQ makes this adaptation is that we've always posed this question. How many heroes can deal with the tankiness of a Fredrin? Carry obviously is going to be a clear solution. Heroes with true damage such as Clint, such as Leslie does have somewhat of a pull in that regards. Endless Battle obviously does a little bit in that regards, right? But if you think about armor shredding, Derov is one of the best at doing that. And I'm really liking how Team HAQ is opting to go for a jungle Derov for Gary. And it's something that not many teams play, but considering the clear speed in jungle, Derov is just so fast.
Gary's Derov specifically has received respect even from international teams, so instantly you can tell that Team HAQ are here to play. I do like the Diggy pick in order to not just deal with the Kadita, but for anything that Min might be drafting after this as well. They're gonna be going for the Grok ban right now. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they decided to ban something like Cho as well, because with the Diggy, Atlas is quite manageable, so something that's more single target that may be difficult to deal with is that Cho.
Give me a target.
That is going to be the case for sure. Cho, however, from side of Madness Esports, I don't think they are going to go for Cho for Ye.
Nah, I mean, like, they should ban it against Min specifically.
I think it's a bit difficult considering, even if Team HAQ gets the Cho, right, they have the time journey as a solution to kind of isolate the target, so I don't think it's much of a threat compared to before. I can see where you're coming from, right? It's all about isolating here, going for those kind of pick-off compositions, but well, it looks like you might actually call it here because on the screen they are thinking about banning it off, and I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of this ban, to be honest.
Here, let me explain my thought process right now.
Okay.
The Diggy is picked to counter the Kadita. If they pick something like a Kufra, like an Atlas, they know they're looking for the big team fight. It's very easy to stack the Kadita ult with those ults, so you can use Time Journey to deal with 2 ultimates at once. But if you have a Cho can kick someone, and Kadita can ult someone separately on different parts of the team fight. And Madness wants them to gather all together instead of splitting them up.
I guess if you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. But I wouldn't say that Franco also works kinda in that way as well. But at the same time, you know, Mincetar works exactly like that if you think about it. It's a better version of Upgrade the Hook. However, it is unfortunately going to be banned for another 2 weeks before we start to see a potential Mincetar play in the upcoming weeks to come. However, Brody is going to be banned from the side of Team HAQ, means Madness Esports is going to be potentially doubling down on the Beatrix composition. But at the same time, you know what I would really like to see from the side of Team HAQ? I would really like to see a very, very annoying frontliner, or maybe even an Edith to a certain degree, but against a Diggy, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's...
Grok probably is pretty good.
Honestly, if Team HAQ wants to go for splitting up the team fight, something like Natalia or even Hilda might be a solid choice for Min just to try and pressure, because it's very easy for those heroes to force out a time journey even if they're not going for the CC. Like the threat of a one-shot kill may be enough to disrupt Mali's thought process.
It might be enough as well, but it seems like we might actually see a double mage conversation from Team HAQ. I don't think I've seen Min and Mana kind of play that kind of composition before. But you're right, Cho is something that they do play a lot. But as of yet, here he comes. It is going to be the Kufra as well as the Lapu from Team HAQ. So this is going to be a Mage Kadita coming in from Team HAQ. They are going to double down with the armor shredding to pair it out with Lola to shred through the armors and defense of Madness Esports. I like it. To be honest, I like the idea, but it all comes down to execution, right? Because as of yet, final pick coming from Madness Esports, they need an XP laner to match against Lapu, or in this case, maybe even out-sustain the Dirov. The Esmeralda is not going to help Ye at all. Maybe the Yuzhong though. I think the Yuzhong's pretty okay.
Yeah, Yuzhong's not a bad choice. I'm not sure if Glue has been banned yet. I'm gonna have to revisit that.
It's banned.
Yeah, it is banned now. Okay, so Glue, Arlet, the typical options against Lapu going to be not available. I do like the Yuzhong. Otherwise, Benedetta, a good choice here. Looks like that is going to be the pickup from Yeah. So I feel like I still kind of like Madness Esports' lineup a little bit more here. They have more options. Yes, Team HAQ, team fight, very strong. But the Kufra kind of ends up falling into the trap that Madness set, in that they just want Team HAQ to go for a big 5v5 team fight.
Well. Seems like the draft has been set as well, and seeing how things are going in favor, both already adapted to Game 1's performance, and this time Madness is going to be doubling down on securing Zaps' farm in towards the gold lane. Let's take a look at the stats coming in from both sides. Team HAQ obviously has a little bit better in terms of pick-off potential, but the over utility team fight as well as late game potential is going to be heavily favoring towards Madness Esports once again. This seems like a repeat in terms of graph from the Game 1's graph if you think about it.
The big difference is that Team HAQ definitely has heroes that can deal with Madness Esports more efficiently this time while maintaining the comfort they were going for in game number 1. The Land of Dawn opens up once more. We're going to be witnessing Team HAQ go up against Madness Esports, and this is going to be a crucial game for our defending champions to maintain the dignity of the Season 10 winners.
Well, Gary this time on the Dirov. Oh, okay, interesting. I was expecting Demon Slayer emblem coming in from him, but he is going to go for the killing spree on the Dirov, so we are going to be expecting early aggression. I guess the idea is to try and punish Mali as much as possible if Mali decides to go for this kind of in-between rotations. Perhaps, maybe?
Killing spree on Dirov is pretty normal because he has so much damage that he doesn't actually need Demon Slayer. Obviously, puts him slightly behind in terms of retry battles, but his ult does make up for that damage difference.
I guess, if you put it that way. But no, this time, Team HAQ, they understand the idea coming from Zap's strategy. They're calling him in to provide assistant Panda for him to farm his way through. But look at this, Gary. is going to try and make an attempt at Madness Esports. They do hear the movements with the Tyrant's Revenge, so looks like there is not going to be having an attempt coming in. But once again, pay attention to the mini-map as well. Yeah, good wave, and Ula in a lot of trouble.
Yep, yeah, he's coming in now. He's just going to finish him off. First blood secured by the Benedetta straight away. Lola, a little bit too heavy-handed. I don't think he needed to use Flicker so early.
Oh boy, that was a little bit unfortunate here, but Madness Esports, they found a way to actually punish Lola, who is arguably one of the strongest XP laners here in Malaysia, has shown signs of weakness, and Madness Esports are able to capitalize on this situation. And this is going to be a problem because look at how Madness Esports is playing this map. They're prioritizing the side lanes more and leaving Pozan mid lane to get an early level 4 before this upcoming fight.
Surprise Min didn't engage on the Valentina there, but Gary now being focused by taking a lot of damage. He's re-engaging jumping back into Lola, so he actually does dash away, which means that Sonic gets the turtle for free. Gary spending too much time on and not able to get the kill even.
Oh boy, this is a little bit of a problem here coming in from Team HAQ as of yet, because arguably Gary being bullied out by is going to have him in a very, very awkward position, and having choosing the right targets to harass in the right time is actually dictating a lot of tempo for Madness Esports to actually force this fight. And you can see time and time again, Zap and Mally, they just don't care. They want to make sure this gold lane is going to be absolutely free farming his way through.
Zav's game sense is honestly on point right there. He was in danger of being completely one-shot by the 5G connection, but able to walk behind even though he didn't know that Min was actually around. But now Pozan gonna be caught out, ultimate used to catch him, but he has Purify, so no threat yet. Team HAQ not able to find their pickoffs.
I think this adaptation coming from Pozan, going for the Purify, and also knowing that the opponent has a Kadita, you're pretty much almost guaranteed a free rough waves with the Purify. And the snipes comes in for Zap, a little bit off the mark, but Team HAQ, they have to concede the gold lane once again.
And Zaz is getting so much gold shield here. It's really annoying as a gold laner to have to play against an enemy gold laner that has this Diggy constantly by their side. Min is going to be charging up here. The Flicker catches out Zaz. He doesn't have his ultimate though, and Mali is here. Man, he's going to be looking for the Beatrix. Forces the Flicker out. Rough waves. Misses entirely. And Madness Esports walks out again.
Quick fingers coming in from Zap to completely dodge this assault coming in from Team HAQ. And currently, Team HAQ, they're in a little bit of trouble as well. But bottom side, they do catch Mali.
Yeah, they use the ult onto Mali, forcing out the time journey and the Flicker. And Mali is out, safe and sound. Team HAQ's aggression being foiled at every turn.
Oh my goodness, Madness Esports, they're just like ninjas. They're able to just completely dodge every single fight. And while this is actually happening, they forced multiple rotations. Top side, was able to chip away at the gold platings on the top side. That means a lot of economy has been swung on towards Madness Esports side. And this is a problem for Team HAQ, because as of yet, they need to force some sort of reaction, and it's just not happening at all.
I don't know what is happening with Team HAQ right now, but they're being played around like toys by Madness Esports. Something about the rookie squad has come online in this week, where they've been given the chance to pick back up and return to the roots that got them to the top of the semi-pro scene in the first place. Turtle, enemy contested. Electro final blow used very early. Madness want to clear this as soon as possible, and wow, the turtle just melts.
Yeah, that was very quick as well, considering how things are happening from the side of Madness Esports. But as of yet, they're surrounded here coming from Madness Esports. They might make an attempt once again, but unfortunately, man, just a little bit off the edge here. And Sonic is looking to intercept this fight, but I don't think they can actually do anything about this. And this is a problem for them.
Team HAQ is investing way too many resources into trying to pick off Zaps, and they are wasting time on the opposite side. Has just been free farming for the past 2 minutes or so, and that is a big problem. Madness Esports, he's gonna miss again onto Pozan, and Team HAQ, it just feels like they're not doing anything on the map.
Oh, it seems like they're just missing every single target, and it's so difficult to do anything, considering that Madness Esports is always able to predict every single reaction coming from Team HAQ. It's pretty one-dimensional coming from Team HAQ. And it's pretty clear how they want to fight this fight. They want to kill Pozan, there is a Purify. You want to kill Mali, there is a time journey. And as long as they split off the fight, Madness Esports are going to be able to get some sort of farm unless Team HAQ decides to commit into one one particular lane, and so far, they haven't been able to find any pickoffs at all.
Yeah, Team HAQ, when they play a lineup like this that has a lot of heroes that go for pickoff, they need to be able to snowball off of early game kills, especially on Gary. With Killing Spree thereof, he should have 3 or more kills at this stage of the game, typically. And Madness Esports, they're just giving full respect, just not allowing Team HAQ to get close at all.
Yep, you've got the highest damage ranking coming from Ali as well with 10k here, just constantly harassing, applying so much of pressure on the alarm bombs. But Madness Esports, they will try and repeat how game 1 is. Funnel all this economy for Zaf on every single lane with those turrets. And currently, Man in a little bit of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the combo onto Mali, but this Kadita does no damage now. Nibiru's Bastion nearly takes him out, but Man will survive. Has been a bit too late to join the party. Madness Esports funneling heavily into Zaf.
Yeah, Panda is going to be forced to rotate down mid to get some sort of farm. Meanwhile, Team HAQ also going to be trying to steal the turtle. Madness Esports a little bit too far off. Finally, they're calling in, but it is a little bit too late here. And so a little bit of a redemption point for Team HAQ. They know that they've lost out early engagement. They're trying to trade off other sides of the map. This is a good sign that Team HAQ is still trying to find ways to actually make a comeback into this game. However, the question is, to what stage of the game?
Yeah, Team HAQ, they should honestly have an advantage towards the earlier stages, and now they just have to wait for Panda to farm. He is doing a good job though, the Blazing Duet, actually doing a fair amount of DPS to yeah down here in the bottom lane. So Madness Esports do have to give a bit more attention to that. Right now, Panda not that far behind Zav's farm.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the items as well. Gary's got the Hunter Strike. He's looking for a little bit more of an Oracle, I guess. Maybe even a War Axe as well. Not exactly sure what kind of item he goes. But once he gets a little bit more tanky, things are going to get a little bit different.
Ooh, the combo of the ultimate is going to be negated entirely by Time Journey as Min will get picked down by Zav's. Time Journey comes out once again by Mali just to keep the team alive, top them up in terms of shields, and force Team HAQ back again.
Oh, this is a problem. They need more damage. And so far, Mon is pretty much the own main source of damage. And somehow, Gary hasn't been able to interject with some of these combos. His Abysm Strike is what completely stretches through the shield of Madness Esports. And now with the cooldowns down, they might be able to catch something. But Madness, they're just not giving it to them at all.
I'm impressed, honestly. There's a degree of discipline now in Madness Esports where beforehand we called it passiveness. Now there's a balance here. Ooh, that sniper shot. That would have been devastating.
Oh, that was a little bit too close. Zaf, a little bit on point with his angles so far, but Team HAQ, they're able to react to this so far. Min,
Pozan, he has his ult. Min gonna get terrified. He gets the ult onto the enemy Kufra. Min gonna be the first one picked off as Lola is pulled back and taken out. Panda with the Petrify in. Yeah, gets the kill. Man gets the revenge right here. Bursts down the Benedetta, but they lose the tier 1 mid in exchange.
Oh my goodness, they had that fight while Gary was busy farming the objectives, and Madness Esports was able to capitalize on this, but Pozan steals the Tyrant's Rage, uses it against Vin before he pops him himself. This is a huge steal because of that. Team HAQ, they are going to lose the Lord trade, and this is going to set them even further back from how they intended this game to go in their favor. And so far, Panda is just very, very underfarmed.
Like, honestly, this is crazy what we are watching right now.
Absolute madness, right?
Oh, yeah. He's going to be able to clear out bottom lane as well. So far, the split push threats from Team HAQ not even working out. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of us going into this game was expecting a clean victory for Team HAQ. But now, it is Madness Esports who are threatening the 2-0.
Oh boy, Team HAQ. It seems like it is going to be very difficult as well. Min looking for the jump, is thinking about it, but is it worth it though? They need to find a way to bait out the time journeys first. But Pozan, he steals the Tyrant's Rage once again.
Lots of... Oh, Panda losing 60% of his HP in a single snipe right there. Zaz is a monster. Min jumps back in. Time Journey negates the Tyrant's Rage as Man jumps in. Not enough damage on the Rough Waves either. Pozan nearly picking off Lola, but he's able to flicker away just in time. Panda jumping back in. They're really low on Madness Esports. Blazing Duet not quite able to finish them off. Just a couple of hits.
So close. Yet so far, Madness Esports were able to get out on almost nearly unscathed, and Team HAQ now losing the purple buff for the Derov, and this is a problem for Team HAQ because as of yet, they need to find a way to channel and get picked off, and Madness Esports is completely dodging their way through. However, this does not make it easier for them because Poza now has Divine Glaive. So this Valentina is going to be able to threaten the backlines, especially up on Panda, if he is in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Team HAQ may be a team that depends a little too heavily on that early momentum because right now Madness Esports are in full control of the map and Team HAQ have no choice but to roam together to try and get any pickoffs they can and just play defensively, which is resulting in them falling even further behind in farm.
Oh goodness, this is something that I think they have to figure out how they should be able to make a play here because Madness Esports, they look very, very united, especially with this DK play coming from Ali. Team HAQ can't really do too much against this time journey. They need somebody to poke his way through. Kadita isn't exactly a poke hero. It is a one-shot burst combo which time journey completely negates that shot. And as of yet, damage ranking, Zaf is going to be top here, but yeah, top side.
Yep, they're looking for him. They see him by himself. Min actually misses the flicker, but he is still able to lock him down with bouncing ball. Two members allows to get to the other end. He's going to be caught out finally with his Vism strike. And now they have to recall as fast as possible. Madness Esports forcing the mid inhibitor. Man, instantly bursted down, killing spree to Zaf, not even able to pop the rough waves there. The mid inhibitor will fall as Min misses out on the Tyrant's Revenge.
Oh, so very hot here coming from Team HAQ. They tried to make plays, but it's really unfortunate that Man could not pop the rough waves. Things would have looked good for them because as of that, Madness Esports, they will continue with their incredible lead. Zaf is just poking them away with the sniper shots, and so far, we haven't seen him miss that many shots, and that is something that Team HAQ needs to be a little bit more worried here because Panda, they committed so much just for a Benedetta, but at the same time, the bigger target here is going to be taking off the Pozan if you think about it.
Man, charging up once again. Sonic dropping the Lord real low. Will they get it? Yup, Zaz gonna secure the Lord easily. Madness Esports are not even gonna risk the fight. They got what they were looking for. They're gonna back off to the safety of their jungle.
Difficult, very, very difficult game coming in from Team HAQ, while Madness Esports completely dominating on all fronts here. And as you can see, this is a very smooth sailing game for Madness Esports. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes. And Team HAQ, they need to find the biggest catch of their life. And so far, Man, it's going to be a bait here. He is going to force a rough waves, and Madness Esports is very happy that this happened. Bottom lane, they do
1v3. They're gonna find the Benedetta, pick him off, but they know that Man doesn't have rough waves anymore. The Lord gonna be baited by Lola. He's gonna pull it to the side. They cannot let this crash with the crystal. Meanwhile, Min jumping in, gets the ult onto them, but it's not gonna be enough time journey, keeping them all topped up as Blazing Duet literally doing nothing thanks to the time journey shield. Sonic abrasive grab, almost taking out Lola, but Team HAQ are able to defend against the Lord for now. Madness Esports, will they push the issue? Looks like the answer is no.
Oh, that was such a close one here coming from Team HAQ. They might have lost their life if Zaf was able to connect any of those shots actually going for the fight. Min looking for the extension.
Flickers forward onto Zaf. No time journey. That's a 3-man petrify. Rough wave comes out. A Vism strike doesn't finish off Mali, but they do find Pozan and Zaz. The shutdown going to Lola, and Sonic now by himself, and Scary catches up to Mali.
What?
He breaks the grab. Turned around by Sonic. Burst Panda down to nothing, and the Fredrin walks out alive.
What is that outplay coming from Sonic? Instantly 3k damage, drops 100 to 10% from Panda. What a clutch coming in from Sonic. However, with that play coming from Team HAQ, they managed to pull back the lead a little bit more, closer for them to equalize, where Madness Esports was 6k ahead, now down towards 3k, almost 4k ahead only. So a little bit of hope for Team HAQ to actually make it a comeback. But in case you missed out on the action, let's take a look at how the replay went on, because in this play, it seems like they were able to go in for a full punish on Zaf, and Gary was able to completely isolate the members and pick them off bit by bit. But look at this play from Sonic once again. He was so close, nearly a full bar. It turns the tide against Claude. That is gotta hurt.
That is insane right there, and instantly you see why Fredrin is a hero that many teams are comfortable to first pick. Sonic doing a good job on hero so far. Madness Esports definitely made a mistake in that last push where they tried to go for another inhibitor even though they didn't have time journey anymore, and Min took advantage of that.
Oh my goodness, this is something that they have to figure out as well. And but we do see a rose gold media purchase coming from Zaf here as he tries to adapt to new meta cages for those items. But at the same time, are we going to see a potential Hellbird coming from Team HAQ? Because so far, they need to find a way to deal with Sonic. DHS and, of course, the Hellbird does give a little bit of a boost for the physical attacks, but at this stage, what do you swap it out with? It seems like it's going to be tough, but before we talk about the items here, it seems like Madness Esports, they are going to try and close things out with this Roar. Meanwhile, Team HAQ, they have to force a fight.
He's trying to force Man to use his ultimate there, but Man isn't going to fall for it. He needs to keep that around. Min going for the charge in, gets it. Time Journey, Gary secures the Lord for Team HAQ. Blazing Duet, jumping in. Time Journey comes out from Mali to keep the rest of the team alive, as Man will eventually get taken out by the damage from the auto alarm bomb. The only casualty of the fight. Team HAQ, though, they'll prolong their game. They got the Lord.
Oh, this is exactly what Team HAQ needs, because with this small room that they have, they finally found a way to actually make a comeback. And this is a problem for Madness Esports, right? They do have the damage potential, they do have the defensive abilities, but they have to respect what Gary brings to the table. As long as he's grouped up with Team HAQ, he will hit like a truck. And this is something that I don't think Madness Esports has experienced throughout the early stage of the game. And now they're finally realizing it. But is it too late? That is going to be something that I think they have to try and readjust the positions here before this next upcoming fight.
Yeah, this is a big challenge for Madness Esports right now. Oh, yeah, he's actually going to go in, use the ult to clear off the wave. That could be dangerous. Gary is here. Min looking for the charge and gets it with the Tyrant's Rage onto the Benedetta. Yeah. Gonna lose his immortality straight away. Gets comboed into the Abyss of Strike. Gary with the mega kill onto Pozan just barely surviving the exchange mid as well.
Oh my goodness, another attempt down middle as well. Man is just absolutely trying his best going for the one-shot capabilities, but Madness Esports, they're starting to fumble in their cracks. The formations are starting to leak here, and Team HAQ are able to find opportunities, and this is good. This is exactly what Team HAQ wants, and they are able to make a bounce back because of all these plays, and this is something that Madness Esports cannot afford to commit to this fight.
Yeah, Sonic is taking a lot of damage in the front line. Min comes in.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of burst from Madness Esports as well. Praises Wrath onto Lola. Not able to do too much for now. Madness Esports succeed in keeping their tier 1 mid alive. But that net worth lead is dropping real low here. And Team HAQ, they're aware of it.
Yeah, this is good. Queen's Wing up on Sonic means he is going to be even more difficult to kill as the fight progresses. Spellworm going to be amplified for the Appraiser's Wrath or Team HAQ. They got to find a way to deal with Sonic, because as of yet, if they cannot kill Sonic, Madness Esports still has a way to prolong this game. Meanwhile, for Madness Esports, they need to find a way to not get chain CC by both Min and Man. So it all comes down to whether or not Mali's time journey is going to be on point. So it all comes down to a game of rock, paper, scissors. But before that, the items here so far, everyone is pretty much near max slotted as well. Mali going full tank build, not going for any sort of a additional damage output here to compensate the Valentine on top of it.
This is looking pretty dangerous right now. We can see that Panda has actually outfarmed Zavs at this point. Obviously, they are both on max items, so that doesn't make too much of a difference. But Zavs does have more defensive options in comparison. So that's something Madness Esports need to be aware of. The massive teamfight damage that Panda is able to output means that they need to be careful not to group up too heavily.
Yep, and as you can see, Madness Esports, they are going to try to make an attempt for this next Lord Pit here. 19 minutes in the game in. Once again,
top lane time. Team HAQ, they want to buy time. They want to allow Panda to go for the split push. Man has already been taken out, but the top inhibitor will fall. Yeah is back to be able to deal with it as Madness Esports gets the killing spree. Sonic secures Min on the side. The 5G connection going to be down for Team HAQ. Madness Esports, they'll be able to take this Lord. Gary, the only one in position to contest.
Yeah, good call coming from Team HAQ as well to trade the inhibitors up top. Unfortunately, it was a little bit aggressive as well. Yeah was able to react to this, and this is pretty much a guaranteed Lord for Madness Esports with that play. They weren't expecting Madness Esports to be able to react to this. You have to give props to his call to actually go back was just so much quicker as well. This is something that Team HAQ loves to do. Rat their way into the game, and they're not giving it yet. It's not over yet till it's finally over. And this time, Team HAQ, they've got to defend with those immortalities and throw bodies for this last inhibitor from the side of Madness Esports.
Madness Esports wants to take this last inhibitor before the Lord spawns as well, because that'll almost guarantee victory for them, and they will succeed in doing it because Min only just respawn, meaning Madness Esports, now their job, sink the waves, go for the end with the Luminous Lord.
It is going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Rose Gold Media purchased Albon Panda. He is going to be a little bit more tankier now compared to before, but can he have those sprint blazing duet to actually finish off Zap as well as Bozan? As of yet, he's going to be starting things off with the snipes.
Yeah. Trying to look for the zone. The Lord not going to be taken away by Lola. Min jumps in, not able to find the stun. He's dropping real low. Panda looking for the back line. Blazing Duet has not been used just yet. Time Journey by Bali. The crystal is still exposed, but the Lord is whacking it down, and Madness Esports gets it. They secured a 2-0 victory against Team HAQ. The defending champions have fallen to the Season 11 rookies in their first victory of the season.
What a game coming in from Madness Esports. Who would have thought they would have pulled a big upset? They take the clean 2-0 against Team HAQ with their devastating play. Sonic being able to cancel off the blazing duet at the last moment where Panther was needed the most, completely shattering their dreams of making a comeback and dragging this game 3. Madness Esports, they've gone absolutely crazy for 2 games in a row. No one expected this. No one can read them. And because of all this confusion, they were able to rise up and take this 2-0.
Team HAQ's hopes of rekindling the original championship lineup have been shattered, like our expectations today, as Madness Esports does the impossible of coming back from a lose streak that has been ongoing since the beginning of the season and claiming a 2-0 win against Team HAQ. So, let's see what our host has to say. Rose, take it away.
Dan itu dia kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Madness Esports. Hello boys, how are you feeling?
We are feeling, don't know how to say.
Don't know how to say,
We are feeling really excited now.
You guys literally made the impossible possible by defeating the defending champions of MPL. So, Coach Min, just now during our backstage interview, you mentioned you guys are back to basics. I think the basic is working.
Yep. Once we went tier 2, we were called Blacklist MY. So, we are bringing the Blacklist style lah.
Okay, Blacklist Malaysia is Madness Esports. Okay, so saya nak tanya, kita tadi nampak dua-dua game, korang memang more or less dominated Team HAQ. Okay, how did you guys manage to do it? How did you guys come in so prepared to win against Team HAQ?
For me, from the drafting side, I can predict what their mid laner going to pick because it's pretty obvious actually. So we didn't respect ban anything. We just played with our style. We didn't respect ban any carry heroes or anything. Just let him play. We go with our flow. We focus on the objective, and that's the result.
I see. One last question. We saw a different Team HAQ lineup today in which Panda yang main, not Hito. Did that change anything?
For me, I think they actually needed a short caller in their team, so I think that's why they bring back Panda. But our preparation seems like have beaten them.
I see. Kat sini, over kat sini, ada orang tak nak cakap apa-apa untuk orang yang selalu sokong? Mali, come on Mali. Come on. Nak cakap apa-apa tak untuk semua orang yang selalu sokong Madness Esports and this is your first win dalam 3 minggu?
Yang selalu support kita orang, even kita orang kalah pun, terima kasih. InsyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang lebih terbaik.
Dies, nak cakap apa?
Saya rasa Pak Ahmad banggalah dengan diorang pun try hard kan. So insyaAllah next kami akan buat lagi yang terbaik.
Adakah kita akan tengok Madness slowly naik leaderboard untuk musim ini?
Boleh. Apa bracket asalnya apa bracket boleh pergi lagi.
Oh, apa bracket boleh pergi lagi? Okay, apa bracket is the target? Okay, semua, adakah korang semua ready untuk MVP of the match? Ready? Okay, count down with me. 3, 2, 1. MVP of the match goes to Sonic! Sonic! Oh my goodness. If I'm not mistaken, you baru masuk lineup kan? Last game, right? Last game kan? Yeah, last game. Lepas tu, this game pula MVP of the match. How are you feeling?
Perasaan tu happy juga bukan senang nak dapat MVP kalau main jungle tank ni. Happy lah.
Happy. Adakah kita akan tengok Sonic MVP of the match dengan match yang seterusnya?
InsyaAllah boleh MVP of the match.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. And now, kita akan invite a lucky fan up on stage, Ajim. Ui, jangan tanya macam tu. Did I call the wrong name? No, I didn't call the wrong name. Oh, okay. Oh. No, I was like, oh my god. Okay, so you nak bagi sokongan ke you nak tanya soalan?
Nak tanya soalan.
Okay, silakan.
Tanya soalan dekat Coach Min.
Sekejap, I nak move kat sini.
Okay. Apa rahsia Madness Esports sampai dapat bounce balik lepas lose streak?
Even though kita orang lose streak, kita orang tak rasa yang kita orang boleh nampak sebab untuk standing yang baru, point system yang baru, tak ada team yang akan tersingkir cepat. Sebab ni baru 2 week, tak ada lagi 4 week, yang atas-atas pun memang bahaya untuk diorang sebenarnya, yang 5 point semua. So kita orang anggap lagi mampu, tegas.
Alright, thank you so much. So I'm gonna move here untuk bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Ajib. Ambil gambar. Ya, ambil gambar. Okay guys, we are ending the day with another 2-0. Kalau korang nak saksikan match-match yang panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan jangan lupa, orang yang naik pentas MPL akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Ajib and thank you Madness. Congratulations on your first win. Okay guys, cheer sikit. Madness! Okay guys, the crowd is hype. I'm so happy for them. Ini adalah kemenangan pertama dorang. So mari kita dengar mic check dorang untuk game kedua. Mic check, take it away.
Mana wek aku tu?
Belum buka.
Tak ada wek.
Belum buka.
Sekejap, aku ready ni. Kila nak bagi 2 kilo.
Woi, 2 kilo.
Bunyi biawak Zah, bunyi biawak. Mana wek ayo.
Cek. Nice.
Weh, lo dik.
Dah.
Nice.
Diorang nak bagi call you.
Apa benda? Sabar. Nafsu tu. Mata. Game kita nice. Nice game kita. Balik kau.
Mati. Hati-hati.
Aku tak ada hati.
Kita stay lagi.
Weh.
Masuk lagi.
Looks like we're witnessing a new return of the nice on stage right there. Madness Esports looking like they are feeling it, they are having fun, and returning to their old style seems to be pretty effective right there. The coach mentioned that in the semi-pro scene, they were called Blacklist MY. What are your thoughts about that?
I was casting the game as well just now here. We did catch a little bit of an interesting strategy from game number 1, game number 2, right? It had a very interesting Ube strategy, but instead of having an Estes, they had the Diggy. And now it makes so much more sense why they were called the Tier 2 of Blacklist International. But at the same time, let's talk about the match highlights here coming in here. 404 formula not found. What happened to the defending champion? Because, oh boy, this is not looking good, Team HAQ on the optics side. But truth be told, I feel like they have been having a little bit of roster change for quite some time here. They've been experimenting with Hito here and there. But based on this roster, the actual roster coming in from Team HAQ, it feels like they are a little bit lack of practice now compared to before, if you think about it.
What we're seeing here is most likely the effects of the meta shifting ever since last season. Remember, Season 10 happened at the end of last year, which it's been a few months. The meta has changed. The way that teams are playing are completely different. We got to see that at the M series as well. And I think Team HAQ has been pretty hard by this difference as well, because their old style doesn't seem to be working as well anymore.
Well, it might be the M-Curse series as well, if you think about it. If you know, you know. But of course, for these guys watching at home here, you can always watch us live here at Stadium Juara and book a ride on AirAsia Ride. Use the code NEW MPL MY for 5 ringgit off. First-time users or MPL MY code for 3 ringgit off 2 rides if you are an existing user. Download the AirAsia Super app to book your ride now, and you can come and visit us here at Stadium Johor tomorrow to witness some more amazing MPL MY games. But today's upsets coming from Madness Esports, defeating the defending champions. Oh boy. And that's the thing about MPL, right? Anything can happen. And of course, to talk you through on how it happened, we are going to be jumping into the itemizations from Team HAQ as well as Madness Esports.
It does seem like Mali on this Diggy is a really effective way of ensuring that Zaz is able to get far while also being able to zone things out. Ordinarily, Team HAQ is a squad that plays off of early momentum, goes for heavy pickoff, and we should have seen that as well with Kufra, Kadita, and Dirov, which are heroes that they're quite comfortable with. But the auto alarm bombs constantly providing vision, as well as the fact that Yeah is straight up winning against Lola in the EXP lane, makes it very difficult to control early game for Team HAQ.
Yeah, and Yeah has been playing really well as well in both games, right? First game with the draw, second game Benedetta, making sure when his priority is needed, when he needs to be done. He's been cutting the creep waves really well, he's been harassing the right targets, and most in particular here, making sure that Gary doesn't get super out of control from game 1 as well as game 2. So I like that is able to adapt very flexibility, but at the same time, we don't see a lot of people, Benedettas trying to go for a hybrid build now. We do see a lot of like mixed builds between teams, but for him to go for the Bloodless Axe as well as a Hunter Strike here does give him a little bit more sustainability. So he is going to be the third tank for the team from the side of Madness Esports. But now, with the overall stats coming in here from both sides, damage output-wise is going to be from Madness sides with 72k topped for Zav.
Yep, Zav's doing an amazing job this game, and you really love the way that Madness Esports is playing. It really does have the inkling of the style that we're used to seeing from Blacklist. Being able to secure gold lane, then rotate lanes to try and get as much gold shield as possible while trading out structures against Team HAQ. The fact that they're always together means they always have utility to deal with Team HAQ trying to go for the engage, and well, honestly, it felt like there was a lot of missed engagements from Min and Man, which is very uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, it is so weird considering that Min and Man wasn't able to make another play as well. I think they got a little bit desperate here, especially with the play where I think on game number 2 where they tried to actually snipe off the tier 1 and potentially go for a red strategy with Panda. They jumped on towards the Lord fight here and they actually lost that fight. So it's really unlucky that that actually happened to them. However, based on the match stats coming from both these sides here, let's take a look at the predictions here. Madness Esports is on the red graph, and so far 2 games in a row, it is heavily favoring on towards Madness sides. And based on the predictions here, based on the draft itself, Madness definitely looks to have the better draft. Game 1, Diggy completely counters the Atlas. Second game, completely counters the Wombo combo that Team HAQ was bringing to the table, and it didn't actually work out in their favor.
I'm honestly a big fan of the drafting from Madness Esports. We already saw that it was actually really solid in weeks 1 and 2. The execution just wasn't there. So now that the execution is actually on point, you can see the strength of this drafting. I think Coach Min did a great job of being able to give heroes to his players that they were comfortable with, while also countering that of Team HAQ by banning heroes like Cho and the Grok that could disrupt their gameplay style. And honestly, if you just look at it, the same 4 heroes in both games. The fact that this got let through is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is crazy how Fredrin is just completely ignored from side Team HAQ. 2 games in a row, Claude being the priority didn't exactly work out in their favor. However, we've seen some teams and some players do have those kind of preference here. But I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is for game number 2. It is going to be none other than Sonic once again. We did announce it. His completely scary Fredrin in that final game here, killing Panda and also stopping the final blazing duet on its own. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with here. 75% match kill participation and a KDA of 3-0-6. With the Queen win in board as well, this Fredrin makes it even more difficult to be killed off.
Yeah, it really was something. The fact that Sonic was able to turn that around, indicating again that Fredrin is a hero that should be respected, that should be prioritized. And we were talking about Sonic, how when he returned to join Madness Esports, he didn't seem to be the same type of gameplay that we saw from him previously. Assassins nowadays, are a bit difficult to play, but he's already proven that on a hero like Fredrin, he is fully capable of adding pressure and getting kills, as you can see in the highlights here.
Yep, especially for level 1, even here as well, very micro detail was that he wants to make sure that Ye gets the initial kill and the jump onto his XP lane. He actually tanked it for him in order for Ye to get the kill so that he can dominate his top side of lane. And because of that, Sonic understands that what needs to be done is to make sure that some specific heroes cannot be allowed to grow out of control. And props to Sonic, because that was a good chain of events being set up from Madness Esports. And even here as well, I think it was a moment where the blazing... Oh, no. This was the solo, like,
Yep.
100 to 10 situation by Sonic that just completely destroyed, man. The 4k damage.
Ooh.
Boom. Ouch!
That has to hurt right there. You really think that Panda did not see that one coming. You can tell in a lot of these fights that Team HAQ, they're honestly a bit too dependent on Min going in and getting a good setup. And when the Kufra is not able to do so, it becomes very difficult because Gary and Panda are both just standing back and waiting for the right opportunity to jump in, while Madness Esports are dishing out DPS the whole time. Even here in the base defense, Madness Esports, they have their eyes set on the prize, and I love that. That instantly pushes them up out of relegation.
Holy moly! Because with that win coming from them, Team HAQ now putting in the hot seat for MPL MY Season 11, risk being eliminated from the entire MPL. But of course, all things considered, it is only the 3rd week so far, the halfway mark from every single team before they bounce back for this remaining matches. But for that, with that being said, Madness Esports is still very, very close as well, considering that they are only 1 game ahead compared to RNG Slate MY, Lunatics, as well as Red Giants Esports. And that being said means that top of the team, they may be tied right now in scores, but they've played more matches than all these other teams so far.
Yep, that means that Madness Esports still have a pretty tall hill to climb, but we are definitely seeing some potential from them now. That shows that they are here in Season 11 to compete, and I'm excited to see how they'll perform. They got some really tough matches coming up. We already saw their season calendar earlier in the day. It's gonna be up to them to show us what is the potential of the so-called Tier 2 Blacklist MY.
Oh boy, I'm looking forward to see more as well. But until now, yes, they may be the Tier 2 teams of Blacklist here. I'm still hoping to see the legendary Sonic Hanzo for a very, very long time. It's just not happened yet. We've heard so many rumors so far. Hopefully, we'll see it in this near upcoming future to come. But before that, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule here for the final day of this week itself. We are going to be starting things off with Todak going up against Red Giants, followed by Lunatics against Homebois, and then closing out week number 3 with SMG against Red Esports. Oh boy.
We got some of the top teams in the MPL going head-to-head tomorrow, and that's going to be really exciting right here. I feel like the opening match especially is going to be a real test of Red Giants' capabilities, because Todak have definitely been improving over time right here. There definitely seems to be a greater synergy between them and their import players.
And the best part is, who is Chiku? Where is Chiku? Didn't even need Chiku to win their game yesterday. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not is Chiku going to be back on the seat for tomorrow's match as well, because as of yet, there's just so much unpredictably when it comes to Todak's lineup. They have been changing roster over and over again. Yes, there may be some sort of inconsistency, but they have been able to deliver results for the team, and hopefully enough, and just enough, to get the open record so far.
Well, that's gonna be news for tomorrow, so make sure you guys join us on stream and here at Stadium Juara. That's the end of the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more MPL.
Hey, hey, I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, 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 I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu